Hi everyone, I'm glad you guys are back on my channel. In the last video, I had the honor of contracting a powerful panda and becoming its master. However, this world of beast taming, which is full of dangers, is not a place where you can be safe and sound just by relying on powerful beast tamers. The rules here are very cruel. If you are not careful, not only may you lose your life, but your beast may also be snatched away by others. In order to enhance my own strength, I concentrated on practicing a lost, unique skill, Dragon Fist. However, due to the short period of training time, I have not yet fully mastered the power of the Dragon Fist, and it is still not enough to protect myself in this dangerous world. Time was running out, so I had to find other ways to increase my strength. So, I turned my goal to collecting various rare materials to increase the power of the beast. I kept traveling through dangerous secrets and ancient ruins in search of legendary treasures, which not only made my panda beast more powerful, but also allowed me to gradually master the secrets of beast evolution. However, my action soon attracted the attention of others, who began to spy on my secrets and try to seize the method of beast evolution that I mastered. But I am not worried, because I know the needs of each beast, know how to make them stronger, and can even heal their injuries. This is an advantage that others cannot easily take away, and it is also my greatest reliance for survival in this dangerous world. Do you want to know how I will use the cards in my hand to gain a foothold in this world? So please like and subscribe to my channel, and we'll be jumping into the second part of this novel. I was reborn into the world of beast masters and successfully contracted a double-pupiled panda. Gao Hao glanced at Rongrong beside him and whispered, "Dad, it's not safe at night. There are many people at the annual meeting now. Let's send Sister Rongrong back together." Rongrong smiled gently, waved his hand politely and calmly, and said, "No, Grandpa will come to pick me up. He will be here soon. Thank you for playing with me. I am really happy today." Looking at Gao Changxing's tall figure, a trace of admiration and desire flashed in Rongrong's eyes. At this moment, Gao Ninian suddenly ran to her father, jumped up and hugged his neck, touched it with her cold little hands, and smiled carefreely. She didn't care about other people's eyes. She just liked to snuggle up to her father. "Dad, do my hands smell good? I just ate the big meatballs my brother treated me to, and now I feel a little sleepy. Let's go home quickly. Rongrong, let's get together again tomorrow and make a battle plan." Gao Ninian said. Rongrong nodded. The light in her eyes dimmed slightly. She clenched her hands into fists, then slowly loosened them, trying hard to regulate her emotions. Gao Hao's heart moved. It was the same look he had in his previous life, when he saw others were accompanied by their parents and had good toys. But he didn't. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous. This emotion comes from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings and is innate. Some people can control themselves, think rationally, and obtain satisfaction through legitimate means. Some people choose violence to pursue their own desires. In this civilized age, people prefer to obtain happiness through legal means, although sometimes this happiness is just because they don't have enough money. "Rongrong, see you tomorrow," Gao Hao said with a smile, and added, "Your smile just now was so beautiful, just like the plum blossoms blooming in the cold winter, standing proudly, a peerless beauty." Rongrong smiled and responded playfully, "Brother Gao Hao, you are so gentle, I will misunderstand. Grandpa will be here soon. You should leave quickly." Gao Hao looked at her eyebrows moving slightly under her bangs, feeling a little disappointed, and couldn't help wanting to see it more clearly. Gao Ninian grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Brother, why have you never praised me like this? I, your sister, have inherited my mother's beauty. When I grow up, I will be a peerless fairy." Gao Changxing smiled and picked up Gao Ninian, looking at his son with satisfaction, secretly thinking about his son's recent progress. Gao Changxing couldn't help but think about his wife's proposal. He felt that Rongrong had excellent character, personality, and perseverance, and that he would get along well with Xiao Hao. The two families were old friends, so such a marriage could be a form of long-term cooperation. Rongrong looked at Gao Hao's departing back, and mixed emotions welled up in her heart. Although Rongrong is smart, she is still young, and her misunderstanding of her parents and her desire for love make her sensitive. Past teasing and hurt have exacerbated her emotional deficiency, making her easily influenced by others and even doubting her parents' love for her. Gao Hao recalled his past life in his heart, wondering if he had also lacked maternal love, which led him to behave too submissively at times. In his childhood memories, his parents' presence was weak, and he was accompanied by his grandmother more often. Later, with the rise of the internet, Gao Hao gradually became addicted to internet cafes and the virtual world to relieve his loneliness. Gao Hao has now entered the intermediate Earth Control class, relearning and focusing on dealing with things calmly. He understands that people who hurt him should not be trusted lightly, and only by firmly believing in himself can he stand up and get out of trouble. Just as Gao Hao was leaving with his father's hand, the old man finally appeared. Rongrong happily held his hand and asked, "Grandpa, what do you think of Brother Gao Hao?" Mao Xiongyi smiled and replied, "Not bad, but his eyes are more full of curiosity about the world and desire for power." Mao Rongrong asked puzzledly, "Then why did he praise me for being beautiful?" Mao Xiongyi smiled and said, "His eyes are sharper than you think, and he can detect every subtle change in you. His qualifications are higher than yours, but he has a subtle wariness towards girls. His mental state is very stable, which makes me feel a little strange, especially his state of mind, which I cannot see through." Mao Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, revealing a playful smile. "Then I will just let it go and make friends with him." Mao Xiongyi looked at her and said with a smile, "Let's go, little princess." Mao Rongrong responded sweetly, "Yes, Grandpa." Chapter 44. The family just returned home, and Gao Ninian hurried to take a shower. Gao Hao thought she should go to bed after taking a shower. After all, he was feeling a little tired, and chatting with girls was really tiring. However, Gao Ninian put on her clothes after taking a shower, and pulled him to change his clothes as well. Then they each brought a small stool and sat in front of the door, looking up at the night sky with anticipation. "Brother, hurry up, that guy's coming. This is a blessing from God that cannot be missed every year." Gao Ninian's face was full of excitement, and she no longer felt sleepy, as if everything before was just a disguise. Gao Ninian's beast peony followed closely beside her, and her father Gao Changxing also released his 7 beasts. Her mother Wu Qingyuan told Gao Hao, "Xiao Hao, release Xiong Dundun as well. This is the first time it has come into contact with energy from outer space. Be sure to pay attention to its absorption limit." Gao Hao looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky seemed to have turned into a golden ocean, and the courtyard where they were was like a small bubble. The blue moon was hanging above the Milky Way, and a giant golden train with a tail was speeding through the depths of the universe. It was as if some huge monster was flying over their heads. Gao Hao stared at the receding figure. His heart was empty. Desire, wealth, life, and even billions of years of civilization seemed insignificant in front of this huge existence. The golden train in the sky sprinkled golden bubbles as dazzling as stars, and the light balls began to split and change as they approached the beast taming continent. The entire galaxy was shining with dazzling light, and as the ball of light fell, the entire Gao family courtyard fell silent. Every January 1st, around 11 p.m., a long golden comet will streak across the sky, illuminating the bright night sky. "Dad, look, it's a comet, so beautiful!" Gao Ninian shouted excitedly. Gao Changxing gently covered her mouth and motioned her to be quiet. Every time he saw that huge figure, a feeling of awe for the world would rise in his heart. The starlight fell in the Milky Way, reflecting a rainbow-like light. The fish in the lake were restless, breaking through the ice one after another, greedily absorbing the 7-color light cast by the comet. "Here they come!" In the pavilion in the park in the distance, several men slowly stood up from their gazes at the moon, released their own beasts, and began to compete for the light that fell from the sky. These were all powerful beast masters, only half a step away from the level of generals. As the 7-colored light grew stronger, all the beasts in the city began to roar as if they were singing praises to something. Xiong Dunun was also roaring excitedly. Gao Changxing and Wu Qingyuan closed their eyes, and Gao Ninian followed suit. "Xiao Hao, close your eyes. The color of the imperial aura you feel now is the imperial aura from outer space. It will be of great benefit to us, especially to the growth of beastmasters," Gao Changxing said before closing his eyes. Gao Hao closed his eyes, and he could still see the colorful world outside. As he practiced the dragon technique, the energy gathered around him little by little, but Xiong Dundun took the lead and absorbed most of it. All this happened so naturally. Gao Hao opened one eye and secretly observed Xiong Dundun, then continued to practice the dragon technique to absorb the energy that was gradually dissipating in the ground. Does this count as seizing the fortune of heaven and earth? Gao Hao pondered in his heart. About half an hour later, Xiong Dundun lay down beside Gao Hao with satisfaction, indicating that he had absorbed enough. Gao Hao then began to absorb the last bit of the remaining 5-colored imperial energy. Although it was only 1% of what he had gathered, it still brought powerful energy to his body. As the imperial chi surged through his body, Gao Hao was like a horse trainer, using all of his body's imperial chi to tame these wild forces. The fiery horse is driven to the heart, while the golden horse needs to circle around a few more times to wear down its edge. The green horse is gentle and is guided to the liver, while the blue horse is the most difficult to tame, full of energy and challenge. When Gao Hao opened his eyes, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and the sky had returned to its former tranquility. He felt that opportunities always come unexpectedly, and whether one can seize them depends entirely on his usual accumulation. Almost just a little bit, Gao Hao felt a little disappointed. That last bit of energy almost allowed him to break through to the peak state of 4-star Earth control. But he quickly adjusted his mentality and got used to the feeling of missing success at a critical moment. After taking Xiong Dundun back, Gao Hao did not disturb his parents and his sister, who was still practicing, but quietly went back to his room to sleep. He thought silently in his heart, "I hope tomorrow will be better." Nowadays, few things can break Gao Hao's inner peace, which is as calm and peaceful as still water. Chapter 45. Late at night, the blue moon hangs lonely in the sky, with the stars silently accompanying it. Most families have turned off the lights and gone to sleep. Only the diligent night watchmen are still busy on duty. Occasionally, the faint sound of chess playing could be heard in the night breeze. In the beast taming space, Xiong Dundun nibbled on bamboo while smearing honey on it comfortably, and slowly exhaled a breath of 5-colored beast taming air through his nostrils. After a while, Xiong Dundun sniffed the big meatball that Gao Hao left for it, and couldn't wait to swallow it into its mouth. It was immediately surprised. Delicious. It turns out that pork is so delicious. It seems that the master did not lie to me. Xiong Dundun thought contentedly. Xiong Dundun's nest is a natural stone cave. Outside the cave is a dense bamboo forest. Now the bamboo forest is dyed purple and is in a period of luxuriant growth. The spiritual plants between heaven and earth are also flourishing. Xiong Dundun lay on his side on a smooth stone as big as a millstone, hugging a bamboo and sleeping comfortably. Achoo! Xiong Dundun yawned, and when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the plants outside had grown wildly overnight, and a large area of purple bamboo outside the door had matured. Oh wow! Xiong Dundun cheered excitedly and looked up at the sky, only to see a spiritual colorful cloud floating in the sky. Curiosity drives Xiong Dundun to observe this new world, which is completely different from the rich earth in his heart. This world is still in its infancy. The colorful cloud was busy supplying the energy needed for the growth of plants on the earth. Suddenly, it discovered Xiong Dundun and quickly hid in the white cloud, carefully observing the black and white animal. Xiong Dundun was also observing the sky and felt that the imperial energy between heaven and earth had become several times denser, and the azure space had more than doubled in size. Xiong Dundun looked down at himself and was surprised to find that he had grown 50 centimeters taller overnight and was now 2 meters tall and strong. Gao Hao outside also grew overnight. When he woke up in the morning, he found that he had grown 5 centimeters taller. When he put on his pants, he realized that the trouser legs had become shorter. He measured his height and found that he had reached 165 centimeters. His growth rate was much faster than that of his sister. Today, the preliminaries are about to begin. Gao Hao's team has already geared up and is ready to fight against the higher-level earth-controlling players. Gao Hao changed into a new school uniform and put his pants, which were a little too short, in the closed basket, waiting for them to be processed by the family recycling room. Children's school uniforms are usually worn for 1 or 2 months and are usually recycled. They are only replaced with new ones when they are worn out. Gao Hao is very lucky, as he can wear a new school uniform every time. Sister, get up and practice. Gao Hao gently woke Gao Ninian up. Gao Ninian rubbed her eyes and reluctantly crawled out of the warm bed. Last night, Gao Ninian practiced until 3 o'clock before she managed to regulate the qi in her body. Now she has only slept for less than 2 hours. She can only go home and catch up on her sleep after the morning game. Gao Hao walked in front, and Gao Ninian followed behind, listlessly holding his hand, with her eyes half open and half closed, but she was not afraid of falling while walking. As soon as we entered the training room, Mao Rongrong had already arrived. Gao Yu and Gao Qing were also there, and Wang Feng, the boy who had provoked Gao Hao last time, also showed up. Xiong Dundun will be used in the competition today, and Gao Hao plans to let it rest for a while and release it for training. Wang Feng, are you cured? Gao Nyin was happy to see that the team was finally complete. Wang Feng cried, "Sister Nyin, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have provoked your brother. It's my fault. I won't dare to do it again." Gao Hao looked at Wang Feng and found that he looked haggard. He probably didn't sleep well these past few days because he was worried. Gao Hao's body recovered so quickly, obviously because of the help of the annual Tianhua Yuchi last night. That celestial energy assimilated Gao Hao's physique and improved his strength. It was estimated that within 10 days at most, he would be able to become a 5-star Earth Master. Unfortunately, the annual competition had already ended by then. Although Gao Nyin didn't understand why Wang Feng was afraid, she waved her hand indifferently. "Why are you crying? In fact, I was also wrong. Now everyone has reconciled, and Mao Rongrong has agreed to join our team. We have a great chance of winning. Assemble and start training." The instructors gave the order, and everyone ran outside. As the Purple Chi training came to an end, Mao Rongrong, Gao Nyin, and the other 4 had something to discuss. The instructors were also surprised by Xiong Dundun's growth rate. As an exception, he was promoted to a higher rank and became the only 4-star Earth Control member standing in the 6-star Earth Control team. Although it was only a small step forward, it made Gao Hao very happy. After the training, Gao Hao went home alone to eat, and his parents went somewhere to practice. Gao Hao has become much bolder recently. After a short rest after dinner, he rode Xiong Dundun to the test site of the Intermediate Earth Control class and agreed with several partners to meet at the entrance of the test site. "Brother Hao here!" Han Ping was the first to see Gao Hao riding on Xiong Dundun coming from afar and shouted excitedly. The desert scorpion beside him exuded a somewhat confident glow. Zhang Zhao's blue-eyed water python and Gao Cheng's bull elephant beast were also there. The appearance of the 3 had not changed much, but the beast they controlled had grown a lot bigger than before. There was a one-legged golden crow standing on Guohong's shoulder. She had her braids tied into a ponytail and was wearing a blue school uniform. She looked energetic. "You all came so early." Gao Hao greeted his friends one by one with a smile. "Brother Hao, I stayed awake last night and didn't sleep. Now I feel like I'm so lucky. I actually made a breakthrough." Han Ping looked at Gao Hao expectantly, waiting for praise. "That's great, congratulations, Han Ping." Gao Hao smiled and patted his shoulder. Han Ping looked more energetic than him. Gao Hao looked around at his opponents and found that Zhang Hao, the 6-star Earthbending Master, did not come to participate. The team he originally led also had a new captain, a monkey-faced boy who had a contract with a water ape. Due to improper beast training, the monkey's talent backfired, causing the boy's face to be destroyed. Restoring his appearance requires a large amount of tonics to improve the water ape's potential. Otherwise, he will have to live with a monkey face for the rest of his life. But the boy doesn't care about his appearance. Instead, he likes others to call him Monkey Brother. "Brother Hao, the examiner is here and is about to enter the examination room." Guohong excitedly ran to Gao Hao and said, "Those who want to register, please line up and write down your place of birth, beast tamer level, and age. Remember, if you write the wrong name or get caught cheating, the consequences will be very serious." The examiner's majestic voice sounded, and his 2 eyes as big as copper bells widened as if everyone present owed him money. Chapter 46. Gao Hao listened to the examiner's voice, looked up, and immediately retracted his gaze. The examiner was a burly man, at least 195 centimeters tall, weighing at least 350 kilograms, with a round waist and a fat body. He held a 9-section whip in his hand, his eyes wide open, like a gate-guarding statue. A cool breeze blew by. Gao Hao pouted his lips and blew away the hair that blocked his vision. Then he turned to his companions and said, "Let's go fill out the admission ticket as well." Several people lined up to receive identity forms, which clearly recorded their aspirations and identity information. Gao Hao's goal was simple: to win the cash prize for the top 10 in the team battle of the Intermediate Earth Control class. His parents had promised him that if he won the prize, he could use the prize money as he pleased, which became his motivation to participate actively. As soon as he entered the competition venue, Gao Hao's eyes almost exploded as he was greeted by a rolling heat wave. This was just the most basic team selection competition, but the number of participants far exceeded his imagination. The competition venue was huge, with hundreds of 30-meter-high pavilions and towers closely connected. There are elevated leisure rooms, restaurant private rooms, and entertainment facilities throughout the venue, with the tallest building exceeding 40 meters. The place was bustling with people. The area of the competition venue was as large as 200 football fields and was divided into 4 huge areas in the east, west, south, and north, which could accommodate more than 100,000 people. The most eye-catching thing in the competition venue is the huge square tower in the center, which is 50 meters high, and each side is made of smooth red crystal panels. There is a huge eyeball on the top of the tower, which is 4 or 5 meters in size. The black eyeball keeps rotating, monitoring the stability of the entire space. Come on, kids. Your uncle, also received countless applause here when I was a child. That was the most touching and unforgettable moment for me. Gao Hao listened to the cheers all around. Under the guidance of an examiner, he and his teammates came to the #1 examination room on the east side. Han Ping, Zhang Xiao. The examiner checked their identities one by one, then raised a red flag and said, "Examination room #1 Red Star team is ready." The match results were displayed on the crystal panel of the central square tower. After a few seconds, the examiner announced, "Examination room #1, the Red Star team versus the Mars team. Both teams are ready to control their beasts and step onto the battle stage." The red examiner and the blue examiner met up and arranged the two teams to go onto a playing field that was as big as 5 football fields. The competition field is 500 meters long and 400 meters wide. As soon as Gao Hao came on the field, Zhang Xiao recognized the strong opponent. "Brother Hao, I know that girl. She is Xiao Bing, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. She is only 1 year and 9 months old this year, but she is already a 7-star Earth Control Master. In order to get good grades, she deliberately delayed her level breakthrough," Zhang Xiao said, pointing to a delicate and pretty little girl opposite him. She was surrounded and protected by 4 boys. Both parties returned to their positions and plant the flags, the two examiners announced at the same time. Gao Hao looked at the 5 people opposite. Their beast taming lineup was extremely powerful, with 2 fire-type beast tames, the Flame Ox and the Flame Dragon. Among them, the Flame Ox was huge in size, and its aura was more powerful than the Flame Dragon. The Flame Ox has apparently reached maturity. It is 5 meters tall, its skin is as red as fire, and its huge horns are as sharp as weapons. In comparison, the Flame Dragon is still in its growth stage. It is about 3 meters tall, with yellow flames burning on its forehead. The 2 fleshy wings on its back have not yet unfolded, but its momentum is in no way inferior to that of the Flame Bull. Yanlong looked at Gao Hao and his group with sharp eyes and a bit of sarcasm. The opposing team also had an 8-meter-tall Earth-type beast called the Titan Ape, whose size alone was enough to make many opponents give up the game. Yanlong looked at his young master Xiao Bing with full confidence, as if he was sure of victory. 8 meters against 4 meters, the advantage is on our side. Yanlong's heart was full of arrogance. It had won every battle in the Xiao family and was fearless. Guohong took out the Red Star team's flag from her storage ring. This was their team's guardian flag. Once it was taken away by the opponent or the flag fell down, they would be judged as a failure. The worst-case scenario is that the flag doesn't fall, but the team is wiped out, which is a real shame. Gao Hao observed the other team and analyzed. The opponent's Titan Ape is extremely powerful and is an Earth-type beast. Even my double-pupiled panda cannot resist it. "Guohong, can your one-legged golden crow restrain it?" Guohong said confidently. "Brother Hao, you underestimate me. My one-legged golden crow is a descendant of the sun. If it comes to flames, that flame dragon is no match for me. Leave the Titan Ape to me, no problem. Brother Zhang Xiao, your blue-eyed water python is needed to contain the flame bull, and Gao Cheng and I will deal with the flame dragon and the snow tiger. Han Ping, your Earth escape may not be of much use here, so the task of guarding the flag will be left to you." Gao Hao continued. Seeing that Gao Hao's side was in high spirits, the 5 opponents felt a little nervous. The flags have been raised, and the competition begins. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, Guohong's one-legged golden crow instantly turned into a black shadow and rushed out. The first to attack was the Flame Ox, intending to clear the way for the Titan Ape's charge. Zhang Xiao was not afraid at all. He commanded the blue-eyed water python to move forward and spray out corrosive liquid. The Flame Ox sensed danger and immediately turned away. Zhang Xiao did not pursue, but stayed on the charge route of the Flame Bull, nailing it there firmly like a steel nail, blocking the Flame Bull's attack. Seeing that the reinforcements failed, the Titan Ape beat his chest desperately and charged forward fearlessly. The Snow Tiger behind the Titan Ape followed closely behind, staring at the one-legged golden crow in the air, ready to launch an attack when the opportunity arises. At this moment, Xiong Dun Dun and Yoxiong Beast attacked at the same time, and the earth shook. Afterwards, the bull-elephant beast rolled up its thick trunk and used its rhinoceros-like strong limbs to rush madly toward Xiao Bing and his group who were guarding the flag. Chapter 47. Xiao Bing saw that the enemy divided their forces into 3 groups and tried to defeat them one by defending instead of attacking. He immediately and decisively issued new orders and changed the original strategy of violent suppression. Do you think you can stop our attack like this? We have already anticipated what you have expected. Although the one-legged golden crow can restrain the Titan giant ape, our snow tiger is no pushover either. Xiao Bing said coldly. Then a sturdy boy who looked about 5 years old ordered indifferently. Flying snow tiger, stop hiding and tear that broken crow in the sky into pieces. Gao Hao smiled slightly. Everything was as expected. As a qualified tactical commander, he had long been on guard against the sudden attack of the flying snow tiger and was prepared in his heart. The feeling of planning and controlling the situation made him feel happy. Xiong Dundun, it's your turn. Gao Hao whispered. Sure enough, just as the flying snow tiger spread its wings and prepared to take off, Xiong Dundun quietly circled behind it, suddenly grabbed its hind legs, and spun the snow tiger like a windmill, throwing it to the ground. Then, Xiong Dundun sat on Shuahu's head without mercy. Shuahu suddenly felt dizzy and didn't even react how Xiong Dundun broke through his defense. Xiong Dundun's continuous attacks caused the flying snow tiger to fall into coma before it could show its strength. Following the principle of fight and run, Xiong Dundun evacuated quickly, and the ox-elephant beast that was charging at the front line also turned around and retreated at the order of its master. Xiong Dundun was a few points faster than the bull-elephant beast and quickly retreated to the center line, while the blue-eyed water python continued to contain the flame bull, trying its best to limit the opponent's attack power. Gao Hao successfully brought the battle line within 50 meters of his flag. As the 5 beasts in the team gathered, the other side only had 2 beasts, the flame ox and the titan ape, slowly chasing after them. The flame ox wanted to retreat, but under the roar of its master, it had to continue attacking. Yin Yo, avenge the snow tiger. Hit them hard and make a few holes in them with your horns. Another boy also ordered angrily. Titan giant ape, beat them to death and make them live in the shadows from now on. Although the other party was shouting loudly, the flame ox and the Titan giant ape were obviously concerned about the reaction of Gao Hao's team. They stayed 50 meters away, neither approaching nor leaving, and waited quietly for reinforcement. Xiao Bing's face gradually turned red, and a boy next to her immediately directed his green frog beast to take action. This frog-like beast is only half a meter long, but it can jump more than 10 meters with each jump. It quickly rushed to the unconscious flying snow tiger for treatment. At this time, the only one left by Xiao Bing's side was her flame dragon beast. Innate great power. Amplify it. With a roar, a surge of power surged into the body of the Titan ape opposite, and the orange light of the imperial aura burst out instantly. The Titan ape's strength increased by 10%, and the one-legged golden crow was dizzy from the shock. Guohong quickly ordered the beast to retreat. But if he took a step back, the 2 beasts would move closer, and the blue-eyed water python also kept retreating under the pressure of the Titan ape. The flame bull regained its confidence, its hooves kicking the ground, its tail wagging, its golden horns gleaming, ready to launch a deadly charge. At the same time, the green frog beastmaster successfully woke up the snow tiger, who shook his head, trying to regain consciousness from his coma. Gao Hao saw this and knew the time had come, so he immediately gave the order to counterattack. Launch a counterattack, comrades. When the enemy is most confident, that is often when they are most likely to make mistakes. Xiong Dundun showed an excited expression on his face, while the beastmasters on the opposite side were confused, and they did not realize that a crisis was coming. What's going on? Stay alert. The other side may have a conspiracy. Xiao Bing calmly reminded his teammates. Several of them shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know the situation and looked around vigilantly. At this moment, the blue-eyed water python, the bull-elephant beast, and the one-legged golden crow received the order and quickly launched a charge. However, to the other side's surprise, they ignored the flame ox and the Titan ape, but rushed directly towards the other side's flag. Xiong Dundun hid under the huge body of the bull-elephant beast and suddenly launched a sneak attack, hitting the flame bull's butt. Yin Yo was shocked and accelerated rapidly, but was still successfully repelled by Xiong Dundun and felt a sharp pain in his back. At the same time, the Titan ape was not spared either. The sting of the desert scorpion pierced its body, and the paralyzing effect of the venom slowed its movements. Gao Hao's eye of truth turned the Titan ape's power-enhancing effect into a burden, exhausting its physical strength. The situation gradually turned to Gao Hao's side. The flame ox and the titan giant ape both fell. Although the opponent's other beasts were still fighting hard, they could not prevent the situation from reversing. However, Gao Hao did not relax because he knew that the real challenge was still ahead. Xiao Bing noticed the change in the situation and immediately said calmly, "Release the flying snow tiger and protect our flag. The flame dragon is now under threat and needs to be defended with all our strength." The boy at the side was obviously a little hesitant. He looked at the newly recovered snow tiger with distress and suggested, "Captain, Snow Tiger is already very tired. Why don't you retreat according to your brother's advice?" Xiao Bing looked at Yin Long firmly and said, "Xiao Yin, do you remember what your brother taught you? Success or failure does not depend on temporary gains or losses, but on what you have learned from failure." The flame dragon nodded, raised its head, and looked at the three attacking beasts with disdain, showing its mighty dragon power. But in the end, Xiao Bing realized that the situation was irreversible and said calmly, "Referee, we admit defeat." When Gao Hao's three beasts braked to a stop, he looked around and finally confirmed that the other party had really admitted defeat. He breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to look at his master. Although he had the victory in his grasp, he always felt that something was wrong. The one-legged golden crow tried to fly higher so that he could see the whole picture clearly. However, the higher he flew, the weaker he felt. He even felt as if he was lying on the ground, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Gao Hao's face suddenly changed and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He immediately realized, "Oh no, we've been tricked. That green frog beast is poisonous and has hallucinations. Everyone come back quickly." However, it was too late. A thin layer of pink mist filled the playing field, and Xiao Bing showed a proud smile on his face. "You little brat, you actually let 3 of my teammates get hurt. Your talent and ability are really good." Xiao Bing's pink face was filled with the arrogance and sarcasm of an adult. Xiao Bing raised her snow-white neck, and it seemed as if a lotus flower was blooming under her feet. She said coldly, "Little ghost, I'll give you a chance. Admit defeat." Her tone was threatening. "You don't want your 3 teammates to lose their precious beasts, do you?" Gao Hao didn't move at all, as if he was frozen in place. Xiao Bing's tone was hot and cold, as if she was playing with her prey. Gao Hao thought in his heart, is this the sound transmission of the control skills, or her innate ability? Is the gap between the 4-star control of the Earth and the 7-star control of the Earth really that big? "Yan Long, get rid of those guys." Xiao Bing's order was cold and ruthless. In an instant, the flame dragon rushed out from beside her, and Gao Hao saw it clearly. Due to the long distance and the restraining effect of the Eye of Truth, Gao Hao's consciousness remained clear. He watched the flame dragon quickly knock down the already unconscious bull elephant. But at this moment, Xiong Dundun had already rushed to Xiao Bing's flag and quickly launched an attack. The green frog beastmaster was startled and immediately stretched out its long tongue to try to wrap around Xiong Dundun's legs. But Xiong Dundun dodged the attack nimbly, jumped, flipped over Xiao Bing, and successfully took down her flag. 2 examiners suddenly appeared on the field, checked the situation, and after confirming that no one was seriously injured, they announced, "Red Star wins." About 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiao finally opened his eyes and said happily, "Captain, we won." Xiao Bing surrendered. He tried to take back his green-eyed water python, but found that he had lost contact. Gao Hao was also reflecting on himself at this time. The green frog beast was obviously different from ordinary green frogs. It might be the result of the combination of its master's talent. The pink mist not only relieves pain, but can also be used for healing. But in the hands of different beast masters, it becomes a powerful combat talent. Xiao Bing's ability to use poison gas to perform illusions is truly extraordinary and is enough to prove her reputation as a genius. Although Gao Hao barely won the victory, he knew that this was also due to the limitation of the game rules that he could not intentionally cause harm. If he had chosen to rescue his teammates instead of letting Xiong Dundun take the flag, the outcome might have been reversed. Although the result is a foregone conclusion, Gao Hao also understands that many details in the game still require more thinking and improvement. Gao Hao looked at his teammates and said, "Your beast has been poisoned by the illusion and has been sent to rest." The master of the green frog said that it will recover in about 30 minutes. "Did we win?" Guohong asked uncertainly. Gao Hao nodded. "Yes, we won." Han Ping laughed loudly and said with a hint of embarrassment, "I don't know what happened. The desert scorpion lost control and my head went blank." Gao Cheng clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "We are still too weak. We need to work harder." Gao Hao understood their feelings, but he also knew that his choice was correct. In the game, he had to ensure the team's final victory instead of taking risks to rescue teammates who might no longer be able to fight. Everyone, we have to keep working hard in the next game, Gao Hao said with a smile, patting several people on the shoulders gently. Everyone has worked hard. It would be great if we could win a prize. Captain Gao Hao, we believe in you. Guohong was the first to raise her hand to show her support, followed by Han Ping. As the game ended, Gao Hao and his teammates went to the infirmary to check on Yu Beast's condition. Fortunately, the inhaled poisonous mist is not fatal. After resting for an hour or two, the Beast Masters will be able to recover, and it will not affect the afternoon game. In the medical room on the other side, the little girl Xiao Bing looked at the injured green frog Beastmaster, the flame bull wrapped in medical cloth, and the limp titan giant ape with red eyes. The four of them were silent. Xiao Bing gritted his teeth and said, "How can I face my brother if I don't take revenge? Have you guys been lazy in your training recently? The Gao family is not the rats and ants you dealt with before." The boy at the side said calmly, "Captain Xiao Bing, I can feel that the opponent's panda is very strange. Although it has just entered the growth period, its speed, strength, and defense are not inferior to my flame bull." The boy's words drew the other teammates' contemplation. Although Yinyo was thick-skinned, he was still seriously injured by Xiong Dundon's attack. This game brought different degrees of impact to each of them, and they also realized that the opponent was not so easy to deal with. Chapter 48. The red sun sets in the west, colorful clouds fill the sky, and the white eagles in the sky spread their 10-meter-wide wings and chase and play in the air, engaging in courtship activities. The soft sunlight shines on the eaves. The melted water droplets slowly slide down and quickly freeze when encountering the cold wind, forming crystal-clear icicles. Under the setting sun, these icicles sparkled like silver spears, just like gorgeous armor that winter puts on the world, decorating the ordinary eaves into a gorgeous crystal palace. As the last ray of sunset disappeared, colorful lanterns were hung on the bare trees. Neon lights sparkled brightly in the night, and snowflakes floated in the sky, dyeing the earth pure white. Gao Hao breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his red hands, took a bunch of big meatballs from a man on the street, and handed them to his teammates. They were lucky today. Although the werewolf team they met in the afternoon was strong, their beasts were all wolves, and they were unable to exert an overwhelming advantage, so they won smoothly. In the evening, several people came to the park to relax. Gao Hao greeted everyone. "The meatballs here are delicious. You all should try them. Each person gets a hot meatball and a cup of hot millet porridge. This delicacy is much cheaper than lemon juice." The 5 players were very excited today, and they performed exceptionally well in both games, successfully entering the top 30 of the preliminary round. Although the specific ranking has not yet been announced, their performance was obviously very good, especially the successful victory over a strong team in the afternoon, which made them look forward to tomorrow's game even more. However, Gao Hao also felt the pressure. Most of the opponents in tomorrow morning's game are 6-star Earth-controlling people, and the competition will be more intense. More than 70 teams were eliminated, and including the teams that advanced, the number of participants was only about 600. Although there are hundreds of millions of people living in Tianxing City, there are only a handful of people who participate in the intermediate beast taming competition, which also highlights the rarity and preciousness of beast tamers. As night falls, the park gradually becomes lively. This is not only a park, but also a market, gathering many vendors and merchants, selling storybooks, and performing shadow puppet shows. Even on a snowy night, many people come here to play. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the small group disbands and goes home. After Gao Hao returned home, he first practiced in the practice room for a while to adjust his condition, then took a shower and went to bed early. Although fighting does not directly improve the progress of a Beastmaster's practice, it consumes a lot of energy, so adjusting the condition and resting are particularly important. For Gao Hao, if the gains from the game exceed the costs, then he makes a profit. Even if he loses the game, the experience he gains can be considered a gain. As for those ruthless people who defied the rules of the game and attempted to hurt others, they were naturally kicked out by the Gao family without mercy. They would never dare to take in such people. At night, the warm wind blew gently, and the house was as warm as spring. Gao Hao got up in short sleeves, washed up, changed into neat clothes, and looked in the mirror, looking like a handsome young man. Gao Ninian got up very early today. The two of them ate the breakfast prepared by their mother, and then went to the training ground for morning exercise. In the cold wind, the sun finally rose from the horizon, bringing a hint of warmth. A stream of purple air was sucked into his stomach along with the cold wind. After Gao Hao practiced the dragon technique, the purple air turned into his own protective air, nourishing his internal organs. After the morning exercise, everyone dispersed. The three Gao sisters and Mao Rongrong also successfully integrated into the team. Mao Rongrong's centipede black gold earth dragon performed outstandingly in yesterday's competition, and its status was greatly improved. As the strongest fighter in the team, Wang Feng often serves as a meat shield, and his overall performance is pretty good. At the same time, in a monitoring room at the square pillar in the center of the competition field, a bearded man was eating dumplings, rubbing his brow with his hands, with a look of distress on his face. "Brother, I'm here to report the situation." The door was pushed open, and Gao Qinli walked in. This young man looked ordinary, and because of this, he was good at collecting intelligence. Gao Bailey stretched, feeling that his body was about to degenerate, and leaned back out of habit. "This is the list of yesterday's match results. 15 teams will be decided this morning. The 3 teams I am optimistic about are the Shao family's War Team, the Luo family's Black Armor Team, and the Qi family's River Mountain Team. These 3 teams are all seeded players for the championship. Well, the Shao family has a great chance of winning the championship this year." Gao Bailey looked at the battle record and understood it in his mind. Xiao Zhan has successfully broken through and returned to the team. "No wonder you were so happy today," Gao Bailey said with a smile. Gao Qinli smiled and said, "He is a student of mine. However, I noticed another potential player. When the Red Star team defeated the Warfire team, I thought I was dazzled. Uncle Gao Xiaotian's grandson? Then he should call us uncle. Today is a good opportunity to take a closer look at his performance and see how the new generation of the Gao family is growing." Gao Bailey replied. After a pause, Gao Bailey continued, "I have compiled the report. I recommend 3 civilians to join the Gao family's highest academy for training. Brother, you should also prepare. Among the civilians I am optimistic about is a child with a bandaged left hand. This child is only 1 year old and has already reached the 7 stars of Earth control. He is definitely a top seedling." Then, Gao Bailey whispered, "I even suspect that if he had sufficient training resources, he might surpass the record set by Yi Huang." Gao Qinli smiled and said, "Brother, you are really good at praising others. Which beast master can grow up without having some weird experiences? He is probably another lucky person who accidentally swallowed some spiritual material." Although Gao Qinli had heard a lot of such things, he also knew that there was a huge gap between the talented and the lucky ones. Years of practice can improve as fast as a spiritual spring, but this kind of lucky darling is rare in 1,000. Having this kind of luck is enough to prove that this child is extraordinary. As for whether to invest resources, it is ultimately up to the head of the Gao family to decide. The 2 of them were sorting out documents while discussing the arrangements for these geniuses and their future. Chapter 49. Outside the competition venue, children from 30 teams, dressed in different costumes and full of energy, entered the competition venue in neat lines one by one. "Look, Xiao Zhan from the War Team is back. He really made a breakthrough and became a 7-star Earth Master." In the tavern, an uncle said excitedly, pointing at the War Team entering the venue. A visitor nearby heard this and said with a smile, "Drinking so early in the morning, you are really good. Bring me a plate of pear blossom paste cut into smaller pieces." After he sat down, he glanced down at the field and continued, "So this is the Warfire team's trump card. I felt that the team assignment was a bit strange from the beginning. After all, the other 2 strong teams had a 7 stars boundary master, but the Warfire team did not. Now the mystery is solved." Another middle-aged man continued, "I think tomorrow's championship match will go to the Shao family's War Team and the Qi family's Mountain and River Team. Although the Luo family's Black Armor Team is strong, it is still a little lacking in configuration. Although these 2 middle-aged men are not animal tamers, they are engaged in work closely related to animal taming, bathing, massaging, and cutting the fur of animal tamers. Their income is not bad. They can make 400,000 or 500,000 a year, plus extra income and bonuses. It is not a problem to make millions. Those who can play in the Gao family's competition field must earn tens of thousands a month, and they are all people who have a passion for beast control." Xiao Zhan's appearance triggered a wave of enthusiasm in the venue. The iron dragon beside him was majestic, 6 meters tall, with wings on its back winding and attached to its back, and had entered its maturity stage. Xiao Bing followed closely behind, with her flame dragon beside her. "Xiao Zhan, you are finally back. You must help me get revenge and teach that brat a lesson." Xiao Bing looked back at the team behind him angrily and following behind them was the Red Star team where Gao Hao was. Wow, they were arranged to be the fourth to appear. Did the examiners also have high hopes for them? Did I see it wrong? The strongest team is actually the 5-star Earth-controlling team, and this is also the top 10 seeded team. Hush! Don't talk nonsense. The one in front is a direct descendant of the Gao family. He has a contract with the Golden Panda. At a young age, he is already a 4-star earthbending master. Next year, he will be someone you need to look up to. The stands were packed with people, most of whom were unable to contract beast taming, but had practiced martial arts to some extent and possessed stronger physiques and abilities than ordinary people. They are considered the backbone of society, and there are also several martial arts masters chatting among them, talking about their own experiences and stories of heroes saving damsels in distress. These people with martial arts and great strength are called warriors, and they play an important role in the social structure of the beast taming continent. Warriors not only play an important role in taming and raising beasts, but also in deploying troops, patrolling, maintaining social security, and other aspects. Among them, some martial arts families, after their decline, founded their own schools and passed down martial arts, allowing their unique skills to flourish. The existence of warriors enriches the social structure of the beast taming continent. They not only play a key role in battles, but are also indispensable in maintaining social order and resisting invasions by fallen beasts. At the same time, a storyteller was recording the game on the sidelines. His brush was writing quickly on the paper, and from time to time he showed a thoughtful expression. Obviously, he was not only a storyteller, but also a martial artist. In the year of the rat, a son was born in the Gao family of Tianxing City. He learned to read in March and was extremely intelligent. In July, he reached the realm of controlling the earth with 4 stars. He was extremely talented and handsome. A girl admired him. He participated in the annual competition and won the Shao family's Warfire team once, advancing happily. He won the Werewolf team twice and had amazing command talent. He won the Strong victory at the age of 30. On a chosen day, he led the Red Star team to 3 wins in 3 games. Few people knew him. He was precocious and had the demeanor of a great general. At a young age, he already had the appearance of a dragon flying into the sky. The beast he controlled by contract was a golden panda. If this child does not die, he will surely be famous in the 3 provinces in the future. His name is Gao Hao. Then his eyes fell on a child with a bandage on his left arm, and a deep sigh appeared on his face. There are many talented people in Tianxing City. There is a village called Xingshou Village. The villagers have been farming for generations. In the 2nd month of the year of the pig, the dragon raised its head, and a child with phosphorus armor on one arm was born, which was considered a good omen. He accidentally ate a 1,000-year-old grass insect, which opened his talent for taming beasts. At the age of 1, he practiced to the level of 7-star taming earth. His talent far exceeded that of ordinary disciples of noble families. He entered the annual competition of the Gao family and won 3 battles in a row. He turned the tide of the battle with his own strength. He was a man of great luck. He was born in a difficult situation, but he had amazing perseverance and a look of wealth. He was regarded as the son of Tianxing City's great fortune by Gao Qiangxing, the head of the Gao family. He was accepted as a personal disciple and rewarded with 100 million gold. He enjoyed the treatment of the Gao family's direct successor and was given an unknown name. Gao Hao silently followed the team out of the arena, with no joy of victory on his face. In the morning battle, the beasts of Guohong, Han Ping, and Zhang Xiao were all injured, which might affect the afternoon competition. There is a huge difference in the recovery speed between a growing beast master and a mature beast master, so we can only wait for the doctor's examination results. Top 15? Should I give up on the top 10? Gao Hao pondered in his mind. What shocked Gao Hao the most was that a boy who was not much older than him had such amazing fighting power. He himself was like a small Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he actually used the strength of his left arm to beat a mature spirit tiger until it vomited blood. What was even more shocking was that Gao Qiangxing personally took the boy in as his personal disciple, giving him the same treatment as the Gao family's direct descendants. The status of a direct disciple means that this boy is likely to become a member of the Gao family in the future, and even marry a girl from the Gao family. After sending several friends to the infirmary, Gao Hao carried Guohong, who had a worried look on her face, on his back. She had sprained her foot during the competition. After the doctor examined you and applied some medicine, he said calmly, "It's a minor injury. It won't affect the afternoon's game. But with your strength, it may be a stretch for you to participate in the afternoon's game." After all, the remaining 15 teams are at least 5-star Earth control, which means that their earth control quality is higher and they have twice as much earth control as you. You should think about it carefully. If you decide to give up, it's still not too late to find the examiner now. Once the competition starts in the afternoon, you will lose the opportunity to withdraw. The doctor looked at Gao Hao's tearful eyes, then looked at Gao Hao, the team leader, and gave his advice. Chapter 50. Gao Hao endured the pain in her feet and said firmly, "Don't worry about me, I can continue the game." Han Ping and Zhang Xiao also immediately approached Gao Hao and said, "Brother Hao, our beast will recover soon. Although the game this morning was thrilling, it was us who held you back. I hope you don't despise us." Gao Hao looked at Gao Cheng, waiting for his opinion. Gao Cheng said seriously, "Brother Hao, I also want to continue the competition. The 15th place can only get a consolation prize. Aren't we practicing hard for today's competition?" Gao Hao shook his head and said, "Calm down. Our 3 victories were largely due to luck. We worked together to get into the top 15, which has proven your talent and ability. However, everyone's beasts are damaged, including my bear Dun Dun. It also consumed a lot of energy and fought against 2 mature beasts. The afternoon's game will definitely be more difficult than the morning's." Gao Hao continued, "Listen to my advice. We will not participate in the afternoon's game. We should quit while we are ahead. Don't think that we can always make a comeback." Gao Hao looked at the 4 people and said slowly, "We will gather at the entrance of the competition venue in half an hour. Giving up temporarily is to better digest the experience of the 3 battles." After saying that, Gao Hao turned and left the lounge. The doctor on duty admired Gao Hao's departing back and then said to the people in the infirmary with red eyes, "You guys are still crying after winning. What will the losers do? Don't always think about the sweetness of victory. It will come at a heavy price. Don't regret it when the Beast Master has hidden dangers." The doctor said calmly, "Let's go outside and take a look. There are bound to be some injuries in the competition." One child's beast was seriously injured, and he himself suffered the backlash. Half of his arm was broken, and he needs to recuperate for half a year before he can resume training. Beasts also need to be recuperated. Don't regret it when you lose something really important. The 4 of them lowered their heads in shame after hearing the doctor's words. Although they said it tough, they knew in their hearts how hard it was for the Beast Masters to fight in the front. Around 1 p.m., several people arrived at the competition venue, and Gao Hao was giving Xiong Dundun some extra food. Xiong Dundun performed very well today, and his combination of Dragon Fist and Dragon Claw was even more refined. "Have you thought it through?" Gao Hao asked as he fed Xiong Dundun big meatballs dipped in honey, apples, and oranges. Recently, Xiong Dundun's food has increased a lot, and the nutrition is more balanced. He can't just eat bamboo, but also fruits and vegetables. "Think it through. Let's give up the competition," Gao Hao said on behalf of everyone. Gao Hao smiled and said, "That's right. Continuing the competition will do us more harm than good. Although we didn't fully achieve our goal, we also learned a lot of things that we didn't know or pay attention to in normal times." Gao Hao then reflected on himself. "For example, I have always believed that my limit should be about 5 minutes. But today, facing 2 beast masters who cooperated well and moved quickly, I couldn't hold on for even a minute. If Xiong Dundun hadn't noticed my danger in advance, I'm afraid I would have been lying on the hospital bed. Brother Hao, the responsibility lies with me. The previous 2 victories made me a little proud and complacent, and I underestimated the enemy." Gao Hao said seriously at this moment. Gao Hao's 1-legged golden crow originally had the upper hand, but because of carelessness he fell into a trap, giving the white wolf an opportunity to take advantage. The first beast that Gao Hao contracted was a 1-legged golden crow of the flying type. With its powerful talents and the destructive power of fire, it would be an important member of any team. Gao Hao is lively and active, and is the happy pill of the team. She likes Gao Hao very much, and is very clingy and obedient to him. Several people walked into the competition venue to go through the withdrawal procedures. Gao Hao looked at the withdrawal notice. Although he felt a little disappointed, he knew that this was the right choice. The most important thing now was to understand his own limits. Everyone, although we didn't make it into the top 10, there will be rewards for the top 15. Each person can receive an honorary reward of 1,000 yuan. Gao Hao originally thought that they would only get a participation prize, but he didn't expect that the top 15 would also receive a bonus. After the withdrawal, the staff directly handed Gao Hao a reward of 5,000 yuan. "Keep going. I'm counting on you next year." The pretty lady who gave the reward even gave Gao Hao a kiss on the face. "Thank you, Annie." Gao Hao pulled his friends away. Gao Hao grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly. "I didn't even touch you once, but you were kissed." When they arrived under a bare willow tree outside the competition venue, Gao Hao distributed red envelopes to his teammates one by one with a relaxed smile on his face. Leading a team in battle is very stressful. In the past few days, Gao Hao has been simulating battles in his mind and analyzing the situations he encountered, but today he still discovered his own shortcomings. Everyone, there will be an individual competition in 5 days. With our level, it will be no problem to get into the top 200. My goal is 100th place, so everyone should prepare well. Gao Hao planned not to watch the competition in the afternoon, but to go home to practice. He realized that improving the realm is the most important thing for a Beastmaster. Captain, aren't you going to watch the game? Gao Hao wanted to stay and take the opportunity to buy some delicious food. You guys go, I have something to do. Remember not to go alone. When you encounter danger and trouble, you must put your own safety first and don't be impulsive. After Gao Hao finished speaking, he rode away on Xiong Dundun. Gao Hao looked at the others and asked, "Are you going?" Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, "My green-eyed water python is still in the infirmary. I have to go and guard it." Han Ping also shook his head. Gao Qing saw that he was the only one left. Although his ox-elephant beast was not injured, he felt uneasy. "I will go with him too. You guys are so heartless," Gao Hao muttered. "The rewards we received in this competition are all due to the hard work of the Beastmasters. If you spend some money to buy them some delicious food, they will be happier." "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Han Ping said, "I need to buy 5 roasted rabbits for my desert scorpion. I heard that the rabbits at the competition venue are tender and delicious." "I want 5 too," said Zhang Xiao. Gao Qing said, "My bull elephant likes to eat grass, so I will buy it some salad." Buy some big watermelons. I've seen many elephants like to eat watermelons," Gao Hao said with a smile. "Then let's go in and watch the game." Gao Hao returned home and lay in his father's rocking chair. Gao Hao's parents have been called away by the family to do some work these days. There are many distinguished guests visiting Tianxing City this year, and Gao Changxing has to host the annual competition, so he is already busy running back and forth and is very busy with work. Gao Changxing was also asked to receive the distinguished guests. On the one hand, it was because of his high status, and on the other hand, it was because he was young and could easily chat with the guests. As a man in his 60s, Gao Hao's father no longer participates in these social activities, preferring to enjoy the tranquility at home. Chapter 51, a distinguished guest came to Tianxing City. A heavy, huge, dragon-shaped gate that is hundreds of feet long. At the huge gate outside Tianxing City, for Beastmasters at the level of generals were commanding their own beasts. The 4 Wukongs were powerful, each as tall as 6 feet, and covered in meteorite armor, like giant steel beasts. Following the orders from the 4 Beastmasters, the 4 iron gorillas worked together to push the giant dragon-shaped gate, pushing and pulling the thick iron chains, and slowly opened the giant gate. Gao Changsheng and Wu Qingyuan both had dignified expressions and were dressed in stately reception uniforms. They were adorned with precious luster and looked wealthy, dignified, graceful, and elegant. As beautiful as the moon and stars, as handsome as the stars, plain but with a dignified and elegant temperament. His eyes are as bright and vast as the stars, and majesty is evident wherever his gaze goes. This grand ceremony, with rows of iron-clad armies, included 100 clan-level Beastmasters, 2,000 well-equipped local soldiers in armor, and 4 general-level Beastmasters. The distinguished guests were personally received by Gao Changxing and Wu Qingyuan, 2 royal-level officials. Generally, visitors came in the morning. The 2 of them had obviously been preparing in the morning and had not been waiting until this afternoon when the airships of the Mao and Qin families finally arrived. The huge airship is 100 meters long, with an exquisite and beautiful appearance. Every inch of steel is made of black gold iron, which is 100 times harder than diamond. The enhanced defense formation can block the beast tamers at the Imperial level. The airship stopped and hovered 20 meters above the ground. A huge heat wave rolled over Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changxing on the ground. Not a single hair of hers was messed up as she stood at the huge city gate and watched the airship land calmly. I heard that building an airship of this type would cost tens of billions of yuan, which is very expensive. This is the smallest family airship. If Gao Changsheng represents the Gao family to participate in important meetings of other clans to discuss future development and major events, he can also take it. The family's image must be maintained, and no matter what you do, you cannot lose face. Even if it is a waste of resources, it still brings in the fighting power of a group. Moreover, it is an elite division in the army. It only takes half a day to mobilize these 2,000 people. The king of hell would yell at them harshly if he saw them, and they have to work overtime. It will take them forever to get a holiday. The weather today was relatively mild, with the sun shining down with gentle rays. As the hatch of the airship opened, a gorgeous and beautiful woman leisurely illuminated the scenery outside. The woman frowned at first, then quickly relaxed. The development of the star dream sea can be said to be protected on all sides. There has been almost no major destruction or war in the past 100,000 years. The woman looked like a well-educated, gentle, and beautiful lady. She was wearing a snow-white dress and had a fresh fragrance all over her body. What an ancient city wall. My father asked me to come to a place like this. It's a waste of my training time. I finally completed a $1 trillion order task recently, but now he asked me to participate in such a meaningless event. The woman's voice was green and graceful, like the joyful whisper of a lark. On her jade hand, which was sticking out from her sleeve, was a gem that emitted 7 colors. Colorful stones, and purely natural, without any signs of processing, are engraved with several complex protective formations. The delicate face seems to be telling something, and her eyes reveal love and show off. Her every move was careless, her scenery was flowing, and the white dress wrapped her like a work of art, wrapping her exquisite body to the fullest, exuding a mature charm. With her curvy body, she is very hot. Her long white hair fell naturally around her waist, as smooth and soft as silk. As she stepped down from the airship step by step, 2 men followed closely behind her. Both of them were Emperor-level beast masters. Mao Tongtong looked around and finally did not approach Gao Changsheng and Wu Qingyuan with disgust. The people who came to greet her were all dressed in very rustic clothes, as if it was an ancient ritual from thousands of years ago. This practice had long been out of fashion in Xingmingxi. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changsheng looked at each other. They both saw through the woman's strength at a glance. She was at the peak of the imperial emperor and only half a step away from being an imperial lord. There was a great hope for her to break through within 2 years. Wu Qingyuan asked quietly, "What does she mean by that? Should we go pick her up?" Gao Changsheng also shook his head. He had never liked this kind of hypocritical behavior before. Now that he had accepted the task and the reward was not low, he naturally had to do his best. "I'll go," Gao Changsheng said. Wu Qingyuan listened and said, "Don't be impulsive. You need to change your temper. Don't be the same as before. You are already the father of 2 children. You need to be mature." "Oh, wife, stop wasting time. I understand." Gao Changsheng's serious expression could hardly be suppressed. He felt that his uncle Gao Changsheng's arrangement was just to supervise him. He took a deep breath and teleported to 3 meters away from Mao Tongtong. He said in a gentle tone, "Gao Changsheng, the direct descendant of the Gao family. I am responsible for receiving you all this time. May I ask if you're the white-haired second young lady of the Mao family, Mao Tongtong?" Mao Tongtong raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and she almost couldn't hold back her originally calm expression. Her brother was the next head of the Mao family and had a very high status. His father is the current head of the Mao family. He participated in the Northern Campaign 20 years ago and was recognized by the royal family and the nobles and awarded the title. Mao Jingyi stood out among his many brothers and became the head of the Mao family. Whenever someone dared to call her second Miss Whitehair, she would fiercely fight back against such people who couldn't speak. "You must be the Gao family's eternal 3rd son, Gao Changsheng, who is always causing trouble. Nice to meet you." Mao Tongtong is not someone who can be easily messed with. She graduated from the Magical Beast Taming Academy 1 year older than Gao Changsheng, and is considered Gao Changsheng's senior sister. She had heard a lot about Gao Changsheng, who was considered a negative figure in the academy. Now Mao Tongtong had taken over part of the family business, and 30% of Xingminghai Manufacturing's business came from the Magical Beast Taming Academy. The other 20% share comes from Xingnan College in the native province. This college was originally one of the 4 major cities in Nanxing province, but its geographical location is superior and suitable for cultivating high-end beastmaster talents. Therefore, the city was directly developed on a large scale, and a large number of Xingnan colleges were built. 95% of the local people became rich. Now Xingnan College has a population of 70 million. It is almost 2/3 less than the peak period. Because of the soaring prices, most ordinary people are thinking of selling their houses first, and then buying them back when the price drops. They never expect that they will never be able to get their houses back once they sell them. The last half went to Jincheng to mine, and the other half was taken over by Tianxing City and Xingyue Bay. The ancestors who decided to buy houses and move away at that time probably don't even have their ancestral graves now. The locals of Xingnan College now have mixed accents and a sense of local dialects. Among them are merchants of learning and cultivation equipment from other provinces, as well as a group of graduates who have settled directly in Xingnan College. After tens of thousands of years of development, Xingnan Academy is now a mixed bag of people, like a dragon's lair, all of whom are beast masters eager to soar into the sky and ride on the clouds. In the Xingnan College area, any student you meet when you go out must not be provoked. Otherwise, they will let you know what it means to be unable to sleep at night. They come to your building every day and howl like ghosts and wolves, and even do everything they can to spread rumors, slander, frame you. There is nothing they can't do. The group of people who can force you to live a miserable life and leave the place where you originally lived and who can get along well here all have some abilities. The students of Xingnan College are all outstanding students under the age of 15. Among them are warriors, literature, several thousand subject professional training bases, and the most important development base for Beastmasters. Children around 10 years old will come from thousands of miles away to study at Xingnan College and live here for up to 5 years, which is a very long and important development period in life. The teenagers at this age are all very loyal and will start a fight at any time. They will fight together when something happens and will run faster than the other after something happens. They are at an age that makes people dislike them. To put it nicely, he has not been beaten by society. To put it bluntly, there are some bad elements in his bones that have not been changed. He needs to be whipped and severely disciplined. The admission requirement for Xingnan Beastmaster Academy is to break through to become a master-level Beastmaster before the age of 10, which will eliminate about half of the Beastmaster students. However, you can apply to study in various other liberal arts or military colleges, so the knowledge taught by the Gao Family Academy at the beginning is still a very important part. At the beginning, the Gao family provided 3 paths. Even if one did not do well, one could still support oneself, and the annual income after graduation would be considerable. No matter whether he is in business or administration, if he continues to move up the examination ladder, if he can be admitted to the Magic Academy of Magic City Province, this will be the door to his life, which has been kicked open. You will be appointed to an official position directly after graduation, and the Zhongyuan Empire will pay you a salary every year, which means you have a stable job and royal salary. Your descendants will have even more advantages. There is a saying that ancestral positions are passed down from generation to generation. No matter how badly you do your job, you can still live a life of idleness and wait for death in the village. With the experience of their ancestors in assessing officials, everyone's competitive advantages are naturally different. You are several steps ahead of others, and when others try to catch up, your father's experience may not be useful. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. It will decline after several generations. One generation of officials can bring wealth to 3 generations. Whether it is the experience of success or failure, these experiences are valuable assets that future generations can learn from. The times always hold back the lifeblood of some people. They learn knowledge before the age of 30, but end up achieving nothing. It's very hard if they don't want to do this, and it's too tiring if they don't want to do that. After the age of 30, ordinary people look at their aging fathers who are almost 60 and still working hard, and they suddenly wake up a little, start to work seriously, and desire promotion and salary increase. Work hard and work hard. Never complain about being tired, just work like a slave silently. When Gao Changsheng and Mao Tongtong were arguing, the Qin family's airship landed 100 meters away from the Mao family's airship. The 2 distinguished guests who came down were actually the current patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Tianyi, and his daughter Qin Shishir. Gao Changxing and Mao Tongtong were both shocked. At this moment, their father Gao Shaodian and cousin Gao Qiqiang had both gone to the Death Star Valley in Xingyue Bay to provide support. Did something go wrong? Gao Changxing guessed in his mind, but he did not dare to be negligent and immediately said respectfully to Qin Tianyi, who was walking towards him. Patriarch Qin, Miss Qin has come from afar. Welcome to visit Tianxing City. I am here on behalf of the Gao family to welcome you into the city. This time, I will open the giant dragon-shaped gate of Tianxing City. Welcome to both of you, please. Gao Changxing spoke comprehensively and forcefully, which was completely different from when he talked to his peers. This was naturally due to the teachings of his parents. Mao Tongtong also immediately straightened his posture and walked towards Qin Tianyi, saying, Chief Qin, I came to Tianxing City on behalf of my father to watch the Gao family's annual competition. I didn't expect you to come as well. I heard that there has been some unrest in Death Star Valley and Star Picking Peak recently. Could something have happened? Mao Tongtong asked questions without hesitation, and Gao Changxing looked at Qin Tianyi curiously. Ha! Your worries are unnecessary. It's just some petty thief from the Holy Church who poached the imperial beasts. They have been solved by the three of us working together. There is nothing that the five imperial beasts can't solve. Gao Changxing listened and nodded, and so did Mao Tongtong. They had heard a little about those who joined the Holy Church, but they had lived there for so many years and had never met those high-ranking officials. Those caught were just a few petty thieves. Please come in. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it in my Gao family's mansion. You have come from afar, and I have prepared the best food, dance, etc. Gao Changsheng did not have any conflict with Mao Tongtong. The two of them talked freely, and the conversation became interesting. Haha, now that you mention it, I really think you've changed a lot. Sometimes rumors are not believable. When I was a child, some people were jealous of my beauty and said bad things about me. Mao Tongtong would talk about his own beauty every 3 sentences, his own achievements every 5 sentences, and his father and brother every 15 sentences. He didn't mention his divorce at all. Wu Qingyuan glanced at Mao Tongtong. This colorful gem was so beautiful that even she herself had never received such a beautiful gem. She asked what kind of man gave it to her. My name is Wu Qingyuan, Gao Changxing's wife. I just saw the colorful ring on your hand. The colorful stones used are very unusual. I wonder where I can buy one. It can't be bought. Mao Tongtong shook her head and said, my suitor went to Bahuang Island and got it with great difficulty. It's also because of this that I am willing to divorce and be with him. Gao Changxing had a lot of question marks in his head. He didn't understand Mao Tongtong's train of thought for a moment, and then glanced at Wu Qingyuan beside him. Seeing that she lost interest instantly, he had no intention of asking further. Some things don't make sense when others say them, but people who listen to it will feel that this person has a mental illness, and it is a serious one. Aren't you curious? Legend has it that the 7-colored stone is a gem that can guide the path to immortality. Mao Tongtong said naturally. Qin Tianyi listened and asked, Miss Mao, most of the legends are meant to deceive ignorant people and to drive up prices. As a businessman, don't you understand? You? Mao Tongtong was furious, but finally gritted her teeth and did not confront Qin Tianyi head-on. Several people walked through the giant dragon-shaped gate in the outer city, the Babwa Koan Gate in the middle city, and the Four Symbols Formation in the inner city. The large chain formation with one ring inside another was also the Gao family's most proud creation. Chapter 52, the relationship between Gao Changxing and Qin Tianyi. Gao Changxing and Wu Qingyuan led the 5 people all the way through the outer courtyard and middle courtyard of the Gao family. On both sides of the road, the Gao family also had many ancient buildings, stacked layer by layer, beautifully built like a scenic line. But Mao Tongtong prefers the modern style. The spotless white walls, as pure as snow, the exquisite murals with carved dragons and painted phoenixes, the beautiful and shocking design. Coupled with the convenient and quick method of use, it is obvious that the 1,000-year-old rules are still used in Tianxing City. Even if the streets are clean, other places are probably full of filth and evil, and only a road is clear to welcome them. Along the way, some people were curious, some were dodging, and many people had curiosity in their eyes. Gao Cheng and his group had just come out of the competition field when they saw the scene of 10 Beastmasters at the general level escorting 5 people. Han Ping asked curiously, which big shot is coming to Tianxing City to play? It's such a grand ceremony. If I go out to play in the future, I want to be treated like this. TSK, this hope is very small. Look at those 2. They're the direct descendants of the Gao family. If you want this treatment, you must at least be a close confidant of the family head, and you must at least break through to the Imperial Emperor level, otherwise forget it. There was a hint of inferiority in Gao Cheng's eyes, but he instantly forgot about his own life experience. His mother had already told him about this. If he had not come to the Gao family, with his talent he would naturally be accepted by other small families, but his future achievements would probably be at most at the level of a royal general. If he was trained by the Gao family, then the level of a royal emperor would not even be the end. There is a huge gap in resources between the two, and Gao family blood flows in his veins. If he doesn't come to the Gao family to take advantage, it would be a huge loss. Gao Cheng already had his own goals. 2 rows of soldiers on the road were marching in an orderly manner, maintaining order. Guohong was carrying 5 roasted rabbits of her own, and she was eating half a roasted rabbit leg in her mouth. It was like a little hamster with a lot of fruit in its mouth. Its cheeks were bulging, looking extremely cute, and it seemed that it wanted to say something but couldn't say it clearly. Good tickets. Zhang Xiao explained calmly. She is so beautiful, right? I want to find a beautiful woman like this to be my wife in the future. Gao Cheng, do you think I have any hope? Gao Cheng felt embarrassed after listening to this. Why did these two good brothers have different ideas from him? They had two different things in their heads since childhood. One is power, the other is a woman. Gao Cheng himself also thought about it seriously, and it seemed that there was no difference in what he wanted. Respect and face prevented anyone from laughing at the fact that he had an illegitimate child. The three of them smiled at each other and saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Only Guohong couldn't understand it, because she was the most powerful beastmaster in the team. Originally, she should have been the captain of the Red Star team, but she handed it over to Gao Hao forcefully, thus losing an opportunity to grow and exercise her wisdom. Guest room in Gao family's inner palace. Gao Changsheng led Qin Tianyi to the most luxurious and noble guest room. The whole room was magnificent and dazzling. It looked very expensive, and just touching it made one feel like one was on the verge of bankruptcy. Patriarch Qin, you can rest here. I have just informed my uncle, and he will come to receive you soon. Your daughter Wu Qingyuan will take her to dinner, and then invite her to watch the annual competition of my Gao family. It is very interesting if she likes it. Gao Changsheng waved his hand and prepared, and 3 or 4 maids came in immediately with food and wine. They were all rare beasts that were descendants of the 4 elephants. There were black-shelled turtle, celestial phoenix, golden tiger claw, and unicorn heart, but the only thing missing was dragon. The Gao family did not serve dragon dishes, so they used the dragon's incarnation, spirit snake soup, and 9 exquisitely decorated dishes, which were very beautiful. It's first-class treatment. Qin Tianyi smiled and said, "Thank you for the hospitality. I can see that you have prepared carefully. I heard that your son is very talented. Xinyue Bay is not a wealthy place. We just found a sacred medicinal herb, year's grass, which is about 200 years old. When your son breaks through to the Imperial Master stage, we will use it as medicine to stabilize his realm." Gao Changxing listened and nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Qin. I cannot accept such a valuable gift. My uncle will be here soon. Please wait for a moment. You're being polite, aren't you? After all, my great-grandmother is a blood relative of the Gao family. If you call me uncle, do we still need to be polite?" Qin Tianyi pushed the gift box over. Gao Changxing took a look and immediately explained, smiling gently, "Uncle Qin, I really can't accept this gift. I'm here to fulfill my mission. Next time Uncle Qin comes, you can come to my little house and sit down. I accept your kindness." "Ah, Qin Tianyi, long time no see." A loud laughter came from outside the door. Gao Changxing had a look of relief on his face. He finally came. If he stayed a little longer, he couldn't help but accept it. "My parents have strict education, Lao Gao," Qin Tianyi said with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Gao Changxing walked in and looked at the gift box, then stepped back indifferently with a look of disdain, without giving any face. He opened the wine jug and poured a glass before saying, "You are targeting my nephew, but you have miscalculated." "Huh? What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I just want to show some concern." Qin Tianyi took the wine. At this moment, Gao Changxing had already left the room. Gao Changxing didn't care. He smiled with a happy face and said frankly, "My nephew's talent is top-notch, above the upper class. You are here today to discuss the quota for 3 years later, right? It's like this. Your Gao family has 3 places, our Qin family also has 3, and the Mao family has 4 places. However, the Mao family has to take out 1 trillion, and you and I will split it equally." Gao Changxing listened and thought, then took out the list he had prepared long ago, exhaled slowly, and pushed it to Qin Tianyi to look at. "Gao Zhen, Gao Chun, Gao Hao, this is the list of participants decided by my Gao family. It will not change unless there are special circumstances." Qin Tianyi looked at the list and said in surprise, "Gao Chun? Didn't her mother run back to her parents' home with her son and grandson because she was dissatisfied with the Gao family? Let's not talk about this troublesome matter. Who knows what the second brother thinks? He enjoys the happiness of having many wives, so he must also suffer the pain of having many wives." Gao Changxing asked, 3 years is not a long time, but it's not a short time either. Is she on the Mao family's list?" "Yes, there is," Qin Tianyi said with a smile. The 2 men smiled. They had some understanding of Mao Jingyi. He was upright and stubborn, and was a person who liked to strictly abide by the rules. He had 4 sons and 1 daughter in his life. There is no doubt about his sons' education. He trained them very hard. Now 3 of them are serving in the Northern Army, and the eldest is left at home as the head of the family. The inheritance is relatively stable. Pampering a daughter is also pampering, but it will not destroy the inheritance. This also leads to Mao Tongtong, who is used to being pampered and has a strong personality, sometimes having a bad mental state. Why can't a woman be the head of a family? What happened to the saying that women are as good as men? Every family has its own troubles. The Qin family's reputation has been in a mess over the past few decades. The family head should have been passed down from generation to generation. As a result, the first 5 heads of the Qin family died faster than the last. Although they all died in a bloody battle, the other 2 families had investigated the reasons many times. Now it was his turn, the 6th son, to be in charge. Drink some wine and don't talk about your troubles. The 2 of them suddenly raised their glasses and drank 3 glasses each, as if the matter was over. Mao Tongtong has become active recently. I wonder if the knot in her heart has been untied. When I was a child, I hugged this little girl and pulled my beard to do business. Do you want the newly invented shaving device? Gao Xiangxing and the other person solved the important issue in a few words, and now they just drank, ate, and chatted. We were both fooled. I don't know who said that kids don't lie. They even told me I got a discount, but I ended up spending 300 yuan and couldn't even cut half of my beard. It was a complete IQ tax. When Qin Tianyi said this, he remembered that the biggest loss in his life was caused by a little girl. She charged him 300 yuan for a 20 yuan razor. When I got home, I showed off the shaving tool from Xingminghai. But I was embarrassed for a long time. It was a prop for ordinary people, and it only cost 35 yuan to ship it here. Mao Tongtong had a great influence on him, and even changed his view of children, believing that one should not look down on children and be rude to them. Chapter 53. Born in a blessed environment, but don't know how to appreciate it. Hey, you've been fooled. I warned you at the time to bargain and not to act like a rich kid and squander money. Gao Xiangxing drank a glass of wine and said this with a faint and somewhat proud smile. I bought it for 100 yuan. I thought it was very cheap at the time, so I bargained for it and got 50 yuan off. But I never expected that this kid made 80 yuan from me silently with tears in his eyes, and even cried and said that this was the lowest price. And if it was any lower, he would lose money. Gao Xiangxing was talking about the past while picking up food, and Qin Tianyi was talking. They just talked about their 5 brothers. Both of them laughed as they talked, with a look of loneliness and melancholy in their eyes. Spring flowers and autumn moons, who can know when they will die? Drinking, death is like a light going out. If you don't cherish others during life, you will pretend to be nice after death. They have children, and each of them has started a family and a career, so they could be considered to have completed their mission. Gao Xiangxing said with a smile, I am now 60 years old. Sooner or later, I will step down and practice hard to improve my realm. It is time for me to enjoy some family benefits. Gao Xiangxing said proudly that the 2 men were of similar ages, and they had worked together as a team before. The fact that Qin Tianyi dared to come alone this time was enough to show that they had a good relationship. Has the next head of the Qin family been decided? The new generation must also be trained well. Nothing can be left behind. The family's affection must be maintained. If it is broken, it will be hard to say what will happen to the next generation. Qin Tianyi listened with some worry and said, Nowadays, the younger generation has hundreds of thousands of pocket money every month. It's not easy to train the new generation. They ask for money all the time and cause trouble for me at every turn. Your Gao family's training system is perfect, so there won't be a situation where all the talents are fake. Now only my daughter is still thinking about helping me. Others want to tear the family apart and swallow them up. Now everyone is shirking responsibility. Everyone is scared to death. This doesn't work and needs to be changed. That doesn't work and needs to be repaired. It seems that even drinking cold water will scare the Qin family. I'm afraid a lot of blood will be shed if we rectify the Qin family. Qin Tianyi said, I have already paved the way, and I will shoulder the responsibility alone. When I die, you must not forget to collect my body. My daughter is in trouble, so you must remember to help her. I don't even dare to hope for the Qin family anymore. They are too deeply permeated by greed. I live in fear every day. Qin Tianyi complained for a while, and the chopsticks he used to pick up food trembled a little. You have to know that he is at the level of a royal lord. He took over a huge mess, with holes and bumps everywhere. If he used a knife to cut it, he would inevitably dig into his own aorta. Gao Xiangxing listened in silence and did not respond. He just wanted to listen to other people's affairs. He himself didn't understand much and had no say, so the topics he brought up were things that both of them knew. It's a reminisce. Mentioning the heir is also for the purpose of maintaining respective stability and interests, and they cannot be confused. Now that the Qin family this behemoth, has been mentioned. Even if the emperor came, he would have to think twice about whether helping him would drag himself down. The collapse of a big family means not only problems within the family, but also that it is being targeted by outsiders who want to replace it. But there are some things he cannot say. As the head of the family, you cannot act on impulse. Gao Tianxing suddenly said, Tianni, I will pretend that I have never heard these words, but I can tell you a story. Legend has it that the gods of the Beastmaster continent created humans a long, long time ago. We have read in textbooks that the rich ones were carved and molded by hand, while the poor ones were made of clay that's whipped out with clay. Qin Tianni looked puzzled and asked, Is that what is written in the book? Why haven't I read it? Is the copy you read a pirated one? The school doesn't have this story. Gao Qiaoxing listened and laughed. Sometimes Qin Tianni just liked to be serious. He stood up, filled his glass with wine, patted his shoulder, and sat back in his seat. I'm just using a metaphor to say how it's possible that humans were thrown out of the mud. To put it simply, a child born with a golden key can spend a long time nurturing himself with great care, while a poor person is bound by daily necessities and has a hard time surviving. So how can he afford to nurture his child's wisdom? Gao Qiaoxing said this with a hint of meaning, giving an example. In ancient times, there were also children who were precocious and wrote famous lines at the age of 5, but when they grew up, they became corrupt officials. Gao Qiaoxing paused and looked at the few dishes left. Both of them had drunk quite a bit of wine, so he slowly uttered 8 words. Where there is no tiger, there must be jackals. Gao Qiaoxing said majestically, Now you are the head of the family, the patriarch of a large family. You can't just think about your own children. If you spoil them, they won't grow up. Only after experiencing the hardships of survival can you know the sweetness of life. Qin Tianni was confused and didn't know what Gao Qiaoxing meant by this. He also said some inexplicable things. In his heart, he really looked down on the poor. If you don't wake up yourself, how can you shock the world? Gao Qiaoxing thought about it and sighed. It seemed that Qin Tianni was just a reckless man with great ambitions. The Qin family did not have the tradition of adopting direct disciples from the common people. The genius young man with phosphorus armor on his left arm has been in the Gao family's sight since he was born. Otherwise, it has been a year. Otherwise, he would have been killed or taken away by another family. The elixir will not wait for you to pick it. It will only reward those who are prepared. The entire Tianxing City, more than half of the 300 million people, have become the eyes of the Gao family. This is the operating mechanism of the Gao family. Just like his second brother Gao Fuyan, the mistake he made was a trivial one, a mistake that even men from ordinary families would make, given the authority and power of the Gao family. To put it bluntly, if you cough, all the doctors in Tianxing City will come to visit you and ask if something happened. It has been 30 years, and Gao Fuyan has always had a bad reputation. He is scolded and humiliated every day, but he has managed to endure it all. There is no doubt about that. If he had not repented and had contradicted the head of the family, Gao Fuyan would probably be mining in the Black Gold Mountains in Jincheng now, and would not be worthy of the title of second master of the Gao family. Tianxing City can do without Gao Fuyan, but it cannot do without the existence of the Gao family, so the impact of Gao Fuyan's presence or absence is really too small. All we can say is that Gao Fuyan is able to endure, is willing to be beaten and scolded, is willing to bear the humiliation for the sake of his own woman, and he managed to marry the woman who was willing to marry him. In addition to their own strength and hard work, not to mention that many of the Gao family side branches have 3 wives and 4 concubines. The main reason why the direct lineage is afraid of internal strife is that there are many restrictions and rules. No matter how hard my second grandfather and his family try in the future, they will never have the power to become the head of the Gao family. Even several of their sons and daughters have gone out to develop. The family resources are getting less and less, and this is the reason why my second grandfather's family fell apart. If you want to eat in the Gao family, you must work and have actual achievements. Even Gao Chongsheng and Wu Qingyuan received huge sums of hundreds of millions of dollars. But how many people know about it now? He didn't even hire a cook. He did everything himself. Only his family members knew how good the food was. She never spent money extravagantly, and there were certain requirements for giving her children pocket money. So in order to get pocket money, Gao Nianian could only find ways to improve her grades and spend more time studying. Servants and luxurious rooms are only used to receive distinguished guests. However, there are too many idle people eating at the Qin family. Each of them earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a month, which is 10 times that of the Gao family. Moreover, only a few direct descendants of the Gao family have such treatment. 40,000 yuan a month is almost the annual income of an ordinary person. Um, when Gao Xiangxing heard about the treatment the Qin family received, he shed tears of envy. Hundreds of thousands of pocket money a month. If he had had this treatment when he was a child, he would probably have spent more on entertainment than his second brother Gao Fuyin. It's still the same old saying, if you gain something, you will suffer something. Having money has its disadvantages, and having no money has even more disadvantages. Only when you know how to use money correctly can you enjoy the benefits that money brings, such as learning knowledge and learning a good royal technique. Gifts for parents to show, filial piety, etc. If you don't know how to spend money, but have a lot of money, it will be easy to go astray and fall into the trap set by some scheming people. Therefore, in order to avoid excessive waste of resources, the Gao family has its own set of assessment methods, and only those who pass the assessment will receive higher treatment. Gao Hao's performance, wisdom, learning, and attitude towards his peers in the past 6 months have all been recognized by Gao Xiangxing. Chapter 54, High-Level Warrior Competition. Let's drink and don't talk about family matters. Gao Xiangxing said nothing more. What he wanted to say was that the Qin family should tighten their belts and live an ordinary life. The situation can still be saved if we give the family a decade to settle down and rectify the family culture, which can give our family a glimmer of hope. It will naturally become clear which ones are good-for-nothings who only know how to eat and drink, and which ones are talented and knowledgeable family members. There is no need to search them hard. Those with abilities will naturally stand out, while those without abilities will experience the same feeling as ordinary people of having no money and having to tighten their belts to make ends meet. Some people even live worse than ordinary people because of laziness. Without money, these parasites will no longer have the capital to do evil and show off, and the family order will naturally be restored a lot. 10 years is a long time, and choices and sacrifices must be made. After the two of them had their fill of food and drink, Gao Xiangxing accompanied Qin Tianyi for a walk in the Gao family courtyard to help him get rid of the bad luck and depression in his heart. As they walked and looked, some of the Gao family's buildings had not been changed for 400 or 500 years. Gao Xiangxing took Qin Tianyi and slowly walked towards the advanced Earth Control Competition arena. Your Gao family hasn't changed much in the past 30 years. Even the small stone is still there. Qin Tianyi looked at the stone on the clay figurine in the corner. It was the stone he put there when he came to play as a child. It hadn't moved at all in 30 years. It was incredible. Gao Xiangxing disagreed and said, the most important thing for a person to live is to eat well, play well, and sleep well. The environment here is suitable for children to grow up. It is not as noisy and snobbish as Xingminghai. The colorful world is dazzling. The most important thing for them at this age is to study. After they turned 15, I was too lazy to care about them. It was their freedom to choose how to play. I couldn't keep them in Tianxing City for the rest of their lives. The Zhongyuan Empire is so big, it would be good for them to go out more often. Hello, Grandpa Gao. The children passing by all greeted Gao Xiangxing. Sometimes he would bring snacks or books to the academy to attend classes. As time goes by, one can naturally see that there are many areas that need improvement. The most precious place in the Gao family mansion is the library. The ones in other places will not break down for hundreds of years, and the quality problem is absolutely correct. It would be a waste of money if the Gao family built the house by themselves and hired labor. When it comes to animal breeding, they are extravagant, spending money on bundles of bamboo that cost tens of thousands of yuan each. Their main goal is to save where necessary and spend where necessary, and never waste money. Qin Tianyi was a little jealous. I didn't realize you have such a high status among the kids. Let's go and see Mao Jingyi's granddaughter, Mao Rongrong. She has been in the Gao family for 3 or 4 months. I think she will have another breakthrough in a few days. The two of them returned to chatting about trivial matters. As they get older, they always like to watch the children grow up. As soon as they entered the competition venue, the Gao family steward led the two of them to the highest level to watch. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changsheng were taking Qin Shishir and Mao Tongtong to a balcony to eat and drink, where they could see a panoramic view of the details of the game field. All in view, Gao Nyanyan's Peony Beastmaster, a healing Beastmaster that increases recovery speed and enhances the strength of teammates, was now deployed to the rear to guard the flag. With him was Gao Yu. Her treasure-hunting rat did not have strong attack power, but was sensitive to the smell of poison. It has grown a lot in more than half a year, like a small pangolin, but it is very cute with furry body. Its 4 little claws have become sharp, strong, and long, and the claws are more than 10 centimeters long. It is about half a meter tall when standing up and is one of the slowest growing beasts. Only when it reaches its full form will it enter a stage of explosive growth. A fully mature golden rat will have a body length of about 3 meters and can dig holes very quickly. Even hard stone and gold can be cut into pieces by its sharp claws. What is going on now is the top 15 advancing to the quarterfinals. In the afternoon matches for the quarterfinals, each team will play 2 games. Now is the second game. The Iron Black Bear, Saber-Toothed White Tiger, and Centipede Earth Dragon, who are fighting on the front line, are firmly locked in the center line. The other side has 5 9-star Earth Masters, and the beasts they contracted are mature Fire Young Kings, which are 10 feet long. The mature slender-waisted dog is known as an extremely fast hunter, and it cooperates with the Fire King to harass the Centipede Dragon. After all, the Fire Hatchling King is an expert at dealing with earthworms. Although his appearance is different from the ones he knows, the Fire Hatchling King himself is the nemesis of insect beasts. At this moment, the mature golden lion is 2 meters in size. His weight can be felt with every step. The innate aura of the Lion King forces the growing saber-toothed white tiger to retreat continuously. A mature golden sparrow is about 1 meter long and has the ability to fly for reconnaissance. Its combat capability is not very strong, and it seems to have some scars from the previous battle, but the impact is not significant, and it is still able to fly for reconnaissance. The most popular one is still the black bear, which is the preferred contract target in all mountain, rock, grass, and tree beast taming spaces. After all, there are black bears in the forest and white bears in the ice field. They are both representative beasts with great power, and they are economical to raise. More than 100,000 yuan of meat for a month is enough. There are also more expensive ones, such as the Iron Black Bear, which is a little stronger than the ordinary black bear, and the price of the cub is 50,000 yuan more expensive. Moreover, if the conditions are met, it can evolve into a complete silver power bear. After evolution, the complete silver power bear's strength, speed, defense, and various basic abilities will be improved tenfold or even dozens of times. The evolution method of each beast is different, and the different medicinal materials used will also produce different effects. The simplest evolution medicine is produced by the Gao family. Is that your daughter? Qin Shishir blinked her cute eyes and looked at the girl, who looked like a female general standing next to the flag, and hooked her finger. Come here, you cowards. I'm waiting. The 5 boys on the opposite side frowned and said with a serious look on their faces, "This battle is too disadvantageous for us, especially the saber-toothed white tiger, staring at my Fire Young King and drooling." They are all direct descendants of the Gao family. Their beasts are of high quality and difficult to deal with. If we lose 2 games in a row this afternoon, we will definitely not be in the top 10. Now I don't recognize the Centipede Earth Dragon. Do we have such beasts in Tianxing City? The boy has good academic performance and is already 7 years old this year. He is eager to get a reward of evolution medicine so that he can evolve his golden lion into a bloodthirsty lion, which will have new abilities of containment, deterrence, and bloodthirstiness. It can greatly improve the rating of Xingnan Beastmaster College, and you will be assigned to a good class in Xingnan Beastmaster School. Chapter 55, Victory Tastes So Sweet. The battle was about to break out, and both sides refused to give in. The centipede black gold earth dragon jumped high like a black dragon, revealing its front 20 legs, each of which was shaped like a sickle and extremely sharp. Monster, this beast is wrong. It's not one of those insect-type beasts we've learned about. Come back quickly, Fire King. The Beastmaster said hastily, and even wanted to rush up to fight himself. You know, Beastmasters in the Earth Control stage are very fragile, and the slightest pressure from a large Beastmaster will break their bones. You may even lose your life if you are not careful. In order to protect himself well, the Beastmaster anxiously took his own beast, the Fire King beast, back into the beast taming space in an instant. This will greatly consume the Beastmaster's chi, and there will be spatial interference factors in combat situations. Sometimes the chi may fail to be retracted. These shortcomings will disappear as the realm is improved. As the Fire King was repelled, the centipede reacted quickly and launched a counterattack. Although the slender dog was agile, he did not expect that his teammate would suddenly disappear. He was the only Beastmaster left to fight against the centipede dragon. The next second, a huge blacktail swung over and instantly knocked him dozens of meters away. "Shichuan, are you okay?" A Beastmaster shouted with a somewhat tragic look on his face, looking at his teammates with anger on his face. His teammates didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they looked at him with some blame. "You react so slowly. I shouted to retreat, but you didn't do anything." Seeing the internal strife on the opposite side, Gao Ninian immediately sent out his own peony beast tamer to use his recovery skills. Fluorescence. It can enhance the spirit, speed, and strength of teammates, and the effect increases the overall status by 5%. The saber-toothed white tiger felt the blessing and immediately let out an angry roar and launched a counterattack. The golden sparrows in the sky chirped nonstop. He wanted to fly down to rescue, but he was afraid of the saber-toothed tiger's claws. Following the order from the Beastmaster, he finally fled. The black bear and the steel black bear were in a sure-win situation. As the amplification attribute increased, the power confrontation between the two remained slightly balanced. With the addition of the centipede earth dragon, it now became a 3 against 2 situation. The boy who took back the Fire King had a red face. All the teammates didn't want to talk to him, including the captain of the Black Bear team. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, looked at the Black Bear, who could no longer hold on, and immediately pulled out his own flag and threw it on the ground. Examiner, we surrender. We lose. The game hasn't ended yet, but several people have already fallen apart. It was originally because of their strong strength that when they were combined, their usual cooperation was not tacit enough. When they met a team with good cooperation, their weaknesses were now exposed, and the lack of trust between them exacerbated the situation. The Fire King's master said nothing, snorted coldly, and jumped off the competition venue. Rewards for the top 15 teams would be distributed later. The reward for the outstanding team was 20,000 yuan per person, which was what he deserved. On the other side, the winning Gao Ninian and his group laughed happily. Originally, it seemed that these 5 beasts were very powerful, but unexpectedly, the Fire King was frightened away by the size and terrifying demonstration of the centipede earth dragon, and did not dare to engage in a head-on confrontation. Ninian, the attribute enhancement you added during the final counterattack was so powerful that I felt like my iron black bear had taken a tonic. You deserve the most credit. Wang Feng was full of energy at this moment, and his face regained the original arrogance and unruly attitude, as if he was a tireless licking dog. Mao Rongrong listened and laughed. Sometimes he also felt that Wang Feng was quite interesting. When he really met a strong enemy, he would pretend to be deaf and dumb. He was the type of person who could put down his pride and please others. Fight hard for your own goal. A piece of evolution medicine has stumped many beast masters, but now you have seized the opportunity to win, and you are now firmly in the top 8. Every month, everyone gets a bonus of 500,000. Although the 6 million is limited to the use of Beastmasters, doesn't it also prove that his Iron Black Bear is more valuable? In the future, if you break through the realm of Beastmaster, you will also be able to obtain a good resume and graduation report, which are both plus points in Xingnan Beastmaster College. Nian Nian 1. Looks like our house will be more lively today. Ha! Gao Changxing laughed. The main player in this game was Mao Rongrong. The Iron Black Bear was restraining the opponent, and the saber-toothed white tiger was not able to display its temperament as the king of the jungle. It seemed that Gao Yu was winning by doing nothing. His beast-taming treasure-hunting rat has been guarding the flag from beginning to end, but his role is also not small, and he is very wary of poisons. Also did my own tasks. The overall evaluation is okay, which is a passing score. In front of the window of the room on the top floor, Qin Tianyi couldn't help but laugh and said, "Children change so quickly." Take Mao Rongrong, for example. He was a little kid last year and liked to cry from time to time, but now he knows how to fight. Tomorrow is the finals. 4 of the teams have 10-star Earth-controlling players. Mao Rongrong and the others should quit while they are ahead. They should know when to retreat when faced with difficulties. Gao Changxing said, "Don't you, the Gao family, want to be first?" Qin Tianyi said. Gao Changxing listened and replied, "In the past 100 years, the highest record of the Gao family's direct lineage was 6th place. The important thing about the Earth control stage of the competition is to motivate those beast masters with ordinary qualifications and give them a stronger path to move up. Are you Gao family not afraid of being surpassed? Those foreign races have always been jealous of your Gao family. Shouldn't they be on high alert?" Qin Tianyi had some doubts in his heart, thinking that his family's money should be used by his own family, and even if he was using the money as firewood, he should not give it to outsiders. Gao Changxing didn't say anything. Sometimes the distance between families seems very close, but in fact it is very far. The two seem to be talking to a deaf ear. Apart from the 8 years of friendship they had in school, they had almost no common topics. Over the past 40 years, they have each taken a different path. They have also discovered the differences in their thoughts and have run out of topics to talk about. Gao Qiangxing could only ask Qin Tianyi to go around. After the family's annual competition ended, Gao Ninian was happy all the way. After hurriedly saying goodbye to his teammates, he wanted to tell his parents about his good result of being in the top 8 of the competition. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I found my brother practicing, with sweat dripping from his forehead in the cold weather. Gao Hao walked with his eyes closed, taking small steps. His movement seemed to be in a circle. Suddenly he threw a left hook, then an instant later he threw a right hook, and then he pulled his arm back, launching a forward straight punch, followed by continuous stepping and punching. With a turn of his arms, he took 3 steps forward and paused for a second when he hooked his kick. It seemed that his left leg was clamped by the enemy, and he could not move. He kicked back with his right leg to break free and rolled forward, stopping after 2 seconds. He opened his eyes and lay on the ground. His clothes were covered with dust, but there was a look of joy on his face. It turned out that the power of Baji could be added to the explosive power of Dragon Fist. As for the more powerful and famous Tai Chi, it would be useless to practice it without the ability of a martial arts master, while the Dragon Fist is an explosive move. Tai Chi balances yin and yang, and has its own methods of attack and defense. It is a great school of its own and is already extremely perfect. Its evolution can be called the Tao. However, Dragon Fist has not yet reached that level. Dragon Fist may be able to be integrated into Tai Chi, but Tai Chi will never be able to be integrated into Dragon Fist. The two have fundamentally different paths. One is decisive in killing and pursuing justice, while the other is calm and peaceful, like an adult teaching a child. Even in his past life and now, Gao Hao does not have that kind of peaceful mentality. He is gentle yet strong, and strong yet gentle. Many people just copy and learn a few external Tai Chi gestures and then think they have learned Tai Chi, but they don't know that Tai Chi itself has no moves. With only 4 ounces of strength, he was able to move a body weighing 10,000 pounds. No matter what you do, be gentle and calm. Your heart is as calm as water, without any waves, even if the sky falls and the earth collapses. After studying Baji for 10 years, you can beat the master, but after studying Tai Chi for 30 years, you may have only learned the basics of the entry level. Chapter 56 Daily Life, Stable. Baji does not emphasize the mind, but rather trains the body and punches violently. Gao Hao took a deep breath and calmed himself down before standing up. Gao Ninian was in a good mood today and didn't tease him. Brother, aren't our parents back yet? Gao Hao patted the dirt off his arms and legs, turned around and answered, Well, I haven't seen you all day today. Sister, help me pat the dirt off my back. I didn't practice Dragon Fist yesterday afternoon, so I have some insights today, so I'll give it a try. I don't know where you got your insights from. Many people have to immerse themselves in cultivation for many years before they can experience different feelings. Gao Ninian patted his back, then moved several meters away with a look of disgust. Stop taking pictures, it's choking. Take it off and let mommy wash it for you. Gao Hao thought about it, and it was normal to wear a piece of clothing for 10 days and half a month and wash it. He looked at the time and said, Then I'll go take a shower and change clothes, and then go to the practice room to practice. Gao Ninian ran into the kitchen, took a big meat bun, and ate it by herself, and said vaguely, Just soak your clothes in the shower. Oh! After washing up, he regained his elegant demeanor, changed into a loose white shirt, and went into the kitchen to get a meat bun to eat. It tasted like prawn meat stuffing with a hint of tofu. After preparation, enter the practice room to practice. An hour and a half later, Gao Hao left the practice room. The house was still empty. His parents were nowhere to be seen. He could only go to the kitchen to heat up some ginseng porridge. After eating 2 more big meat buns, I felt my body was full. The stadium is still brightly lit at night. People who come to drink after get off work are willing to come here to spend money. At this moment, there are 2 5-meter-tall scalpers on the stadium. The horns of the 2 yellow cattle are very sharp and much longer than the entire bull's head. The 2 yellow cows were growling restlessly, their hooves constantly kicking the ground, and they might explode at any time. Bullfighting, Mao Tongtong said with some joy. She was not a plain and elegant girl and liked some strange things. She liked bullfighting, lion fighting, hunting, martial arts, and sea fishing, all the things that men liked. However, she had never had any interest in embroidery, dancing, learning arts, and playing the piano, which were things that girls did since she was a child. All we can say is that the king of hell assigned the wrong gender. Qin Shishir was about to say something when the 2 oxen stretched out their strong 4 legs, shook their tails, and lowered their heads to rush towards each other. Go ahead, brave bull. Many people cheered and shouted, and the 2 huge horns bent upwards looked cold. One of the yellow cattle suddenly dodged to the side, and the other yellow cattle did not stop at all and continued to accelerate and sprint like a violent storm. There was a loud bang. The dodging yellow cow had its butt hit by the accelerating yellow cow, leaving a bloody hole, and its horns penetrated deeply into its body on the side of its butt. The yellow cattle struggled twice and fell to the ground, roaring in pain, and tried to fight back by swinging its horns. As a result, every time he struggled, more intense pain would erupt, blood would continue to ooze out, and within a few minutes he fell to the ground and died. The victorious ox let out a wild howl, as if celebrating its victory. The ox quickly backed away and pulled out its horns. It was like a bull warrior who was ready to charge again, as if he was born for fighting, and there was no fear in his eyes. The audience cheered and dropped all kinds of meat on their tables. The cattle opened its bloody mouth, its sharp teeth like a tiger's, and its horns became even thicker. It was actually absorbing the blood from the cow's horns. These two oxen have been eating meat since they were young. Unlike ordinary oxen, they have genes hidden in their bodies to become beasts. They only need an opportunity to break away from the range of wild beasts and become a new type of breeding beasts. As the cattle finished eating the delicious food of victory, the staff at the competition venue pulled the dead cattle down and drove the remaining cattle back to the King Kong cages where they were raised underground. There is a bit more humanity in Huang Yo's eyes. Every battle is a baptism of his own cognition. His gene explosion is almost complete, and by then he will be a first-generation beast of the cattle clan. They can give full play to their genetic advantages and bring a considerable income to the Gao family. The more outstanding the beast tamer is, the more important and precious its genetic inheritance is. To breed powerful beasts, one needs to select the best from the best. 1,000 strongest ones were chosen from the entire cattle population for breeding. Now there are only the last few left, and it has been 10 years. Many beasts that are unique to their own tribe have grown up through the cruel process of survival of the fittest, and the fighting instinct is engraved in their genes. Of course, there is also the power of nature, but the speed of evolution is millions of times slower. Without human intervention and forced evolution, it would take tens of thousands of years for cattle to complete their own genetic evolution. Wow, that's amazing. What will they do with this dead cattle? I really want to taste it. Mao Tongtong has a sexy and hot body and a business mind, and you wouldn't guess she has this kind of personality. Gao Chongqing listened and shook his head and said, genetically modified beef that is in the process of evolution cannot be eaten. It can only be professionally processed and then returned to nature. Gao Chongqing poured wine for the three ladies while speaking. Wu Qingyuan picked up the wine glass and shook it, then looked at Mao Tongtong with a smile on her face and spoke gently. Of course, if you want to eat, that's fine. You are now a powerful person at the level of Royal Emperor, and the power of your body genes is far stronger than that of the Mad Bull genes. Qingyuan, don't talk nonsense. Gao Chongsheng said seriously that it was impossible for anyone to give him genetic beef that was in the process of evolution. It will be burned to ashes immediately or taken to the laboratory for testing. There are also powerful people at the royal lord level guarding it, so who would dare to make a move? Wu Qingyuan listened and said, Chongsheng, this Mao Tongtong is the aunt of Mao Rongrong. I don't think she is the kind of woman who talks nonsense. There is nothing wrong with chatting with her. There is a big problem. This issue concerning the family's reputation cannot be taken lightly. Gao Chongqing said firmly. Wu Qingyuan was silent and said, then I was wrong, okay. You are just wrong. Gao Chongqing said. Mao Tongtong looked at the two people who were about to quarrel, slapped the table and laughed, pointed at the two people and said, why don't you two go down to the competition field and have a fight? Before, you seemed to be a model couple in love, but now you seem to be very ordinary. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Chongqing were both silent. The most important thing was that you asked for beef. Gao Chongqing finally calmed down and said, Ms. Mao Tongtong, if you want to eat beef, I'll give it to you. We have beef in the store. We're full. Take us back to the guest room to play. It's boring to stay in your Gao's house. Mao Tongtong said to Mao Rongrong, who was leaving the stadium. There were two sisters around him, each holding a red envelope in their hands, and they could not hide the joy on their faces. We won't be participating in the competition tomorrow, but they just gave us the reward. Now we can save all our pocket money and buy snacks. Gao Qing held the red envelope with a smile on her face and touched the saber-toothed white tiger rubbing against her. A few people stayed to discuss it and decided not to participate in tomorrow's competition. As the opponent becomes stronger, the danger becomes greater. No one is willing to risk their lives unless it is absolutely necessary. Let's give Gao Nian Yin's red envelope to someone. I plan to go to Gao's Game City tomorrow to celebrate my victory. I wonder if anyone has time to go with me. Wang Feng, one of the 4 people, said, I won't go. My pocket money is not as much as yours, and it's not appropriate for me to go with you. Forget it if we don't have money. Rongrong, what about you? Gao Yu didn't care whether Gao Qing agreed or not. I'll go too. I've been in Gao's house for such a long time, and I don't know many places by heart. Mao Rongrong agreed. A familiar figure came towards me. The dark blue moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire mountains and land. The cold wind blew in gusts, and the branches of the willow trees were still creaking and shaking. Occasionally, there would be some animal noises. Mao Rongrong suspected that he had seen it wrongly. He had been training and fighting hard recently. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Ant! Mao Rongrong shouted, somewhat unsure. Ha ha, Rongrong, long time no see. Come here and let Annie see if you have gained weight. Chapter 57. A moment of tenderness, youthful appearance. Gao Qing and Gao Yu were both stunned. They originally thought that Mao Rongrong was an orphan with only a grandfather. I have no idea about her family situation. After confirming again and again, Mao Rongrong looked around, searching for something with desire in her eyes, but she was destined to be disappointed. Wang Feng's eyes almost popped out. He had never seen such a sexy outfit before. His whole body seemed to be tightly attached to the clothes. The cheeks are a little red. Come here quickly. Why are you in a daze? Sleep with your aunt tonight. Mao Tongtong walked over while talking. Mao Rongrong felt a little restrained after not seeing each other for half a year. In an instant, he was hugged and squeezed into the gap. Mao Rongrong's little face looked a little suffocated. The Gao sisters next to her looked at Mao Tongtong's outfit, which had a great mental shock to them. Why do I feel like they are crotchless pants? Gao Qing said, and immediately thought of something, and whispered, I guess this adult often wets the bed. Mao Rongrong's aunt wet the bed. Both sisters thought so in their hearts. Only Wang Feng stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. What are you going to do? Wu Qingyuan said at this moment. Qin Shishir looked at the children, a hint of helplessness inadvertently revealed between her brows. She was already 28 years old and still single. Moreover, she was a noble beast master at the level of a beast master. In the past, she only knew how to practice hard, ignoring the fact that the suitors around her were not as strong as her. Now, at night, she inevitably feels a little lonely and can only use her fingers as companions. But when he looked at the 2 women around him, one was Mao Tongtong, who had been married twice, and the other was a noble lady who had been married for an unknown number of years and already had a child. She wanted to ask about love experience, but she didn't know how to start the conversation because the relationship was not good enough, so she didn't say anything. Looking at the naughty children, she felt more intimate. I'm going to give Gao Yin a reward. After discussing it with a few of us, we've decided not to participate in tomorrow's competition. We've analyzed the main reason. We lack a main force that can absolutely control the game. Even if Mao Rongrong's Centipede Earth Dragon can deal with the other side's 2 beasts, it will have to kneel down in front of 3 mature beasts. Gao Yu fully performed the role of military strategist, and his analysis was very logical, taking into account the current combat power and actual situation of the 8 teams. In their team, the 2 beast masters could only play supporting roles in the back in the following games, and it was estimated that they could not help at all. Your analysis is very good. Wu Qingyuan nodded and praised. You can give me Gao Yin's reward, and you guys can go home. It's getting late now, so go back and practice well. Don't go out to play. I understand, Annie. Wu Qingyuan listened and nodded, then took the reward from Gao Yin from Gao Qing's hand. She also thought that Gao Yin must be waiting anxiously at home. Mao Tongtong picked up Rongrong and ignored her resistance and struggle, and the children went home. Changsheng, why don't you go back first, and I'll take you 2 to the VIP room to rest. Mao Tongtong's 2 guards haven't eaten yet, so we have to arrange a room for them to rest and eat. It will be late by then. Mao Tongtong rubbed Mao Rongrong's face and pushed her away with her hand in disgust, saying, Annie, don't do this. Then I'll make arrangements. The 2 defenders should rest and eat, so that we can return quickly. Gao Changxing took care of everything and went to the park to buy 5 or 6 sweet roasted corns. Each corn was as plump as a kernel, and the golden color of the corn was very tempting. Wu Qingyuan sent the 2 girls back to the guest room and arranged everything, asking the patrolling guards to pay more attention. I'll come to see you tomorrow morning at 8. When the 2 met at a fork in the road, they smiled at each other. Wu Qingyuan took Gao Changxing's arm, took the corn, took a bite, and smiled sweetly. The dark blue moonlight shone on the 2 of them. The sky remained the same, shining on different people, emitting different emotions. Beautiful and elegant, the moonlight seems like a cold and leisurely fairy. When he returned home, Gao Ninian was pulling Gao Hao and not letting him sleep. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Every 3 to 5 minutes, Gao Ninian could not sit still and ran to the door to watch. Finally, the sound of the door closing was heard. Gao Hao put down the book in his hand and pushed Gao Ninian, who was drooling. Without letting him sleep, she actually fell asleep on the table, drooling. I wonder if she had a short, sweet dream. Mom and Dad, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Gao Ninian was woken up in a daze. The moment she saw her parents, she immediately pushed away her chair and rushed over to hug them. Gao Changxing picked up Gao Ninian, and Wu Qingyuan also opened his arms and looked at Gao Hao. Come on, Mom is back. Don't you want to welcome her? Gao Hao had an awkward look on his face, but he finally trotted over, was picked up, and fed a mouthful of corn. Have you eaten all the meat buns in the kitchen? Wu Qingyuan asked. I ate 6, Gao Hao said. Gao Ninian raised her hand and said, I ate 8. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Mom will make it for you, Wu Qingyuan said with a smile. After saying that, she glanced at Gao Ninian, who was smiling, and asked, You are smiling so happily. Did something good happen? Mom, I did it. I won the Team Excellence Award. I am now in the top 8 of the Advanced Earth Control class competition. If I'm lucky tomorrow, I might even be in the top 4. Wu Qingyuan opened her mouth wide when she heard the exaggeration, but she still managed to control her expression well. She asked in surprise, Ninian, you actually made it into the top 8 of the competition? Well, Mom, you promised to give me a reward. If I get into the top 10, you will give me 1,000 yuan as a reward. Gao Ninian was a little impatient. Wu Qingyuan took out a silver 1,000 yuan bill from his pocket and slowly placed it on the table in front of Gao Ninian. On it were 10 badges of the 10 Beastmaster Academies of the Zhongyuan Empire, symbolizing the supreme authority of the sacred Beastmasters of the Zhongyuan Empire. Dad, put me down. Gao Ninian was happy. She finally had pocket money again. She immediately put the 1,000 yuan into her pocket happily. Gao Hao thought about tomorrow's breakfast and said, Mom, I want to have turkey eggs and a bowl of abalone soup tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, Ninian, some of your companions have decided not to participate in the quarterfinals. They have their own places to go. Now that you have pocket money, they want to go to the game city. If you want to go to the Dragon Step training room tomorrow morning and tell them. Wu Qingyuan said as he put Gao Hao down. Go to bed now, don't stay up too late. Gao Ninian looked at the 1,000 yuan that was not even warm yet. Since she had to spend it tomorrow, she would have to spend about 300 yuan each time going to the amusement park. It was a huge expense. Then he glanced at Gao Hao and asked, Brother, what's your score? No reward. Gao Hao said naturally, the top 15 will be given a 1,000 yuan bonus. Sister will take you with her. And you can ask me to play for a while. How about that? Gao Ninian's wishful thinking was very clear. Gao Hao chuckled, didn't answer, then closed the door of his room and went to sleep. Chapter 58, Beast Taming Frost Butterfly. Gao Ninian felt a little embarrassed. She looked at her father, who didn't even say a word to help him with his brother. She had no choice but to go back to her room and sleep in shame. As her younger brother grew up, he became more and more dissatisfied with her as his older sister, and sometimes she also wanted to set an example. But when I look at my younger brother, I feel that he is more mature than me, which makes me angry. It's late at night, and it's quiet at midnight. Only the moon is willing to keep you company, embellishing the starry sky, silently illuminating the entire sky for you, allowing you to appreciate the beauty of the world. Is there anything more romantic in the world than this? Qin Tianyi was alone in the guest room, leaning against the window, drinking wine, looking out at the hazy moonlight outside the window, and drinking with the moon, but there was an unremovable worry and concern between his brows. Sometimes the bright moonlight shone on his face, bringing a faint blue color as if to comfort him, and sometimes half of the moonlight was blocked by dark clouds. Embracing the moon shyly, there will always be dark clouds covering the sky, and there will also be flowers blooming and seeing the sky again, but I don't know in what year, what month, what minute and second it will take. The Gao family's courtyard was quiet. In the middle of the night, the winter goo made a gurgling sound underground. This is a kind of goo insect that hibernates in the winter. The sound it makes is like snoring. Placing it under the floor of the room can help you sleep, and people who hear it will fall asleep quickly. It will not disturb people's rest and will be quiet during the day. It is a must-have choice for people who are energetic at night and have insomnia and reversed work and rest schedules. When spring comes, they will wake up and reproduce. They have a total of 9 sections of the body, and are also called 9-section jade because if they are disturbed by an emergency, their bodies will turn into a stiff jade color. They usually travel in pairs. The bodies of the poisonous insects are like caterpillars, but they are two completely different groups. After reproduction, the male insects will immediately pupate, and the female insects will burrow underground to raise the fetus. The male insects will only transform into a beautiful and charming ice butterfly during the hot summer period. You will feel cool around it. If you put a glass of juice around it, it will taste delicious and refreshing after a few minutes, but it can only be kept for a few days. They will drift with the hot wind, wandering in the vast land, fields, and forests for half a year, and finally choose Jiaxing Peak as the place where they will transform into dragons. If they fail, they will die. They keep flying higher and higher. So every year, many peaks of the star-picking peak sparkle, a sea of ice crystal butterflies constantly charging towards the huge icebergs. Only a handful of them can fly to the top and complete their evolution into an ice and snow butterfly. This is the evolutionary path of mature beastmasters. To surpass the test of nature, break through the limits of racial shackles, and become a complete beast tamer, the chance of this happening in nature is only 1 in a million. With the careful breeding of beastmasters, the probability can be increased to more than 1%. If 100 beasts of the same kind are bred, at least 1 or 2 will succeed in evolving. Qin Tianyi exhaled a breath of cold air. At this moment, there was an ice and snow butterfly resting on his shoulder, but his ice and snow butterfly was more pure and colorful. It is more than 30 centimeters in size, with 8 thin wings that are as thin as a cicada's wings and bright in color. It looks beautiful like a fairy. It is obviously not an ordinary ice and snow butterfly. Instead, it is a frost butterfly that can manipulate the power of ice and strong winds. It is a more advanced poisonous butterfly. There is a chance of evolving one of this kind of poisonous butterfly only once every 100 years. It is a very rare beast and the king of poisonous butterflies. Possessing the strange and magical talents of healing, fearlessness of ice, control of the wind, and dreaming, the most terrifying of all is the art of dreams. The frost butterfly can freeze a person to death in their sleep, and no one can detect the effect from the outside. Only the heart will be frozen like jade and stop beating in the person's sleep. When heading to Jiaxing Peak to hunt and capture imperial beasts, if you encounter an ice and snow butterfly, you must quickly use the anti-cold pill. Otherwise, you will suddenly become numb and stunned, and gradually turn into an ice sculpture in the wind and snow. I'm worried. Qin Tianyi thought about his brother's words. It is easy to say, but difficult to do. If those people were suddenly cut off from their money, there would be a huge uproar. Suddenly, I thought of what I learned in school. It seems that there was a story about the enfeoffment order among ancient kings. In order to consolidate their own authority, they used an open conspiracy to divide the power of local princes and achieve centralization. But he himself is a noble family, and it is impossible for him to split the relationships between the various families because of conflicts within the family. This is one of the reasons why he is unwilling to take on Gao Qiangxing. Secondly, I am now the leader of the Qin clan, but I have to live a hard life. What is the point of this position? After working hard for 60 years and finally getting to the top, he ended up suffering? He could only pretend to be ignorant. He had dedicated most of his life to the Qin family, so he couldn't enjoy some special treatment. His 5 brothers were not fools. They did not change the rules. It was obvious that there was a lot of resistance. If he did it himself, it would probably not end well. Qin Tianyi pondered for a long time, as if he could see his own tragic death. He decided to use his own skills. If he couldn't beat them, he would join the plan first. As for the words he cried about his misery before, even if the Qin family was poor, they would not let him lie dead in the wilderness. Otherwise, the Qin family would lose face, and what good would that do? Just listen to it, don't take it seriously. Now that he has just taken over the Qin family business, he still needs to rely on his brother's sons to control many places. Xingyue Bay seems to be the one with the smallest territory in Xingnan province. However, its sphere of influence is not small, covering more than 8 million square kilometers, and its population is 100 million more than that of Tianxing City. There are a total of 400 million of them. There is the Death Star Valley in the north and the Star-Picking Peak in the east. Although they are very dangerous, the Qin family's annual profit income comes from these 2 treasure mountains. Although the eastern foothold is occupied by the Gao family, most of it is still under the jurisdiction of Xingyue Bay, except for Tianxing City, which is one of the four largest cities. There is also an ancient city recorded in the textbooks that children study. It is called Xuqing, which is closely connected with Tianxing City in Heijin province. The original reason is that this place was the birthplace of the ancestors of the Gao family. There are also rumors that a long time ago, there was a huge black dragon with a body of 10,000 feet in length here. It was later slaughtered by the ancestors of the Gao family using a strategy, and the Gao family began to rise after occupying the black dragon's treasure. Therefore, the ruined city is also known as the Dragon Ruins. As time goes by and the world changes, the ruined city is now famous and is an important channel for trading goods with the Black Gold province. Half of Tianxing City's cargo enters through Xuqing, which has strict checkpoint management and is considered a fortress. The retired patriarchs and elders of the Gao family, including Gao Qiangxing, Gao Fuyun, and Gao Xiaotian, and the fathers of the three, are now guarding this place after retirement and enjoying different resources and benefits. It seems that there is a huge secret hidden in this place. The Qin family has explored it before, but no one has ever returned after they came, including the Mao family, the Mo family. There have been many issues that have been raised to discredit Sioux City, but in the end they were suppressed because of the huge interests involved. Sioux City's presence is very low among the common people. I just know that there is such a place. As for why it is recorded in the book, it is to give other families an explanation that is not really an explanation. It is a frank description. No matter what others say, the first impression is probably more important. What's more, the ruined city itself is the private property of the Gao family. There are endless people spying on it, and now they are unable to shake it. Qin Tianyi also learned from his brother's records that the Gao family's current main combat power is not as simple as it seems on the surface. They have wolfish ambitions, but keep them hidden. This is probably one of the reasons why the emperor of the eastern province was willing to marry his sister to Gao Xiaotian, in order to win over a family that was growing and developing. If Justice Miyu also came with a purpose, Qin Tianyi thought of many possibilities. Although he could feel that Gao Qiangxing's goodwill towards him had not changed, who could guarantee what attitude the next generation of the Gao family would have towards the Qin family? Once a fight breaks out, even the Gao family and the Qin family are both very ruthless. If Gao Qiangxing stabs him in the back, he will be the center of the Qin family. You can listen to other people's opinions, but you must never use them unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it is very likely to become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Qin Tianyi sorted out his memories and thought that within 100 years, the next generation patriarch of the Gao family would probably be Gao Zhen, Gao Chun, and Gao Hao. When he goes back, he can remind the future generations that it is still necessary for both sides to build good relations. Now he is more worried about what will happen 3 years later. The Qin family does not distinguish between direct and collateral branches. 3 years later, there will be more than 40 children under the age of 5 who are suitable for the job. The Qin family will not be at peace in the next 3 years. The Qin family is not about who has the best qualifications to get in, but who has the stronger power. It depends on one's parents, grandfather, etc. The combined strength of several generations will determine who will get the 3 places. Qin Tianyi has no grandson yet, and he only has one daughter, Qin Shishir. This is also one of the main reasons why he was able to unify opinions within the family and take the position of patriarch during special times, because it is impossible for him to be the patriarch of the next generation. Qin Shishir will get married sooner or later. The threshold of her house is being trampled down by the young masters and masters from various forces who have come to visit her recently. It would be impossible without someone fanning the flames. Even some young masters of the Shao family in Tianxing City wanted to marry Qin Shishir to increase their power in the family. As a father, how could Qin Tianyi be without selfish motives? No matter which young man wins Qin Shishir's heart, he will secretly give him some support. After closing the window and emptying the bottle, Qin Tianyi looked at his beast, Frost Butterfly, and said, "Good night, it's time to go to bed." Before dawn, Qin Tianyi opened his eyes, opened the window, and jumped onto the eaves to wait for the sunrise. Every household opened their windows, and quite a few people stood on the roof of Gao's house. Chief Qin, that man is the head of the Qin family. Some young women in their 20s looked at Qin Tianyi, whose figure was impressive despite his age, with a look of confusion on their faces. "I'm a general. Do you think you would be interested in me and marry me into the Qin family? I have a big house, suitable for having a son. Do you think you would like me as a person?" The women started chatting as they talked, and the more they talked, the more frightened Qin Tianyi became. These women in their 30s were like wolves and tigers. After a while, he actually thought of the names of his sons and the names of 9 sons in total. Some of the words were unbelievable even to him. Be quiet and practice. A cold voice was heard, and Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changxing walked together, looking at the beast masters of the Gao family, including the chief beast masters, the general beast masters, and the king beast masters. It became quiet in an instant. An hour of rest a day is enough for a beast master at the level of Yujun, and the rest of the time is spent on absorbing the qi and practicing. Unless he has exhausted his own energy, under normal circumstances a beast master at the level of Yujun will be full of energy, with blood surging, and the Tianling acupoint will be slightly bulging. 60 years old is still strong and healthy, and if one practices to this stage, one can prolong his life. Under normal circumstances, if there is no hidden injury to the body and energy is wasted, there will be no problem living for 200 years. However, most beast masters at the Lord level will begin to enter the death period after the age of 170. Only by reaching the Lord level and controlling the power of heaven and earth can they make up for the defect of their short lifespan and live for 10,000 years. With the arrival of Wu Qingyuan and the other person, the people on the roof of the Gao family restored order. There were also a few single women who flirted with Qin Tianyi. Admiration for the strong is a biological instinct, and beast master is a profession that admires the strong. High-level beast masters are attractive to low-level beast masters. Just like biological instinct, the first time I see her, I feel hot, impulsive, and passionate, and my words are very brainless. Even like a moth flying into a flame. Using words from the civilized era, concepts such as barbarism, violence, and disease cannot explain this primitive impulse. It is a reaction engraved in the survival instinct area. More like I surrender, I am willing. All beast masters, whether male or female, admire the strong, and their status is unequal, so disputes can easily arise. Therefore, 99% of beast tamers will look for a partner with similar cultivation level, talent, similar interests, and who can arouse each other's feelings to spend their lives with. It won't waste too much energy, and the cultivation resources can be allocated reasonably to maximize their respective values. Chapter 59, Array of Law, Understanding Nature. Cultivation itself is a kind of greed, an extreme greed that is not satisfied with one's own strength, and a struggle for the essence with the spirits of heaven, earth, and all things. The moment the sun rises, purple air rises. All the beast masters practiced their unique skills, and a sense of hollow suction appeared around their bodies, imitating the breathing of natural plants and trees and bathing in nature. The moment the sun's purple energy burst out, all the beast masters seemed like wolves that had been hungry for 10 days. They frantically practiced their own skills to absorb it, hating themselves for having such a small appetite. In an attempt to absorb the entire world, the purple energy from the sun had disappeared by more than half in just over 10 seconds. Most of it was converted into pure energy by the world and disappeared without a trace a minute later. All the beast tamers stood up, stretched their muscles, and felt their own improvement. They had a feeling that it was a pity to throw them away, but they were tasteless to eat. For the beast tamers, it was the result of 2 hours of practice, and they had reached the level of king tamers and emperor tamers. Its main function is to remind oneself that a new day is about to begin. When one reaches the Yujun level, one will feel the uniqueness of the sun's purple energy, and will also be able to realize that this is one of the keys to reaching Yuzun and comprehending the laws of heaven and earth after breaking through Yujun. Only through accumulation over time can one achieve the supreme power. The Gao family would urge and drive their beast masters to work hard every day, but people have 6 desires and 7 emotions, and sometimes it is inevitable that their cultivation will be delayed. After the training, they dispersed. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changxing bowed slightly to Qin Tianyi, and one of them said, "As for breakfast, I will arrange for it to be delivered to you in a while." Trouble. Qin Tianyi disappeared in an instant, and the other women who stayed also dispersed. The Gao family generally would not care about their personal problems. If you commit a serious mistake, the worst that can happen is that you are kicked out of your family. Even if you have a lot of skills, you can survive elsewhere, but it is impossible to survive in Tianxing City. The list will be distributed everywhere for rejection. There are many young boys and girls who have wild dreams. Gao Hao has been obsessed and overconfident before, but he found that accumulating experience down to earth was useless. The most important thing was to have one's own abilities. It is just like what Sun Wukong and Patriarch Bodhi said, it is better to make your own decision than to ask the immortals for divination. It is better to have the ability than to recite scriptures and pray to Buddha. It is better to meditate for 3 hours than to practice boxing with a stick. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian finished their training. Gao Hao felt the new changes in himself. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed since his last breakthrough. Now that he felt that sense of fulfillment, Gao Ninian told him that he was looking for a friend and ran away. He didn't have anything to do. I just walked home and had breakfast. The annual competition was in full swing and the school was on vacation. Gao Hao was actually a little free all of a sudden, but he thought about the family's annual individual competition in a few days. But I don't dare to relax completely because that makes me feel very uncomfortable. I went home and had a leisurely breakfast of turkey eggs and abalone soup. Turkey eggs are a kind of home-cooked, nutritious food. Turkey has very beautiful, colorful feathers. When you are on the verge of a breakthrough, eating more can help replenish your own energy. According to the 5 elements, fire overcomes metal. Foods with fire attributes can help him better suppress the metal-attributed qi, and his practice will be more effective. The wisdom of our ancestors is beyond words. Gao Hao was the only one at home today. Gao Ninian ran to play with Gao Yu and her sister without even having breakfast, while his parents had the job of receiving guests. Only he suddenly had some free time. He lived a fulfilling life during the 7 months of hard work. After meals, he would wash his own dishes and put them back. Returning to his room, he felt that his body had not had enough rest after these months of hard training, so he planned to stay at home and relax all day. Do nothing, think nothing. Gao Hao threw 2 golden bamboos to Xiong Dundun, took off his shoes, and lay down on his small bed with his eyes closed. The day passed in this meaningless way, but Gao Hao's heart became calmer. Fighting would give rise to foul and evil spirits in people, especially when he saw Xiong Dundun or his teammates getting hurt. His heart was always in turmoil. Empty your mind for the whole day. Don't think about tomorrow. Don't think about the future. Don't ask about grades. Don't watch any competitions. Learn from experience and become stronger. Forget all your worries. Be useless again. Lie down and be your true self. The next day, Gao Hao woke up and felt extremely comfortable all over his body. He was full of energy. He woke up a little early today, only 4 in the morning. After practicing in the practice room for an hour, he naturally came out to wake up his sister and went to the training ground to practice and absorb the purple energy. Natural, quiet, and empty. With every breath of dragon art that Gao Hao took, the speed of digesting the purple energy became 1/3 faster. In particular, his eye of truth suddenly caught a glimpse of the rules between heaven and earth, but it was so fleeting that when he looked back, he had already forgotten it. The purple imperial qi in the blue space exploded. Just the capture of the imperial qi, which lasted less than a second, was the result of Gao Hao's 3 months of hard practice. Enlightenment is already within you. Gao Hao felt neither happy nor surprised. This feeling of transcendence and nature without any human fluctuations was like a big tree that had grown on the earth for hundreds of years, naturally taking root in the earth to absorb energy and bathing in purple air every morning. This was an instinctive eating process. Although Gao Hao felt that it was only 1 second, the time in the outside world seemed to have slowed down countless times to him. When everyone else finished absorbing, he also finished his training in the same amount of time, but the time he took to absorb the purple energy seemed to be dozens of times longer than usual. Is this an epiphany? Gao Hao wasn't sure either, but it was definitely different from the previous epiphanies. This feeling is even more magical, as if I was a tree when absorbing the purple energy, and everything around me became ambiguous and blurred. The smell of the soil is even more fragrant, and I actually feel like I am burying myself in the soil and absorbing nutrients. Chapter 60. The Spirit of Heaven and Earth, the Return of Wu Qifeng. Gao Hao felt a little repulsed in his heart, but in just a thought, those mysterious feelings disappeared. Some are like stretching when you wake up in the morning. The natural experience that comes from the heart remains, and then you try to capture that hint of understanding between heaven and earth. He could no longer be found. He was like a thief or a pretender who was discovered by his master and driven out of that lush and rich world. In a moment just now, or it seemed like an instant, he entered a world that did not belong to human experience. It was a feeling that only the immortal jade and the unchanging earth for billions of years could have. That is the joy that only plants can have. It seemed that in the very end the plants were expressing their gratitude to the sun, but he finally chose to resist, even to be a little rebellious. Wanted to go against the plant's instincts. It was like a gardener who was pruning his garden and discovered that he was an outlier among the flowers. He had been eating and drinking secretly all day long and ended up being the ugliest one. Nature will be ruthlessly pulled out. Gao Hao had a dazed expression on his face. On his way home, he was still thinking about that fragrant smell based on his own extracurricular learning and strict judgment. Even if he had broken through to the U-zone level, he should not have been able to feel the rules of heaven and earth, even a little bit. But the eye of truth told him that he had really won the prize, and he was the lucky one. Moreover, it was a grand scale that directly emptied the prize pool at one time without paying taxes. What was even more outrageous was that he didn't pay even a penny of principal, but the rules of heaven and earth seemed to be very close to him, and the purple energy of the sun was directly given to him. Of course, it's just a metaphor for easier understanding. Gao Changsheng and Wu Qingyuan didn't tell him that they were related to the rules of heaven and earth. After winning the grand prize, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Am I really the son of destiny? Gao Hao had a hint of fantasy on his face. Would he be able to pick up secret manuals of magical skills or treasures from heaven and earth if he went out for a walk? Brother, what's wrong with you? Gao Nianyan pushed him, feeling a little depressed. I had a lot of fun playing in the game city yesterday. I didn't keep my $1,000, and I also didn't keep my bottom line of $500. It was totally different from what I expected. There were only 312 yuan left out of the 1,000 yuan. After Gao Nianyan came back, she felt like buying things. Why couldn't she control herself when buying things? Gao Hao put all the big and small bags in the storage bracelet. He was lucky enough to get a bag of marshmallows for free in the evening. Now was not the time to think about those things. Gao Hao looked at his sister, then looked around, and suddenly squatted down to look at the ants on the ground. He wondered why he felt so energetic even though he had absorbed so much purple energy. But how could his own cultivation and control of qi not increase at all? Only the azure space and mental power were improved. Strange? Did the body and mind evolve separately? Normally, they would go hand in hand. If the mental power increases, the physical strength should also increase. I'm asking you a question. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Gao Hao ignored her, Gao Nianyan could no longer bear it and hit his arm with her fist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It hurts, pay me. Gao Hao was startled and was about to lie down on the ground. He had been deprived of 800 yuan in the world before. He accidentally bumped into the man and his glasses fell to the ground. They later had a private chat. He still remembers it clearly. Gao Nianyan was also shocked. The root cause is that the glasses were too broken, just like they had been dropped violently, and the lens sockets were deformed. Noticing that it was Gao Nianyan, Gao Hao felt a little embarrassed. He was silent for 2 seconds and said, I was just thinking about something. I don't understand something, so I'm going to go back and ask my parents. Sister, you have a sister. I have practiced for more than a year longer than you. If you have any questions, just ask me. Gao Nianyan immediately became full of confidence and said, I'll take care of any problems you have, because of her dignity as an older sister. Gao Hao glanced at Gao Nianyan, thought about it, and felt that there was some truth in it. A person's knowledge is limited, and one person's shortcomings can be seen, while 2 people's strengths can be seen. He said, This morning I absorbed purple energy and found it was several hundred times more than usual. I can't remember the exact amount, but my mental strength has improved, but my physical fitness has not improved. Do you know why? Gao Nianyan looked at Gao Hao in reproach. How could he ask such strange questions? Whether it was about extracurricular books, teachers at school, or even parents. Yeah, parents. Gao Nianyan tried hard to recall, and finally remembered a little bit. Her father had told her some legendary stories about such situations. I know, it's a spirit, it's a spirit, Gao Nianyan said excitedly. Seeing her brother's confused face, she tried to say anxiously, It's a spirit, a spirit. It's spirit, the spirit of heaven and earth. Gao Nianyan tried hard to recall for a long time, and finally said the name. After listening to this, Gao Hao immediately understood that since Gao Nianyan knew some of her own situation, it would not be harmful to him, and his mood became much calmer. Having an excellent teacher in your studies can help you avoid decades of detours. It also turns waste into treasure and decay into magic. You can use your wisdom to create unexpected, valuable wealth from garbage in the eyes of others. Knowledge is a supreme and valuable power. Gao Nianyan said happily, I'm awesome, right? Awesome, that's awesome. Thank you, sister. Gao Hao smiled and said that his sister was sometimes arrogant and sometimes wanted to teach him something. But Gao Hao's academic performance had always been among the best. Gao Nianyan stretched out her hand and said with a cheerful expression, Brother, hold my hand. Gao Hao had no choice but to extend his hand, and the 2 of them went home hand in hand. What just happened made Gao Ninian feel a sense of accomplishment as a sister, and she immediately forgot about the fact that she spent a lot of money yesterday. Oh, the two of them have a good relationship. A familiar, yet unfamiliar voice. At the corner, Wu Qifeng's figure seemed to be taller, with a grown-up Ice Qilin following beside him. 3 or 4 months of training at the star-picking peak had made his face thinner, more angular and more elegant, and he was about to go hunting. Some of the Gao family members who were practicing outside, and some of the vassal clans who were preparing to apply for the Magical Beast Taming Academy, were also returning to Tianxing City one after another. "Uncle, you're back. Give me some pocket money." Gao Ninian took Gao Hao's hand, which was not yet warm, and ran towards Wu Qifeng the next moment. Ninian has grown up again. Wu Qifeng lifted up Gao Ninian and looked at Gao Hao staring at his Qilin, and he had a teasing thought in his mind again. Gao Hao approached cautiously. The ice and snow Qilin seemed to recognize him. Wasn't this the little kid who followed him a few months ago? "Humph, you shameless bastard actually want to touch my body." The ice and snow Qilin had a cold expression, but was in high spirits. It was very happy to be back at the Gao family, and was looking forward to its sister feeding it something delicious. "Xiao Hao, your parents are not at home. Where are they going now?" Wu Qifeng was locked outside the door. Gao Ninian kept calling out restlessly, "Uncle, money, give me some pocket money." Wu Qifeng felt his pocket, and finally took out 200 yuan and handed it to Gao Ninian. Gao Hao also wanted it, but he just couldn't open his mouth. "Xiao Hao, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you're not close to your uncle anymore," Wu Qifeng said resentfully. "When I ask you a question, you won't answer." Gao Hao muttered softly, showing a cute little kid's expression, and said, "No, I just felt that you had become more handsome, uncle, and I didn't recognize you for a while. Besides, uncle, I also want some pocket money." "Ah, what did you say?" Wu Qifeng raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, with a teasing look on his face. "I want pocket money," Gao Hao said loudly. Wu Qifeng laughed and said, "Here, I don't give you this every time. Spend it sparingly and remember to practice well." Gao Hao took the 200 yuan, feeling very happy. He looked at his uncle Wu Qifeng. He didn't expect that this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes would actually give him pocket money. Then he asked, "Uncle, can I touch it?" "Not yet. The cold air from the ice and snow Qilin is harmful to you. You can't bear it now," Wu Qifeng said today, the explanation that he had not said all along, as if he was using his tongue to lick a group of little potatoes on the frozen electric poles. Gao Hao's hands would be stuck in an instant. Many times it was not because the Beast Master was not close to them, but because he knew something that humans did not know. Chapter 61, Big Appetite. Gao Ninian used the key to open the door. The courtyard was as clean, tidy, elegant, and beautiful as ever. The smell of rice wafted from the kitchen. Her mother had already prepared breakfast for them. Wu Qifeng followed him into the courtyard. He hadn't been here for nearly half a year. Suddenly, he found a golden jujube tree and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Where is the rockery here? Why is there a jujube tree planted here?" Gao Hao listened and replied, "I accidentally damaged the rockery during my practice, so my mother replaced it with a golden jujube tree. The golden jujubes will mature this summer. Brother, it's time to eat. Today is the championship game of the annual team competition. Do you want to watch?" Gao Ninian asked as he put the pot on the dining table. Gao Hao trotted over to help, and also brought bowls and chopsticks to Wu Qifeng, while busy explaining, "Uncle, my parents have been entertaining distinguished guests these days, so they leave early and come back late. I guess they won't be home very often. They came home around 10 o'clock in the evening the past 2 days." Wu Qifeng listened and nodded. He didn't hesitate and started to eat the meat buns made by Wu Qingyuan. He had a good appetite and finished all the dinners of Gao Ninian and Gao Hao. There were 15 or 16 meat buns, and he ate them very quickly, almost taking 3 bites each. "I haven't eaten the meat buns made by my sister for a long time. In a place like Jiaxing Peak, we have to be alert all day long. We can't even see ghosts. I can't even have a hot meal in a month." After Wu Qifeng had eaten and drunk his fill, he watched the 2 little guys busy themselves, one washing dishes and the other putting away kitchen utensils. The 2 little guys were very efficient at their work. "Brother, are you going?" Gao Ninian asked. Gao Hao immediately shook his head and said nonchalantly, "My friend and I have an appointment to play Kuju today. I don't have time to watch those people pretending to be cool on the stage." Gao Ninian listened and smiled. "Don't you usually like watching other people's games? Why have you changed these days? Having seen the high-level dragon fighting and pearl seizing competition, you will naturally have no interest in children's play." When you go to the competition venue, don't forget to tell mother that we will have no dinner tonight. If you can get dinner money, give me half of it, Gao Hao said as he put the bowls in place. Gao Ninian looked at his brother with a smile on his face and said, "Why didn't I think of that? I wonder how much Mom will give." Wu Qifeng burped for a long time, and when he saw the two little guys coming out of the kitchen, he asked, "Do you want your uncle to take you to the amusement park?" Both of them shook their heads. Gao Hao said, "Uncle, if you have nothing to do, you can stay at home and look after the house, or take Gao Ninian with you to the competition venue. If you want to rest at home, you can go to my room to sleep. I have an appointment to go out and play, and I will be back around 11 o'clock." Wu Qifeng stretched his neck. He had flown back on a Tianxing Ice Eagle. He had not had a good rest for several months. He originally wanted to report some situations to his sister, but the matter was not particularly urgent. Wu Qifeng waved at the two and said, "Go and have fun, but be mindful of the time." Walking on the street, there are very few pedestrians recently. Everyone is busy preparing hunting tools, and even more people are there to work in the annual competition restaurant. A lot of goods have been brought into the inner city these past 2 days, dozens of tons each time. Dozens of tons of meat are purchased, and all of them are top-quality beef. Normally, barbarian beef costs only 40 to 50 yuan per pound, and top-quality barbarian beef costs around 200 yuan. Now the price is almost doubled by half. Many wealthy families living in Midtown would also buy tickets into the city to watch the games, with the average cost being around $2,000 to $3,000. The more expensive upper-level private rooms cost around 20,000 yuan. If it has a panoramic skylight with an excellent view, it is normal to spend more than 100,000 yuan a day. Gao Hao took a step forward and ran to the training ground in just over 10 minutes. There were not many people still practicing hard in the training ground these 2 days. Most of them were children who came to play. When Gao Hao walked into the training ground, Zhang Xiao also arrived, and next to him was the well-rested green-eyed water python. "Brother Hao, you're here," Zhang Xiao said. Gao Hao looked at the blue-eyed water python. The wound on its back had healed, and nodded. "I'll go find the administrator over there to get the ball." After about 10 minutes, everyone was there. The four of them split into 2 groups and started the game. Before they knew it, they had been playing for more than 3 hours. As soon as Guohong stepped into the training ground, she looked at the people running and sweating on the field and shouted, "Hey everyone, the team champion is out. It's the Holy Beast Village. Team Qitian won the team championship." Gao Hao looked over when he heard the sound and wiped the sweat off his face. In a 2-on-2 match, the player's football skills had improved, but his hit rate was still slightly higher. Han Ping and he were in a team to cooperate in defense. Zhang Xiao and Gao Cheng were in a group. They worked in perfect harmony with each other and made almost no mistakes in passing the ball. The 4 Beast Masters acted as cheerleaders on the side. The transition from offense to defense each has its own advantages. After all, Han Ping is good at passing the ball from behind, and Gao Hao has sharp eyes, so the cooperation is also very good. Before they knew it, they had been playing for 3 hours, and the team competition was over. A few people casually wiped the sweat from their faces. As expected, it's another victory for the Holy Beast Village. After all, the Xiao family supports local development. Zhang Xiao analyzed the situation in Tianxing City at the beginning. In recent decades, the Holy Beast Village has gradually appeared in the sight of people outside the city, and even some construction workers can hear the voice of this village. The Xiao family built a processing factory in the Holy Beast Village, which has boosted the local economic development and also attracted many beast masters to settle in the Holy Beast Village. Although most of them have not broken through the 10-star Earth control level and only have the strength of 8 or 9 stars, the population density of the Holy Beast Village has also increased. The population has increased from 30,000 a few decades ago to 370,000 settled people, and several surrounding villages were merged together 10 years ago. Guohong ran over panting, handed the water she bought to Gao Hao, and then took out a towel from her storage bracelet and handed it to him. Wipe the sweat off. The breath Gao Hao exhaled was hot, and his heart was still beating violently after just exercising. Several people went into the training room to rest and wait until their body temperature dropped. Patriarch Gao has announced the results. His team of disciples won the 2nd place. In addition, he notified that the registration for the annual individual competition will start at 3 p.m. I have good news for you. 2 7-star Earth-controlling people in our class will participate in the individual competition. Guohong is really an intelligence expert. Relying on her ability as the one-legged golden crow, she collects intelligence step by step. Now she is considered a core role in their Red Star team. Zhang Hao, Yi Qing. Zhang Xiao asked, Guohong nodded as a matter of course and said, "They are both representatives of our Gaozhong Intermediate Earth Control class. I hope one of them can get into the top 10. There is another rumor that Zhao Yu and Zhang Ji have both broken through to the 6-star Earth Control level, but they are hiding it and are preparing to participate in the individual competition and show off once they get a good result." Guohong said this with a chuckle. This wasn't some gossip at all. She just overheard the conversation between the two. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, but there was no such heat and stuffiness as in summer. Several people recovered their strength in the classroom, wiped off the sweat from their bodies to prevent colds, rested for about half an hour. Then let's disband. See you at the competition venue. As several people left, Guohong took out $100 and handed it to Gao Hao. Your sister asked me to give it to you. She said we can go to the park to watch the moon tonight and buy some food to fill our stomachs. Good. Chapter 62. The battle ended in 3 seconds. Fast, too fast. Noon. Wu Qifeng woke up and ran out to buy 2 bottles of juice for them at the store and ate the big crabs prepared by his mother. At around 1 o'clock, Gao Yin and Gao Hao went to the competition venue respectively to sign up for the individual competition. Everything that happened on the way was normal, and there was nothing much to say. The staff told me the rules of the competition. In individual competitions, the Beast Master and the host can fight together, which is not as chaotic and dangerous as a team competition. The situation is also easy to control, so individual players can play to their strengths and use their talents to fight with more advantages. Team battles often involve uncertainties, and it is common for the Beast Master to be ambushed when he is at his most vulnerable. Individual competitions mainly test personal will and fighting instincts. By eliminating uncertain factors, individual competitions can better highlight a person's combat advantages, such as the development of various talents, great strength, speed, endurance, charm, mobility, insight, induction, and how to use these talents to expand one's own advantages. This is the problem Gao Hao needs to consider. When his level is low, he has no advantage in any aspect. He has a huge advantage in mental power, and the double-pupil panda itself is not ordinary. When facing some ordinary beast masters, he can directly open the eye of truth, fully unleash the slowing effect, and instantly carry out violent output. Don't give the enemy a chance to use their talents. After 2 days of adjustment at home, Gao Hao simulated more than 30 games in the book. No matter which fighting style it was difficult for him. His realm is neither high nor low, and sometimes he is really in a hurry. It is only 5 days, and if he is given another 5 days, he can break through and become a 5-star Earth Master. This made him realize that time waits for no one. It is always people who try to catch up with time. Every second, every minute is precious. For more than 30 simulated battles, Gao Hao summed up 3 sets of fighting methods that best suited him. The first set is a quick battle and a quick decision. The second option is to run away. The third set, the empty city strategy. The next day, the competition venue was being cleaned and prepared early in the morning. Groups of unfamiliar beast tamers came together, the oldest of whom was about 7 years old. The girl was about 1.56 meters tall, with a very evenly proportioned and slender body. She looked out of place in the development of the other girls around her, but she only had a 6-star Earth control level and was accompanied by a ginger cat. She followed with graceful steps, with a natural sense of charm, already taking shape at a young age, and had several people around her, the 7 stars Earth controlling, trying to please her. Little sister, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll let you go a little bit when I see you. A little boy approached and said this, but was immediately picked up by a burly boy and thrown to the ground. The boy was even taller, at least 1.7 meters tall. The boy was like a little chicken in his hands. Before the tall boy could say a word, he was pinned down by 2 guards who rushed over to maintain order. Expelled from the competition arena, disqualified. Following the judge's cold verdict, the boy who was pinned to the ground brushed off the dirt on his body and stood up. What my brother said is true. Every year there are a few outsiders who don't know manners and want to use violence to solve problems. With a look of smugness on his face, he said coldly to the people who were looking at him, "That person has the strength of a 7-star Earth-controlling person. Before the match even started, I helped you eliminate a person who could potentially win the championship. Don't you want to thank me? What a smartass. How could such a brainless person be qualified to win the championship?" The boys surrounding the girl mocked with stiff faces. "You guys are so funny. Just now you had the ability to dissuade me, but now you come out to blame me. Haha, only the villain knows who is the villain." The boy snorted and said, "Trash is trash. If you are called brother, you will obey me. The girl's goal is not trash like you. The girl's mouth twitched as she listened, but the tall boy just now made her feel a little pressured. She looked at the people around her, sighed in her heart, smiled sweetly again, and said aggrievedly, I only feel sorry for my brothers. How could I let you fight for me? Everyone, stop arguing. I will feel bad if you get hurt. Who will protect me? My beast is just an orange cat with no fighting ability. It was done in one go, and the boy was a little tempted. But in the end, he hardened his heart and turned away. Who can not like a cute and coquettish little sister who understands boys' preferences? Get out of the way, get out of the way. The annual individual competition has begun again. The quality and character of the Beastmasters are getting worse every year. Any scumbag can come out and show off. I can smell the scent of a slut from a long distance away. The girl listened and turned around angrily. She wanted to see who dared to say something bad about her. But when she saw who was coming, she looked a little flustered. Yi Qing, you're also participating in the individual competition? The girl said. Yi Qing looked at the girl with a frown on his face, and then at the boys surrounding her. What did you want to say? Finally, he sighed and walked away. At this moment, a young Beastmaster suddenly appeared on the screen of the central square tower and spoke loudly. Everyone is welcome to participate in the annual individual competition held by the Gao family. The highest reward is a king-grade elixir, which can help ordinary beasts evolve their bloodlines. If you don't need a king-grade elixir, you can also exchange it for a prize of tens of millions. The young Beastmaster said, the competition will begin. Please ask all the invigilators to lead the Beastmasters to the stage to compete. Please give them the warmest applause to encourage them. Youth is about fighting. The examination room for the individual competition was not as big as that for the team competition. It was only the size of a football field. The young female examiner had pale skin, the kind of sickly white color that only appeared in movies. Her red lips were quite bright. Her hands were clasped across her chest. She had a whistle in her mouth, and her voice sounded a little choked. The game begins. Almost instantly, bang, 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 bang. Gao Hao looked at his fallen opponent. As expected, a quick victory was his favorite. The female examiner looked surprised, and her mouth opened into a huge circle. Gao Hao wins. The victory was decided in 3 seconds. 69% of people did not see how Gao Hao won in such a short time. After all, his opponent was a 6-star earthbending master. The boy never expected that he would be defeated so miserably and become a stepping stone for others to become famous. Gao Hao waited for Xiong Dundun to come back. The man and the bear jumped off the ring and waited for the examiner's arrangements. His cold attitude instantly attracted a group of female admirers. Wow, this boy is so cool. He has no expression on his face even after winning the game, as if it was a natural thing. Hurry, it's too fast. I want to get off. This is not the express train I want to take. Qin sure, my son is cute, isn't he? This mature expression makes people feel unable to stop. The posture of being amused and blushing instantly makes him even more adorable. Wu Qingyuan boasted that after spending a few days together, there was no sense of strangeness in their conversation anymore. The advanced Earth Control competition will also begin today. Mao Tongtong went over there to watch Mao Rongrong's game. Wu Qingyuan wanted to see her son's heroic appearance, so she dragged Qin Shishir over to have a look. As a result, they saw Gao Hao showing off his skills. This attracted a crowd of people to admire the young hero. Chapter 63. 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West. As the first round of the competition ended, Gao Hao stood next to the female examiner and rested for about 30 minutes. From time to time, there were voices of discussion among the crowd. Some were discussing and commenting on the tactical arrangements of all parties, and some people came with their children to learn from the experience. Some people come to watch their own children. They will shout excitedly when they win, but will quietly wipe away their tears after a failure, feeling sorry for their children. Little brother, you are so cool. It's our turn in the next game. You better go easy on us. The girl whispered softly while looking at Gao Hao. The battle on the girl's side was also over. Naturally, she saw that Gao Hao's strength was extraordinary, but she had no idea what kind of talent it was. Teleport, control, acceleration. Although she had some guesses in her mind, she still wanted to come over and try it out. Just now she found those boys surrounding her. No matter what else happened, the boy acted indifferent and did not open his mouth to explain anything, as if he was far away from the noisy environment. Too calm or clear-headed? Gao Hao's goal is actually very simple. He wants to fight quickly and decisively, using all his mental strength to control the opponent's speed, slowing it down 10 times. If he can kill the opponent in 3 seconds, he will never use 5 seconds. Try to reduce your own mental consumption as much as possible. After all, the opponent is a 6-star Earth controller. Gao Hao does not relax or take any chances. When facing an opponent of the same level, Gao Hao would choose to confront him head-on in order to keep his mental focus. Facing a beast master whose chi control is several times more than his, he would obviously not be able to defeat the opponent by engaging in a war of attrition. Strike with precision when times are poor, and provide comprehensive firepower when times are rich. Tactics must be interspersed and charming. Gao Hao showed a sweet smile and touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Sister, it was just luck. The brother just underestimated me and gave in. I'm not as powerful as you think. The girl felt that this boy was more charming. She felt her heart beating fast, and she wanted to lick her lips out of habit, but she held back. Sister believes in you, and will show mercy later. Bang, bang, bang. The game is over. Gao Hao wins and advances. The beautiful female examiner smiled gently, which made people feel comfortable. Xiong dun blew on his fist and naturally made a victory gesture on the ring. A 5-meter-tall charming fox was knocked to the ground. The girl had a look of surprise on her face. She had clearly given the order to retreat. So why did the enchanting fox disobey orders and rush forward to fight with the golden panda? With confusion on her face, she looked at the expressionless man, as if she was not in his sight at all. She could not help but clench her fists tightly and grit her teeth in her heart. Things may change over time. Just wait and see. Gao Hao, I will remember you. I will definitely find a way to get back at the great humiliation I suffered today. After collecting the unconscious charming fox beast and leaving the competition venue, after 2 rounds of elimination, the top 800 entered the top 400 and the top 400 entered the top 200. Others would fight for more than 10 minutes and need half an hour to recover their chi, but Gao Hao was resting almost the entire time. After all, the battle was only 3 seconds. It looks impressive, but not very watchable. In fact, it is more shocking and leaves many people puzzled as to what talent Gao Hao used. It's just like when boys go to the movies, they all like to watch movies that are more than 2 hours long, and they think they are not strong enough if they watch shorter movies. Aren't those 3-minute short films blatantly humiliating? Actually, 3 minutes is just the right length for middle-aged men to watch. Any longer would seem disrespectful and deceptive. Some people like long speeches, while others like short and concise ones. When doing things, one must have precise positioning, as well as practical judgment based on one's own situation. Gao Hao frowned slightly. Controlling the 6-star Earth control, which has mental resistance, and using 10 times the slowness, it is still not something he can do lightly. When he stood on the stage, he had to be supported by Xiong Dundun, otherwise he would have to kneel down on the spot and kowtow to everyone present. Thank you all for your support and love. Gao Hao waved and smiled at the people watching his game. He is a sunny and cheerful little boy who can heal people's hearts. A beautiful lady touched her belly, looked at her husband beside her, her face full of maternal instinct, and said, "Let's go back and give birth to a baby boy." Really, you agree? The man was extremely surprised. He never expected that he had come to the right place. The lady nodded gently, looked at the boy on the stage, and said, "Look at him. He is so cute and sensible. I wish our children were as cute as him." After he stepped off the stage, the female examiner looked at him, touched his body to check it, and then put a check mark on his qualified position. After the inspection, the female examiner whispered, "Little friend, don't push yourself too hard. Excessive use of mental strength will lead to mental weakness and loss of will, just like over-rewarding yourself, which will lead to loss." Gao Hao nodded seriously and said, "Thank you, sister. Your concern makes me feel warm. I will pay attention to it." The individual competition progressed quickly. He was able to rest for an hour in each of the 2 games to recover, which was a point in his favor. The top 100 in the individual competition will be decided in the morning. His mental strength has recovered about 80%. His next opponent is a 6-star earthbending warrior. The individual competition tests not only combat ability, but also willpower and endurance, as well as one's own comprehensive qualities, that is, the knowledge learned over time. Only by bringing all these abilities into play can one be considered a qualified beastmaster. The sun was shining brightly around 10 o'clock in the morning. Today's sun was relatively warm, and there was no biting cold wind. It felt a bit warm on my body. I heard from others that after the cold wind and heavy rain, there will be a beautiful sunny day. Today's weather is really good, very suitable for lying in the yard and basking in the sun. The break is over. Gao Hao finished his training with his eyes closed and saw that the beast of his opponent in the next match was a porcupine beast covered with thorns. It was about 2 meters tall and its back was covered with barbs that looked like sharp arrows, which made people's scalp tingle. Its body is covered with long, round, or flat thorns, like a ferocious weapon with thousands of arrows shooting out at once, and its thorns even feared by tigers and lions. The whole body is covered with thorns to the tail, the hind feet have 5 fingers, and the forehead, nose, and mouth are relatively prominent, which helps to eat quickly. Tens of thousands of years ago, the spines on wild porcupines were very easy to fall off, and they would only launch a fierce counterattack when attacked by the enemy. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation and improvement of genes by human beast masters, nowadays, the porcupine beast tamer has a high status and is synonymous with the riot of the earth. He is the first choice of land and space beast masters. The porcupine beast tamer is a top-notch archer who is invincible with thousands of arrows in his hands. 100 arrows never miss the target. Almost all of them are known as archers. They are very difficult to deal with, especially when you see the alert look on the opponent's beastmaster's face. Gao Hao was silent for a moment, looking at Xiong Dundun's fat body, wondering if it could withstand the damage from hundreds of arrows, and pondered for a moment. Decided not to use 10 times the slowness at the beginning, but to use my own foresight advantage. Slowly we're down the opponent step by step, and the most important thing is to see if the opponent's beastmaster will be fooled. Chapter 64. The Battle of the Top 100, Lure the Enemy Deep. The young man was full of vigor and ambition. He led his porcupine and stood on the stage with his head held high. Gao Hao, right? The first 2 games must have consumed a lot of your energy. Although I don't know what talent you used, you are definitely no match for me, the porcupine. Just admit defeat. Gao Hao listened and said, if we don't compete, who can know the result? You also said that the first 2 games took a lot of effort from me. It should be easy for you to beat me. Why do you want me to admit defeat? You sharp-tongued little brat, I just don't want to bully the weak. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, I won't be polite. The young man opposite immediately launched an attack. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Before he finished speaking, the boy on the opposite side had already commanded the porcupine to launch an attack. The huge porcupine was like an armored train covered with barbs. Instantly, a sharp spike was launched, accurately shooting straight towards Gao Hao's position, locking onto him with the most precision, and one hit would surely cause serious injury. The rushed-out Xiong Dundun could only return to defend himself, and slapped away the sharp thorns with one claw. He looked a little flustered, funny, and even a little amusing. The young man had a smile on his face at this moment. He did not think that he could win by relying on just one arrow. After all, Gao Hao's performance in the previous 2 games had shown his talent very surprisingly. I already knew that your beast's attack speed is not fast. Although I don't know your talent, I can guess that it is related to speed, which increases the speed of its attack burst. But my porcupine has sharp arrows, which can control the attack range of your beast. The boy had a smile on his face, but he was also observing the expression on Gao Hao's face. Sometimes he could not rely on his own subjective judgment. So, he was also observing whether Gao Hao was afraid or had any other strange behavior. A girl on the field looked at him anxiously. Brother Hao, you must win. Many people in the arena were paying attention to the 2 of them. The matches between the 2 were very exciting, especially the porcupine control arrows used by the young man. It can be said that he had used them to the limit in the previous 2 games. On the one hand, he can use the porcupine to restrain the opponent's beastmaster, and on the other hand, he can keep himself safe and launch a sneak attack on the opponent's beastmaster when the opportunity arises. Gao Hao's attack was actually also a sneak attack, but there is a fundamental difference in nature. In wars where the weak defeats the strong, whether in history or now, it is often at the cost of huge sacrifices, forcing the other side to cease fire. Looking at the most suitable method, it is Xi and Chiji's way of leading troops in battle, using battle to support battle, keeping oneself in the most efficient state. When the enemy chases me, I flee. When the enemy retreats, I advance. Like a group of hunting dogs, they constantly harass and harass each other in order to test each other's strength. On the other hand, Gao Hao must find a way to consume the opponent's long-range lethal weapons, and he must also take Xiong Dundun's physical strength into consideration. Therefore, after the opponent had tested him for 3 or 4 rounds, Xiong Dundun had been protecting Gao Hao. Gao Hao pulled out the thorn shot by the porcupine on the ground. They were more than 1 meter long. If they were thicker in the middle, they could be used as javelin. The quills of a porcupine are not poisonous, but the pain from being pricked is extremely unbearable. The blades shot by the improved porcupine are sharper and have a stronger penetrating effect. Suddenly, sharp spikes came from all directions. The boy launched his own general attack. After 3 or 4 attempts, he had confirmed that the boy's speed could reach 7 or 8 meters per second, and his speed was even faster, reaching a speed of 11 or 12 meters per second. In just 3 rounds, he could trap Gao Hao in the east corner of the arena. In this way, he had no way to retreat and could only allow himself to be slaughtered. Gao Hao used all his strength and finally escaped the pursuit and blockade of 30 thorn arrows. Now he finally understood why in a battle where the weak defeats the strong, one has to keep running away in the early stages of the battle. Escaping is also a technical job. Not only do you have to do it at the right time to let the other person see that you are weak, but you also have to lure him into the right position for you to take action. The right time, right place, and right people do not happen naturally, but are the result of human wisdom that turns the impossible into the possible and the unavailable into the available. Turn unfavorable factors into the key to victory. Gao Hao moved instantly, and under the boy's incredulous eyes, he rushed through his encirclement. At this moment, Gao Hao's speed exceeded the limit of his thinking. He ran 40 meters in 1 second. Is this the speed that a 4-star Earth-controlling person can achieve? Even if he has talent, he shouldn't be able to reach this speed. He subconsciously glanced at the porcupine and finally looked at the recorder of the game. His eyes instantly widened a little, and the look he gave Gao Hao became somewhat horrified. Your talent is so strong. Too strong. Only the person involved can feel the fear of losing time. Although it is only a few seconds, it has gone beyond illusion and can actually block people's senses and make people fall into it without realizing it. If there were no record of the game time, he would probably always be in Gao Hao's calculation range until all the weapons in his hands were emptied. The next second, the boy felt a little dizzy. Xiong Dundun was already beside him, punching out with a dragon fist. Then he retracted some of his strength, and the boy rolled and flew more than 10 meters away. When he looked again, his eyes were a little red. It turned out that all the thorn arrows that had just been shot were now stuck in the body of the porcupine beastmaster, so it could be considered that they had been returned to their original owners. Gao Hao raised the corner of his mouth and replied calmly, "You were careless and lost your calm judgment. The moment you discovered my ability, you lost your focus, became afraid, and became timid and frightened. You completely forgot that your beast was still in the battle." Gao Hao locked onto the thorn arrow with his mind and used his ability to slow down at the critical moment. However, the porcupine's charge speed remained unchanged and even increased. As a result, the arrow shot by the porcupine hit himself instead. Gao Hao used his all-round vision to successfully find a gap in the defense and avoid the thorn arrow shooting. From the beginning to the end, it cannot be said that everything went according to plan. The point that made Gao Hao most worried was that the young man actually tried 3 or 4 times in a row. He was also a very suspicious and cautious person. But in the end, Gao Hao held back. For the sake of victory, he did not rashly activate his slowing ability, but instead relied on the explosive power of his own dragon fist to speed up. This caused the young man to misjudge the situation and became the target of Gao Hao's hunting despite the fact that he had clearly set up a hunting ground. The person who should be thanked the most is Xiong Dundun. He took him on the run, dodging the thorny arrows shot at him again and again. Xiong Dundun was not fast, but he had very strong explosive power and sufficient endurance. Relying on his double-pupil eyesight, he could even make some predictions in advance. The young man looked at the fallen porcupine and stood up silently. He put his porcupine back into the beast-controlling space with heartache and hurried to the treatment room. The female examiner looked at Gao Hao with a big smile on her face and immediately announced Gao's promotion. The top 100 winner is Gao Hao, the winner of the 3rd match. Let's give him our warmest applause to congratulate him. Chapter 65. The Left-Armed Boy Mukin, the Battle of the Top 100. Gao Hao remained the same, with a cool expression. He bowed slightly to everyone watching to express his gratitude. In contrast, Xiong Dundun was more active and made a victory gesture the moment the examiner announced his victory. He raised his hands very high and waved to those who were applauding him, which caused many girls to exclaim in surprise. "Wow, what a handsome bear. He was so handsome when he was running for his master, just now." Listening to the girl's compliments, many people looked at her sideways. Is this a compliment? But let's be honest. I have never seen anyone who can escape so handsomely. He jumped left and right in the rain of arrows and passed by in an instant without getting a single leaf on him. Xiong Dundun's huge body can nimbly dodge the rain of arrows again and again, or repel the thorn arrows to protect its owner. With the end of the 3rd game, the top 100 winners of the annual competition will be born. Each of them will be an excellent beast master who has won 3 games in a row and won the victory with his own wisdom and the power of beast control. For the beast masters ranked after the 100th, the Gao family will arrange other examination halls to hold competitions for the top 200. Most of the beast masters ranked after the 200th will be sent back to their original places, or go to another family and try the threshold again. Gao Hao jumped off the stage. Fights were still going on other stages. Yi Qing, the boy that the girl just met, was also in a tough fight. He himself had only heard of it a few times, but he was indeed very famous in the intermediate earth control class and was already able to skillfully use 2 types of earth control techniques in combat. I heard from Guohong that he uses 2 kinds of defensive skills, Thunder Fist and Thunder. If you meet him in a competition, you must be careful of his Thunder defensive skill. Yi Qing has been practicing for more than 2.5 years. Once he uses it, it will paralyze the person and prevent them from moving freely for more than a minute. It is incredibly powerful. His opponent was none other than the child with phosphorus armor on his left arm. Both of them were 7-star Earth controllers, but the difference in their talents was very obvious. One just turned 1 year old, and the other is already 4 years old, but neither of them cared. Each of them was using all their strength to put what they had learned into practice. Yi Qing's beast is a thunder-loving tiger, which evolved from a red-striped thunder tiger. It has the power of thunder and lightning all over its body. It is 2 meters long and can control the rare thunder and lightning energy. This is also the capital for him to be arrogant. This year's goal is to evolve the Thunder Crazy Tiger into a more advanced Thunder Crazy Tiger, reach the limit of beast taming, and become an ultimate beast tamer. This is the end point for countless wealthy families to tamed beasts. If they evolve further, they will become a sacred beast. If they do not take risks and do not have great opportunities, they will not be able to withstand the terrifying consumption of billions of resources. The most important thing is that no one else is selling it. Even if you have money, you can't get this level of natural treasure. Among them, the 3 precious Chinese medicinal herbs, Thunder Rock, Longevity Grass, and Thunder Lotus. His father had already spent a lot of money to help him obtain them, which was already the limit of their family. What is lacking now is tolerance medicine, which can help the beast tamer evolve and resist the side effects of medicinal materials, thus making the beast tamer's evolution smoother. A bottle of endurance medicine costs about 5 million, which is the income of his father's hard work for several years. So he wants to obtain the endurance medicine through his own hard work, and his goal is to get a good result in the top 10 in the individual competition. The boy with the phosphorus armor is called Mukin. This is his 3rd game. In the first 2 games, he felt some pressure at the beginning. After going on stage, he found that those older brothers and sisters than him were no more than that. The strength of a beast master is not determined by age. Even if the child is only 2 years old, if an ordinary person sees him on the street, it is reasonable for him to call him an adult. When facing his one-horned dragon beast, he would be suppressed by the dragon's might in just 1 or 2 rounds, and thus be swept off the ring and win with just 1 move of the dragon's tail. From the good result of 2nd place in the team competition to the excellent performance in the individual competition, his reputation has been raised again. He was trained as a direct descendant of the Gao family, and naturally practiced the Gao family's most powerful dragon art. The first control skill he practiced was also the Dragon Fist. Mu Chun, come on, we support you. You are the eternal pride of our village. Mukin was a little out of breath. The one-horned dragon was still a beast tamer in its growth stage. Facing the fully formed beast tamer, the Thunderthirsty Tiger, especially a beast tamer with lightning attributes. Every time he attacked, he would feel a tingling pain in his arms and waves of numbness. The pain made him break out in cold sweats. The levels of the 2 are obviously the same, but Yi Qing's chi control is much heavier than his. The one-horned dragon was surrounded by dark blue arcs of electricity, leaving it no chance to strike. The fight between the 2 was clearly in a stalemate. If Mu Chun was given a few more months to calm down, Yi Qing would really have no chance of winning, but now he knew that he just had to hold on. The other party will definitely get impatient and take the initiative to attack. And he hasn't used the 2nd Imperial skill yet. Compared with the Thunder Imperial skill, the explosive power of the Thunder Fist is more violent. He deceived everyone, including his classmates who spent every day with him, and they all thought that his Thunder Control skill was the strongest. Yi Qing now needs to continuously accumulate strength, and he needs time to explode. Mukin's strength and talent are far above his, but he is not his opponent yet. There was a rage in his heart, a spirit of defiance, and the desire to climb out of the quagmire. The thundering and tiger roaring sounds around him instantly became even louder. Normally, the Beastmaster attacks while the Beastmaster is protected behind him, but the Lightning Beastmasters are different. They have their own protective aura, and their bodies seem like porcupines covered with thorns. Seeing Yi Qing approaching, Mukin quickly summoned his one-horned dragon back to his side, breathing heavily and looking a little anxious. Wait a minute, I'm not ready yet. No, that's what I mean. Can you please make way? What on earth am I talking about? Mukin was still just a child, and his speech was somewhat incoherent. When he usually played in the village, many older children gave in to him and spoiled him with any good toys they had. Now that the real test has come, he shows some childish weakness, but Yi Qing has been practicing for 3 full years, and there are many people with stronger and weaker talents than him. No one would back down and share their resources with their enemies. The unicorn dragon also roared in panic. Seeing the approaching thunder-thirsty tiger, Mukin finally unleashed all his strength, slamming his feet into the ground, with the power of the golden dragon fist wrapped around his hands, also a golden attributed aura. Yi Qing was waiting for this moment. He made a sudden charge, and the weakness of the dragon fist was instantly exposed. This straightforward punch was difficult to turn. Yi Qing showed no mercy and kicked Mukin off the stage with one punch and one kick. The thunder-thirsty tiger tightly entangled the one-horned dragon. Stop, Beastmaster, get off the stage. I now declare Yi Qing the winner. Congratulations to him for becoming one of the top 100. After all the competitions were over, Gao Hao had already left the arena and was on his way home. Chapter 66. The beast taming space has natural treasures. The sun was shining brightly at noon, and he was in a good mood. Although he had already made it into the top 100, he had already achieved his psychological goal. But this time he didn't plan to quit. He wanted to seriously see where his limits were, especially today's game, which made him gain a lot. You can't see the meaning just by watching. You need to do it yourself and practice to draw conclusions. So he didn't go to watch other people's games. He thought that the information collected by Gao Hao had given him some advantages. He focused more on practicing to improve his realm. After returning home, Gao Hao immediately entered the practice room and practiced seriously to restore his consumed energy and spirit. He felt very comfortable these 2 days. Although he still didn't quite understand what the spirit of heaven and earth was, he absorbed much more purple energy from the sun than from his previous practice. It seemed like someone had given him a cheat, but it could only improve one aspect of his spiritual attributes. The beast-controlling space was growing very rapidly every day. If he controlled and observed it now, it felt as big as 40 football fields. Xiong Dundon's growth in the past few days has completely exceeded his initial expectations. The effect of the iron bone pill in his body has been completely digested. He has grown to a height of 2 meters when lying down and more than 10 feet tall when standing up. It's like a little giant. Now that Gao Hao is sitting on it, it seems like he is carrying a toy. It can be said that he is doing it very easily and without any pressure. During the growth period of the golden panda, it will grow to a size of 5 meters, and its food intake increases every day. Fortunately, there are mature Polygonata moderatum in his beast taming space. The best one is the purple Polygonatum, which looks more advanced than the ones on the market, although Xiong Dundon is still eating the bamboo he fed it to him. But most of the time he was spending his time surviving and practicing in the beast taming space. He worked diligently and solved the problem of food by himself. He no longer tried to practice for a few hours before being lazy like he did at the beginning. He practices even harder every day than Gao Hao. He is different now that he has grown up. He has become much more sensible and very obedient. Xiong Dundon's usual actions and behaviors are much more flamboyant, majestic, and domineering. Generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Xiong Dundon has now entered a period of crazy cultivation and expansion, and he also attaches great importance to his own performance. It is particularly concerned about other people's views and likes to express itself under the attention of the audience. It will shake naturally when it hears many people praising it. It is easy to understand that a bear can show joy on his face. When it is happy, its short round tail will shake. Of course, this emotion is only noticed by Gao Hao, as the amplitude of the shaking of its tail is not obvious. Gao Nianyin continued to practice until noon when he came back, and Wu Qifeng had already returned to his own courtyard. He also had to prepare some used items during these days, such as elixirs, warmth, food, formation stones, and some knowledge books needed in the wild. In the past 6 months, he has grown a lot and seen many serious problems that he usually doesn't see. His realm has been improved. Only you yourself know the specific feeling of joy. Others will never feel the same way. After Gao Ninian came back, she hurried to recover herself. Unfortunately, she did not make it into the top 100 or even the top 200. What was even more regrettable was that she was eliminated in the first game. Gao Yu has the same fate as her. Gao Qing, Mao Rongrong, and Wang Feng are among the top 200. The good news is that Mao Rongrong made a breakthrough last night. Having become a 9-star Earth Tamer, her talent as a Beast Tamer is indeed much stronger than Gao Ninian's. Now he has come from behind, and Gao Yu and Gao Qing are also striving to become 10-star Earth Controllers recently, and Gao Ninian will become a 9-star Earth Controller in more than half a month. Time is always like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it too much, there is no use in squeezing it further. I ate 30 shrimp dumplings at noon, and surprisingly my appetite became a lot smaller. Xiong Dundun also had some dumplings for a meal. The two little ones took care of themselves. After eating and drinking, they lay down on their parents' rocking chairs to rest. Sister, how is the battle going on your side? Gao Hao asked. What a miserable defeat. I'm a healing beast master. Why would I join in the fun? I'll only help others gain more points. Gao Ninian grabbed her hair randomly, unable to accept that she was defeated within a few seconds of coming on stage. She was such a beautiful little girl, and the peony beast was so cute, but she was violently pushed off the stage. What about you? Gao Ninian asked with a sidelong glance. Gao Hao smiled faintly and raised his eyebrows, feeling a little stressed about the current pace of the game. The answer was it's easy. I'm in the top 100. I don't feel any pressure. The afternoon competition will probably decide the top 10. The individual competition is too tight. Why does the team competition take up so many days? Gao Nien muttered quietly. Because of the distinguished guests, the family has shortened the duration of the competition. It seems that they will only stay for 5 days and will leave the day after tomorrow at the latest. Gao Hao was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the people his parents followed had such great abilities. The Gao family actually arranged a competition for them in advance. I really envy Mao Rongrong. She's been eating, drinking, and having fun with her aunt these days, and she has endless pocket money. She can have whatever she wants. The Rose Princess that I've always been reluctant to buy. Her aunt bought her for more than 2,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. Gao Ninian talked about what happened in the past few days, and Gao Hao also talked about his own situation. By the way, sister, do you have any choice for your second beast? Of course not, but my parents have thought it through. My top priority now is to improve my realm. I want to break through to the Imperial Master level, and it will probably be summer soon. Gao Ninian acted indifferent. Gao Hao also read in a book that the second Beast Tamer would also give the Beast Tamer a magical talent. Gao Hao's first talent, the Eye of Truth, has a wide range of uses. His mother said that his second Beast Master must be a wood-attributed Beast Master. So he wanted to ask Gao Ninian, maybe he could find out something in advance. But Gao Ninian obviously didn't care about the issue of his second Beast Tamer. This is the advantage of a big family. They will provide high-level resources to talented children so that they can concentrate on their own cultivation. Gao Hao closed his eyes to rest. At about 1 o'clock, Gao Hao and Gao Ninian went out and rushed to the competition venue respectively. One is to compete on your own, the other is to cheer for your teammates. Gao Ninian had no intention of going to watch her brother's competition. Besides, if Mao Rongrong could get a top 10 reward, it would be worth celebrating. They could have fun to their heart's content at night. And since the rich man Mao Tongtong would pay for the meal, Gao Ninian naturally chose her companions. Although he has a lot of 10-star Earth beasts, Mao Rongrong's beasts are also quite powerful. Chapter 67, Mao Rongrong advances to the top 50. Mao Rongrong has a great chance of winning. Her centipede has extremely strong attack power. Even carnivorous beasts such as jackals, tigers, and leopards cannot make any waves in her hands. And 70% of beast tamers are of these types, and this is her biggest advantage. Inside the Advanced Earth Control competition venue, it is as lively as ever, with pedestrians coming and going gathered in layers on the pavilions. The quality of the buildings is really good. They have a history of thousands of years and are still standing. Gao Ninian looked at the sisters and Mao Rongrong who had arrived and immediately went up to say hello. Rongrong, come on, I'm rooting for you. The blue sky was as clear as crystal, with clouds rolling in the air from time to time. The gentle wind blew through the tips of her hair, stirring Mao Rongrong's heart. She now knows some information about the Mao family, and her father does not intend to abandon her. As long as she works hard to practice, she will be able to return to the Mao family. All beast masters, get ready. The competition is about to begin. Please check your beasts and do it according to your ability. A female examiner shouted. The beast taming competition will begin in 2 minutes. Mao Rongrong patted her cheeks with her hands, and Gao Yin and other companions encouraged her. Come on, you can do it. As both teams stepped onto the stage, Mao Rongrong's opponent was a beastmaster who owned a catfish. The catfish was about 2 meters long and spit out bubbles from its mouth from time to time. This catfish can even make it into the top 100? Many people on the pavilion asked doubtful questions, with expressions of incomprehension on their faces. After all, no matter how hard they thought, a catfish could not be a match for jackals, tigers, and leopards. You don't understand this. This catfish's endurance and defense are extraordinary. Ordinary force attacks have no effect on it. It seems that it is too slippery to hit its body. There is a special protective film on its body that can almost offset 90% of the attack power. The bubbles it spits out have a kind of stickiness that can quickly make the beast's body stiff, so you must never touch those weird things. Listening to the explanation of a beast master in the pavilion, many ordinary people expressed admiration. There were many commentators in the pavilion who explained various situations. Many battles are played in slow motion, otherwise ordinary people would not be able to see how the battle ends. Battles are often decided in a very short time. The left and right sides of the competition stage are both ready. Following the examiner's order, the game begins. The catfish beast immediately began to secrete a large amount of mucus, which quickly covered the entire body of the man. Its fat body was covered with thick phosphorus armor, and its entire head was covered with long catfish whiskers, which looked like whips when waved. There were bursts of breaking wind sounds. Mao Rongrong was directing the centipede to attack, with several whips hitting its body, but the thick scales quickly blocked them. Your attacks have no effect on me, and my centipede earth dragon also has a strong defense. Now you'd better admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be hurt all over in a while. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Arrogant, proud. Even if you are the children of a big family, I will never admit defeat. The beastmaster on the opposite side gave an order. The catfish's body slides, and because there is no friction between its body and the ground, it moves very agilely, as if it were skating. Its speed instantly increased by more than 3 times, and various mucus continued to be secreted from its mouth. Seeing the centipede, it chased after it relentlessly. It suddenly burst out with a fierce force and spat out a mouthful of phlegm with a puff sound, which actually spread out like a spider web, like a big net. Here it comes, the flying catfish spider web. The centipede dragon waved its 20 giant sickles in front of it quickly, cutting the spider webs quickly, but when the spider web stuck to its feet, it quickly stiffens and hardens in just a few seconds. There was a loud bang on the field, and the centipede dragon's sickle foot quickly fell on the field. It struggled for a while before it finally got out of the spider web. The beastmaster on the opposite side quickly revealed a smug look, looked at Mao Rongrong, who was a little stunned and surprised, and said with a laugh, "Ha ha ha, it's not too late to surrender now. If you suffer too much later, you won't have a chance. You might even have to stay in the infirmary for 2 days." Seeing the slippery catfish sliding on the ground and circling around the centipede, mucus continued to accumulate on its body. Mao Rongrong never thought that he would suffer a loss at the hands of a catfish. The mucus accumulated in the catfish's mouth, and the next flying catfish restraint was ready, so it could only quickly guide the centipede to retreat. Mao Rongrong was caught in a tough battle. The two sides fought back and forth, and the centipede dragon's physical strength was constantly being consumed. Suddenly, Mao Rongrong seemed to notice something. Catfish are obviously aquatic creatures, but at this moment this catfish was actually running and sliding on land, and when it encountered some stagnant water, it actually consciously avoided it. I'm afraid the mucus on the catfish's body is afraid of being contaminated by water, as water will destroy and decompose the protective film on the catfish's body. There wasn't too much accumulated water, and thinking of this, Mao Rongrong immediately launched a counterattack. The earth dragon rolls. The centipede instantly fell to the ground, rolling around like crazy, with mud flying everywhere and covering itself in dirt. When the beastmaster on the opposite side saw this, his expression changed drastically, as if his secret had been discovered, and then he immediately commanded his catfish beastmaster to launch an attack. "Quick, catfish, use flying web." There was a loud bang, mud splashed everywhere, and the tail swung wildly on the ring, hitting the mud into the air. The attack that shot out from the catfish's mouth spread out like a spider web, but after encountering the mud, it was like a wilted rag and was instantly broken. The spider web is completely devoid of its toughness and will melt if it comes into contact with water. Rongrong found the opponent's weakness. His expression became somewhat joyful, and he quickly launched an effective attack. Centipede Earth Dragon, attack quickly. Use Earth Dragon roll to trap the opponent, then quickly wrap it up, and never let it slip away again. The Beastmaster on the opposing side also reacted quickly, and immediately called on his Catfish Beastmaster to escape quickly. As long as he could escape from the quagmire, he still had hope of winning. Then the centipede became very fast, with 100 long legs growing on the ground, constantly making rustling sounds, and it no longer had the arrogance it had before. Seeing that his beast was being chased by the opponent, the Beastmaster quickly raised his hand to surrender. If this continued, he would have no hope of winning. It would be better to admit defeat now, which would be more cost-effective and would not suffer huge damage. The catfish's foam will be broken down when it comes into contact with water. Its body will become slippery. Its protective film will disappear, and it will withstand 100% of the force of attacks directed at it. So he had no choice. Although he said at the beginning that he would not give up, isn't this a special situation now? Congratulations, Rongrong, for giving us a wonderful performance and being honored to be among the top 50 in the individual competition. Let's applaud her and cheer for her. Chapter 68, The Girl with the Ability to Move Across Space. In the intermediate Earth Control competition arena, Gao Hao had a calm expression. The competition among the top 100 was easier than he had expected for those Beastmasters with special powers. There are not as many geniuses as imagined. Everyone is given 100% effort to be able to stand on this stage and compete. Xiong Dundan's opponent is a snow mastiff. Both of them look about the same size, but it is obvious that Xiong Dundan is much stronger than the other. Coupled with Gao Hao's ability to slow down, he won the victory without any suspense. What's more likely is that the opponent's chi control from the previous few games has not yet fully recovered. The Beastmaster on the opposite side didn't say anything. He glanced at Gao Hao, bowed to the audience, and left. He had no intention of continuing the confrontation head-on. It was a relatively easy battle. After taking an hour's rest to recover from various conditions, Gao Hao's second match in the afternoon was against a girl. He looked to be about 3 years old, about 1 meter and 1 centimeter tall, about half a head taller than Gao Hao, with a delicate appearance, dressed simply, with a headband in his hair, and his long hair flowing to his waist. A Titan rabbit followed him. He is one of the descendants of Titan Beast. The giant rabbit is 5 meters long. Its upper teeth are like sharp blades, exposed outside the teeth. Its eyes are red as blood. Its body is covered with very developed muscles, and there is a little short red hair on its chest. His eyes were bloodthirsty, and looking at Xiong Dundan made me feel a little numb. Gao Hao was also shocked when he saw it. He never thought that rabbits could evolve to this level and completely escape the range of being hunted. This is my beast, the Titan rabbit. It has very well-developed hind legs and terrifying explosive power. If you are afraid, just admit defeat. Please give me your guidance. The girl was quite polite in introducing herself to Gao Hao, and it seemed that since Gao Hao was younger than her, she wanted to be gentler. Golden Panda, who has learned the Dragon Fist, possesses an excellent fighting consciousness. Even I, his master, often learn a lot from him. I feel ashamed. Xiong Dundan does have many advantages. Whether it is his willpower in battle or his persistence in improving himself, he is far superior to other beast tamers. Interesting. The girl smiled coldly and instantly winked at the Titan rabbit. The next second, the Titan rabbit's well-developed hind legs tensed up. The outline of the muscles looks beautiful. The Titan rabbit is like a bullet fired from a gun, faster than lightning, and its burst speed has exceeded its current explosive power. Like a flying wild horse that had broken free from its reins, it was so fast that Gao Hao couldn't even see it with his eyes. The next second, Xiong Dundan was hit hard by a punch. Gao Hao quickly used slow, and the Titan rabbit disappeared in an instant. The girl opposite laughed and said, "I have noticed your ability, but unfortunately my talent for taming beasts is stronger than yours. It's space movement." The girl had an arrogant look in her eyes and breathed through her nostrils, but her ability itself was a source of arrogance, and perhaps she didn't care about exposing her ability at all. In order to master this ability, she stayed at the Earth Control 7-star stage for 1 more year, and now she wants to get first place in the intermediate Earth Control competition. She wanted to take the honor, victory, and reward into her own hands to prove those blind old guys were wrong. Due to the instability of spatial movement, if one acquires this ability in the early stages of Earth Control, it is very easy to have an accident during practice and be dragged into a different time and space and unable to return. Therefore, the family asked her to seal this ability and practice and control it after reaching the level of Yuzong. Of course, learning spatial movement will not become easy when she reaches that level, but will become more difficult to control. Without a good teacher, she would not have succeeded, but she was lucky to have met a former powerful beast master who was willing to take her in as his apprentice. However, because he participated in the Northern War 20 years ago and lost his left leg and 3 beasts, his body also underwent changes and he never judged people by their appearance. It is very difficult to recover. He hopes to pass on his unique skills during his lifetime. He refuses the royal family's attempts to retain him and looks for an heir in the beast taming continent. The girl standing on the competition field now is the successor of this person, a space-based beastmaster, whose talent is extremely difficult to cultivate and control. Although some beastmasters have awakened their talents, it is also difficult for them to cultivate to a high level without the corresponding training methods. The girl's family also did not have any special skills related to space. Originally, the family wanted to cultivate her as a genius, but after she awakened her talent for space movement, they gave up on her. The more important thing was that the cost of investment was too high, while the gains were not obvious and full of uncertainty. Everyone is very skeptical as to why a Titan rabbit has spatial talents. After all, Titan is a well-known power beast. Most of its descendants inherited its power, including some power-based beasts: Titan bull python, Titan giant ape, Titan snow ape, Titan King Kong, Titan python. Wait, it's rare to see an outlier among the beast masters of the contracted Titan clan. Few people know that there is another level of power for the Titan beast master. The ancient Titan beast evolved to the level of a holy beast, possessing powerful arms that could tear apart space, strong enough to break through the constraints of space. They are a terrifying clan that became saints through their strength. Now the pure-blooded Titan beast has disappeared. According to the records, the Titan attempted to challenge the power of the Phoenix, thinking that he could be on par with the 5 great beasts. He led the entire tribe to challenge the Phoenix, but was regarded as a great humiliation by the Phoenix tribe. They directly listed the Titan tribe as food and no longer received protection from the Phoenix tribe. Until now, there are other divine birds and beasts that use the Titans as their main food, but the brains of monkeys are still different from those of other races. Until now, there are still different kinds of monkeys that continue to challenge the bottom line of other beast races, and some monkeys even like to steal eggs from other bird races. I don't know if it's a genetic problem, but the hatred between the various beast-taming tribes is engraved in their genes. Sometimes, whenever they meet, they can't help but laugh and roar. Xiong Dundun was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. Even if he activated the 10-time slowness, he could only resist once or twice. Xiong Dundun protected Gao Hao by his side. Gao Hao also used his all-round vision to observe and found that his 4-star Earth control power was still a little short. He didn't continue to be stubborn and raised his hand immediately. Examiner, I give up. It was not unfair for him to lose this game. In various forums and videos in his previous life, it was said that time was king and space was respected. It is also the most difficult talent to control, requiring more energy and time. It is so powerful that Gao Hao's belief that he is a lucky man has settled down. Just when he was thinking that there weren't that many geniuses, someone suddenly showed up to hit his self-confidence. The slap in the face came too quickly, and he found that he was still not calm and cautious enough. You are very powerful. My name is Gao Hao, what's yours? Gao Hao looked at the girl opposite and finally asked her name. Jiu Ling Long, you can call me Ling Long. Nice to meet you. Well, Ling Long, it's a nice name. I will go to the next game and cheer for you. Chapter 69, Demon City Province, one of the 2 great families, the Wine Clan. Thank you very much. We became friends after fighting. People say that you are arrogant and cold, but it seems that is not the case. I hope you will stay and watch my game. Jiu Ling Long smiled innocently and stretched out her tender little hand to shake hands with him. Gao Hao felt a little embarrassed. He was not an extrovert or arrogant person. He just wanted to focus on himself. Besides, other people's views, judgments, and evaluations are of no importance to him. Now he only cares about his family and his own cultivation results. With the end of the second individual competition, Gao Hao's record ended in the top 50. With his 4-star Earth control level, he was already a genius even if he was in the top 200. Therefore, Gao Hao's combat talent and qualification level are already ahead of most others. And this battle also brought him some new inspirations. After this battle, Gao Hao became very interested in Jiu Linglong's talent for spatial movement, but he was unaware of his own talent, the Eye of Truth. If you rely on all-round vision to catch up with Jiu Linglong's spatial movement talent and lock onto the opponent, then can the slow ability take effect and capture the opponent? If he could slow down the movement in space, the scope of his ability development would be greater, proving that his Eye of Truth had unlimited potential. On the other hand, one's own ability to slow down is more like time constraints, which can freeze a person, but the person being frozen cannot feel it. The speed of time around him remained unchanged. More than 10 seconds had passed, and while he was slowing down the people who were hit, you can only feel that 1 second has passed. And if the person who is infected does not look at the time, he or she will hardly be able to notice the strange situation afterwards. That means his ability was exposed in the morning's match, otherwise the outcome would have been difficult to determine. Gao Hao thought to himself. If you have a second beast, you can contract one that can change its appearance, or become invisible, disguised, or have the talent to change its own characteristics. The two can work together to bring out their Eye of Truth abilities to a stronger practical effect. Exposing one's strongest ability will inevitably become a weakness that can be targeted at a critical moment, just like Yi Qing declaring to the outside world that his Lei Ming is the strongest. But in actual application, the trump card is often the opposite, and even false news is announced that is hard to guard against. Gao Hao has done this before. Make others think that he has two kinds of imperial skills. The more Gao Hao thought about it, the more he felt that he was now too dependent on the power of the Eye of Truth, and the use of the Dragon Fist had almost become a supplementary defensive skill. The most important thing now is to improve one's realm. Gao Hao sat in a front row seat, which was specially prepared for contestants. Many contestants have left, and many have stayed to watch the game. Among them, Zhang Hao, Yi Qing, and Zhou Linglong had the most people watching their competition. It occupied 90% of the audience, especially Zhou Linglong's spatial movement, which was hard to guard against when used. Her beast, the Titan Rabbit, was 100 meters away 1 second, and moved to the position of its owner the next. This innate advantage is a complete mental crush for other talents, and they dare not send their own beasts too far away tactically. They also have to guard against Zhou Linglong's sudden attack, but there are ways to crack it, and there are two types. One is to crush her with strength, and the other is to test endurance. After all, it is very difficult to master this talent. Even with Zhou Linglong's outstanding talent, it took her more than 2.5 years, delaying the improvement of her own cultivation realm. The talent of spatial movement consumes a huge amount of mental energy, which is inevitable. Power is proportional to consumption, and the more powerful the weapon, the harder it is to make. The same goes for the training of a Beastmaster. Zhou Linglong also had 4 matches, but only used 1 Beastmaster skill. Generally, a 7-star Beastmaster would have 2 Beastmaster skills. The answer is obvious. In order to better control the movement in space, Zhou Linglong has to make some choices and concentrate her own energy. After all, a person's mental and physical strength in a day are limited. Her matches are always dazzling. She is only a 7-star Earthbending Master, but her performance is no worse than those 10-star Earthbending Masters in a high-level Earthbending competition. She is also neither arrogant nor impatient and has a very good personality. His manners are modest and polite, less arrogant and more willing to learn and exchange ideas. His words are warm and welcoming. His dress is simple but attractive. She is the type of girl that is more pleasing to the eye. At first I thought she was very ordinary, but when I looked at her again, I felt that her facial features were very delicate, each with her own characteristics. Her clothes were clean and tidy, and when I looked closely, I could feel a sense of family gentleness. If you continue staring at her, you will feel shy. The girl has 2 dimples on her face, and she covers them with her hands when she smiles. I wonder if it is to hide the dimples. Her performance won the applause of countless people. She alone accounted for more than 60% of the audience, and her cheers attracted many other spectators. This girl is amazing. Her boxing skills are very strong. Does anyone know what kind of boxing skills she uses? Why does it feel like this girl is drunk, staggering from side to side? There were quite a few new spectators, and immediately some of the more knowledgeable people stood up proudly and explained. You don't understand, right? This girl is obviously from the inn. You can tell from her boxing skills. It's very authentic drunken boxing. Drunken fist? Isn't it drunken boxing? Someone wondered. Looking at this girl's skills, you can tell that she has a great master who is guiding her in her training. Some people can actually feel the beauty of it after watching her carefully. A middle-aged man came over and replied, "Brother, drunken boxing can only be learned after one reaches adulthood. Now that minors are not allowed to drink, it is the stage of laying the foundation. If you practice the wine master's boxing, it is said that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk and 10,000 cups without falling. Oh, the restaurant is so famous. Why did this girl come to Gao's to compete? She has good talent. Is she here to destroy the reputation? The man angered everyone as he spoke. The middle-aged man looked at this ignorant man, was silent for a while, and looked a little alert, and the others also glared at him. He asked, "Are you sure you are from Tianxing City and not an outsider from another province? You don't even know this? Or maybe you are the one who is here to cause trouble." "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm from Zhangjiahe, Tianxing City, Black Gold Province. I came here to visit Tianxing City because I admired it. How could I have the guts to cause trouble?" The middle-aged man who asked the question regained his composure a little. Seeing that the man did not look like a bad guy, he had to explain in a friendly manner again. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm a little sensitive. I just retired from the army and have never seen anyone like you. I'm afraid you haven't worked for a few days and your experience is too shallow." The man wiped his head awkwardly and said, "I know a little about the Wine Clan, one of the two top families in the Magic City province, with the pinnacle of winemaking technology. It is also a legendary family with a long history in the Central Empire, with unique inherited technology, magical medicinal baths, and top-notch food. I don't know the rest." Seeing the man's curious face, the middle-aged man finally let out a breath and explained, 70% of the high-end restaurants in Tianxing City are run by the Wine Clan. Miss Jiu Linglong was originally a member of the main clan, but now she has been assigned to a branch clan. This is the most difficult experience in her life. The man's eyes were bright, but he admired her in his heart. He explained, "A talent like spatial movement must be hard work and diligent practice, and it also requires one's own comprehension talent. I guess you won't understand, even if I tell you too much. This girl is a golden phoenix. She came here just to survive a small disaster in her life. When she breaks through and becomes a royal master, the main vein of the Wine Clan will be taken back." The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, feeling that he had said something he shouldn't have said. Looking at the man, he whispered, "Anyway, this little girl can only be entrusted to me for a period of time. We need to train her to be a talent, temper her proud character, and cultivate her spirit of endurance and hard work." Chapter 70 people can lean to the left, but their thinking cannot be magical. The group of people were happy to hear this, and they also felt the family's care for the girl's experience. "Isn't this how steel is made through repeated tempering? I was thinking about going home and educating my son and daughter in the same way to see if they could also become pillars of society. Why don't we give it a try too? Cultivate the children's spirit of hard work and perseverance. Let them suffer more and understand that life is not easy." A woman whispered. She seemed to be a nouveau riche. She was dressed in gold and silver and looked charming and seductive. "No, don't let your imagination run wild. Other places have excellent teachers and top-notch training resources. If you want to send your children to the countryside, the educational environment there cannot be compared to that of Tianxing City. Don't regret it later. Of course, it's not bad to stay there for a few days and have fun there when you have some free time." The middle-aged man didn't want to let a group of innocent children suffer in vain because of his words. After all, it was thanks to the efforts of 3 generations of his ancestors that they finally came to Tianxing City and settled there. Sending them back to study is putting the cart before the horse. These people do not have the ability to provide the children with a powerful teacher at the level of a royal lord, as well as the corresponding medicinal materials for cultivation. And there are also various other troubles. When a girl is proud and arrogant, it is necessary to arrange some extras with superb acting skills to stimulate the girl's unwillingness to accept the defeat. Without such huge resources, how could it be sustained? The cost of training a person requires thousands of people to accompany her. This is space movement. The value of this talent is a priceless treasure. It cannot be given up just like that, but it must be moved from the light to the dark. Everyone was smart and kept the knowledge in mind, except Jiu Linglong, who practiced hard. She was the only one kept in the dark and always wanted to prove her efforts. But the resources she used were top-notch. Otherwise, she would have learned to control spatial movement in 2.5 years. If an ordinary person awakened this talent, he would not have relied on a large family and would not have had top-notch resources. At least this time should be multiplied tenfold, which is the best half of a person's life. Of course, most people may die in the first stage. Resources are more important than talent, and are also an important tool for a person to grow to a certain height. In the previous life, there was a term called different trial and error costs, which is appropriate to quote here. There is also a type of player in the game called pay-to-win players. In different countries and among different races, there are different names for them, such as strategic reserve resources, sophisticated high-end technology blockade, and top superpowers. All these can reflect what a terrifying and fascinating power resources are. The restaurant controls half of the resources in the Magic City province, millions of super geniuses, and the power of many top beastmasters, including Gao Changsheng, Wu Qingyuan, and 70% of the previous generation of the Gao family, all graduated from the Magic Beast Taming Academy in Mo province, this top resource. Let me put it bluntly, everyone here. Master Gao, you can stand up for a moment. The middle-aged man held back his thoughts, looked at everyone and thought about himself, coughed, and tried to share his valuable experience in a kind manner. This girl's training method is really not suitable for your child. After all, she is so hardworking because she has no choice. The rewards in the future will be 100 million times more than the efforts. If you go back and teach your child a lesson for no reason, how can he not hate you? Do you dare to rebel, little brat? I'm doing this for his own good, right? Otherwise, he'll be a waste when he grows up. What's the point of living without being respected? An uncle of the same middle age, with an untidy beard, said stubbornly that the biggest regret in his life was that his child did not awaken the beast taming space. He himself is a 9-star Earth Master after all. Why hasn't his child awakened the beast control space? Every time he comes here, he drinks in a depressed mood. He also ignored his family and life and spent all the money he earned on himself. As a 9-star Earth Master, he was also a big shot in the eyes of ordinary people. I was very sad and depressed. I had placed all my hopes on the next generation. However, the more I expected something, the more disappointed I was. It seemed that my life had lost its dreams, and everything I did felt boring. Haha, life is never smooth sailing. I only understood this after I lost something. If you give up, you will really have nothing. If this generation fails, there is still the next generation, right? What about the next generation? Hope is for those who are prepared. You are a 9-star Earth controller. You can pass on the experience you have accumulated throughout your life and practice. One day, your descendants will thank you. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. Everyone could see that he also had a story. Perhaps every middle-aged man has a story, but some people can stand up. Some people are like mud. The middle-aged man looked at the others and said embarrassedly, "Flowers may bloom again, but people will never be young again. Treating your family well and protecting yourself are what we ordinary people should do." I don't have a beast control space either. When I was a child, my father was very disappointed in me and gave all his love to my younger brother. When I grew up, he treated me as his ATM. Later, my younger brother died while training at the star-picking peak. I was secretly happy and even shamelessly wanted to cheer for joy. The middle-aged man said in a flat but somewhat helpless tone. When I got home, my father had gone mad and my mother died of grief. I have been in the army for more than 20 years and have seen countless deaths and separations. I have seen all kinds of farces, most of which fell apart due to unequal distribution of property. But I still feel resentful about my father's partiality and have started a new life now. I also have my own children. One of them has a beast control space, and the other doesn't. The same problem and choice befell me. Only then did I understand my father's partiality. The middle-aged man was also a little depressed and said, "Beast tamers are too popular among people. Everyone hopes that their descendants will become successful, so I raise the children separately. One is taken care of by a nanny hired by the Gao family, and the other lives in the Tianxing City Warrior Academy. The resource consumption of the two cannot be equal, but I hope they will not be like me, hating each other because of injustice since childhood." The middle-aged man looked at everyone and said, "Beastmasters also have to go through countless hardships. It's not as glorious as everyone sees. My brother's death proves that people must see the goal clearly and know when to advance and retreat. Being stubborn will cost lives. It's time to let go." Many people were shocked by his words. The drunk man glanced at the middle-aged man, stood up, and staggered to do something. Maybe it was just a temporary awakening, but as a beastmaster, it was not that easy for him to get drunk. Chapter 71, Jiao Linglong's Battle. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound in the sky, and the sky was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder. Dark clouds rolled over and covered the sky. A thunder dragon rolled in the dark clouds, making bursts of roars. "There is no tribute here. Let's go to the next village." A faint sound was heard, and the thunder dragon in the dark clouds in the sky shuddered, then lay sideways in dejection and left the sky above Tianxing City. Drifting towards a farther direction, there are some beasts on the beast taming continent that have the magical ability to control clouds and water, and the villages will kill cattle and sheep to worship them. This will ensure good weather, fertile land, and a better harvest next year. Sometimes, huge beasts would fly across the sky above Tianxing City, and there would also be beasts that migrated from other places. But basically, as long as they can understand human language, the beast masters will consciously leave obediently. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the game began. Zhou Linglong suddenly let out a delicate cry, and the opponent on the opposite side, who was a 7-star Earth-controlling opponent, was startled for a moment. When he reacted, he had already been moved under the competition stage. Gao Hao was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Linglong to have this trick up her sleeve that could actually divert other Beastmasters. In his eyes, Zhou Linglong was like a god of war, fighting with great skill, especially at the end when she used the dark clouds to cover the sky and concealed her own space movement. He made full use of the environment. This decisiveness and intelligence were obviously honed through countless trials and tribulations. Without dozens or hundreds of training sessions, it would be impossible to react so quickly. The examiner looked surprised, looked at Zhou Linglong with a bright smile on his face, immediately walked onto the competition stage and announced loudly. In the intermediate Earth Control competition, one of the 12 strongest contestants was born, Zhou Linglong, who has the talent of spatial movement. Let us congratulate her with the warmest applause and look forward to her bringing us better battles next time. The many audience members present came to their senses at this moment and immediately waved their arms and cheered for her. The middle-aged man did the same, because that was his job. If no one applauds, the atmosphere and the examiners will feel awkward. It is the commentators like them who drive the atmosphere and liven it up. Zhou Linglong herself is also very competitive. Everyone likes her every move. She is a very cute and lovable girl. Gao Hao was also applauding in the crowd. Zhou Linglong finally used space movement to move the Beastmaster. This was something he had not expected. If he had used this ability on him at the beginning, he took a deep breath, fearing that Zhou Linglong had also discovered that his mental power was strong. If she wanted to use space movement to transfer it, it would probably cost her a lot. Therefore, the second method was adopted, which is also the safest method. After all, once Gao Hao's slowing ability entangles the Titan Rabbit, she herself will be in danger. Zhou Linglong's overall combat skills are very conservative, but the method he uses is the best. An excellent hunter cannot make only one trap. There are often serial designs, and Gao Hao feels that it is worthwhile for him to watch the game today. With the competition for the top 12 over, the next step is to decide the top 6. Although injuries often occur on the field, the number of injuries today was a bit too high. Several Beastmasters died together, both falling on the competition stage. As a result of the top 12 contestants, only 8 were actually present, and a very unfortunate thing happened. Yi Qing relied on his own means to successfully climb to the top 12, but his next opponent turned out to be his classmate Gao Hao. Both of them looked at each other warily at this moment. Everyone is a little tired, so it's time to take a break. Where is Gao Hao? The man who could defeat me was eliminated? Gao Hao's face was filled with joy. He realized that he could compete for the top 3 prizes. You have to know that the rewards for individual competitions are slightly higher than those for team competitions, and sometimes luck is also part of strength. As a result, he saw Yi Qing, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He felt the remaining imperial energy in his body and his own beast-controlling state. Not long ago, Gao Hao, who devoted himself to practicing and broke through the 7-star Earth Control, and Yi Qing, who had broken through the 7-star Earth Control half a year ago, could be said to know each other well. The two sides understand each other's differences, and the way to win is obvious, which is whoever has the better strategy. Gao Hao has a 2-headed lion dog as his beast, and Yi Qing has a thunder-loving tiger as his beast. The two have beasts, one in the mature stage and one in the complete form. Whether in terms of size or species, the thunder-loving tiger has the advantage. After all, they are at different stages of growth. Gao Hao has now entered the top 10 in the individual competition. Let's take a look at the Beast Masters and Beast Masters of other players. His chances of winning are almost 0, but he doesn't want to admit defeat now. He has to at least hold on for a few minutes and show himself. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, the third match of the intermediate Earth Control competition officially began. On the ring, a fat and huge black bear stood up more than 4 meters tall and roared loudly in the direction of the Titan Rabbit. The black bear's movements were a bit clumsy, but his speed was surprisingly fast. It was obvious that he had practiced a speed-based control technique. Zhou Linglong looked at the black bear without making any further provocation, as it was only 20 steps away from her. Bang, bang, bang. Until there was only about 10 steps left, the Titan rabbit launched its powerful and strong hind legs and stretched its muscles like a pure white chariot, challenging the black bear. Relying on the powerful explosive power of its hind legs and its own impact force, its body is even larger than that of a black bear. His whole body crashed into the black bear's arms. Ouch! The black bear let out a mournful howl, and its entire body was knocked flying more than 10 meters away. It fell from the air and rolled on the ground. Jiao Linglong continued to pursue the black bear, and the black bear's chest was dyed red. It was obvious that the impact just now had broken some bones in his chest, and there was a small round wound. The beast master behind him raised his eyebrows, but did not care much. He just saw a light emanating from his body, and the black bear immediately shivered in comfort, and the injuries on its body recovered by 70% to 80% in an instant. Black bear, crush him for me. Her spatial movement must be limited. Your weight should be greater than that of the Titan rabbit. Entangle his beast, and let me deal with her. The black bear's face was full of excitement, and its ferocity was even more terrifying than before. Its mouth was open with its teeth bared, and its sharp teeth looked like polished steel. Reflecting waves of light, the black bear's arms were constantly moving, and a roar and a bear roar were heard. Imperial technique. Sound shock. The Titan rabbit that was attacked was shocked and struggled for a long time, but couldn't move. When Jiao Linglong saw this situation, she anxiously activated the space movement, and the other beast master took this opportunity to approach her. Until the enemy's battlefield continued to advance to the corner of Jiao Linglong's side, and she herself was at the end of the road. The beast master on the opposite side had a smile on his face when he saw that Jiao Linglong had been forced into a desperate situation. Girl, just surrender. You still have a chance next year. However, in an instant, his situation was reversed with Linglong's. On the other side, the Titan rabbit was originally immobilized by the black bear's sonic boom. At this moment, he pressed hard against the black bear. One of his two round, cylindrical teeth had pierced through the black bear's shoulder. The two sides pushed and shoved each other, neither giving in. Chapter 72 Victory. Gao Hao and Yi Qing. How can your mental strength be so strong? You used spatial movement 6 or 7 times throughout the afternoon's competition. Including the 3 games in the morning, you have used spatial movement more than 10 times today. You should have reached your limit. Jiao Linglong laughed and said, So, I didn't lure you here? I can't use long-range space movement. You're a little guy weighing less than 100 pounds. Do you have mental resistance? If I let you move through space, want to be a manual capture? As Jiao Linglong spoke, she used the Imperial skill Wine Fist, which released a stream of blue water Imperial energy. With a loud bang, the Beast Master on the opposite side was swept off the stage, and the battle was over. The Beast Master stood up in a panic and felt the urge to destroy Jiao Linglong when he saw her appearance. His original goal was to get into the top 3. The angry look on his face instantly caught the examiner's attention, and he gave him a cold reminder. It's not a big deal to be ashamed as you are not as skilled as others. You can still improve in the future. If you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. If you were on the battlefield, you would have died long ago. The boy had a flat head and a gloomy expression. He put away his black bear beast and left in a hurry. At the same time, in the square tower, the 2 observing examiners also recorded the incident. The boy will be kept because of his good performance. However, the assessment period will be longer, and every move will be recorded throughout the beast taming competition. Jiao Linglong also breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent's black bear was too fast. She couldn't believe that there was an opponent that she couldn't catch. Obviously, the energy and mental power consumed in the previous battles have not yet recovered, so the space movement failed. Fortunately, there is the Titan rabbit to support it, and it is very fast. If he can obtain more advanced medicinal materials this time, his Titan rabbit can evolve. Becoming a Titan bone rabbit will increase the explosive power of the whole body and make the Titan giant rabbit's body more evenly stressed, just like a cheetah, becoming the fastest beast in instant acceleration. It will evolve into a complete beast tamer, and Jiao Linglong's beast taming talent and spatial movement will be greatly improved, while she will also gain more spatial perception. On the other side of the playing field, there is not much distance between the 2. Yi Qing, I never thought that my opponent would be you. As Gao Hao spoke, a 2-headed lion dog with a body about 2 meters tall appeared on the competition stage. It is twice as small as the thunder-loving tiger. In the eyes of the thunder-loving tiger, the 2-headed lion dog looks like a little chicken, with a mocking look on his face. Gao Hao, stop pretending. You obviously had a backup plan in the fight with that freshman. I will not show you mercy. Yi Qing's face was very serious. After all, Zhang Hao had gotten into the top 10 last time. If he was really lucky, then why wasn't it someone else? Zhang Hao scratched his head and smiled innocently. Yi Qing, you are too prejudiced against me. You never got along with me before. I really want to be friends with you. Bah, I don't trust you at all, you sinister villain. Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged, unmoved, and extremely alert. Many people think that lions are powerful. After all, under normal circumstances, male lions are much larger than tigers. Lions generally live on grasslands, and hunting is the job of female lions. It can be considered as a dominant existence in nature that has naturally reproduced. The tiger is the king of the jungle, good at hunting, hiding, occupying dangerous places, and counterattacking. On this flat arena, the grassland side has the advantage. Now the beast taming competition between the two sides is free from the constraints of nature. The soil under their feet had a fresh fragrance, and the eyes of both sides turned cold. There was no retreat on the path of training for the beast tamer. Everyone tries their best, and the winner takes all. The next second the game started, and Zhang Hao's two-headed lion dog was instantly swept away 5 or 6 meters. The thunder-loving tiger seemed like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, and with its mighty power it was ready to tear its opponent into pieces. Yi Qing looked solemn. He did not feel the joy coming from the thunder-loving tiger. Instead, a sense of heaviness accumulated over him. Hey, Yi Qing, I'm older than you, so I have to be more respectful to my seniors. I didn't want to reveal my cards, but I have to be cautious when dealing with your thunder-loving tiger. Body of steel, two-headed lion dog. This is an ability he has always kept hidden. It possesses extremely strong defensive power, and he also used it during the match with Gao Hao. I found that the slowing ability was completely useless. Apart from making it less painful when getting beaten, there was no way to change the situation of the battle. At most, you will lose later. The two sides fought back and forth. The whole arena was flashing with light, and each of them displayed their most powerful abilities. Even though the two-headed lion dog was hit so hard that its skull was slightly dented, it still gritted its teeth and endured it. As long as I defeat Yi Qing, I will be able to get the top 3 rewards. Zhang Hao felt a sense of suppressed emotion. Although his ability was recognized in the class, Yi Qing's reputation was higher than his. Today he has to prove himself, and a beast master can only gain respect through victory. The two-headed lion dog suffered heavy blows one after another. The power of the Thunder Fist was so terrifying. But the two-headed lion dog also got the chance and bit the hind legs of the thunder-thirsty tiger with its mouthful of fangs and kept dragging the hind legs. This was probably the most brutal beast taming competition of the entire event. Originally, everyone thought that since they were classmates, they would give in to each other. But in the end, the biting became even more intense and brutal. A team has only one leader. Zhang Hao will have to stay in the intermediate Earth Control class for at least half a year. If he loses to newcomers again and again, how will others see him? After choosing and choosing, Yi Qing was the only one who could meet his requirements for establishing his authority. No matter if he chose someone weaker than himself or someone younger, he would not be able to establish his authority. Only Yi Qing, like him, usually keeps silent, but at the critical moment he is like a jungle hunter. Like repels like and opposites attract. I've disliked you for a long time, Zhang Hao shouted in his heart, clenching his fists, and streams of imperial energy flowed throughout his body. Yi Qing exhaled and tried to calm his anxious heart. Zhang Hao's strength exceeded his expectations. A person who is usually cheerful and willing to play with those who are much younger than him now has a fierce look on his face. Dormant. Yi Qing had also learned it, but Zhang Hao obviously knew it better than him and hid in the crowd. And he is a lone and proud tiger who disdains to play with a group of inferior beings. But it also attracts more attention, especially because Yi Qing is good-looking. If he wants, he can also get a young girlfriend. The thunder-loving tiger stood on 3 legs. Its hind legs were swollen and purple in color. It was actually poisoned. There was no longer the arrogance on his face, and he howled in unbearable pain. Gao Hao was also shocked on the stage. He never expected that there were so many talented people in his class. In the class, each one was more humble than the other, and very polite, making people feel the warmth and comfort of home. But now in the competition, each one is more ruthless than the other. Every beastmaster of the younger generation of the Gao family has his own goal, which is great, said the 2 young men. A man in black was drinking a little wine at the moment. He looked up at Yi Qing, with a smile flashing across his face from time to time. My son has grown up a lot. Chapter 73, Beast Tamer is a dangerous profession. Yi Qing said coldly, Zhang Hao, today you will know why everyone respects me more. Thunder-loving mad tiger. Thunderous attack. Blood flashed in the eyes of the thunder-loving tiger, and it entered a completely frenzied state. Ignoring its hind legs that were bitten, it mobilized all its strength and ran toward Zhang Hao. He carried the two-headed lion dog forward with all his might, leaving countless spectators stunned. How cruel. Give up the defeat. There will be another chance next year. Yes, that's too cruel to the Beastmaster. Such a person is not worthy of being a Beastmaster. They are just two children. Why didn't the examiners stop them? This is too much. We should stop the game now and let the Beastmaster heal us. Among the group of people watching the game, several girls had expressions of fear on their faces. There had been no bloodshed in the previous games, so this bloody scene made everyone a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, everyone. It's normal to bleed a little during a beast taming competition. If I'm not mistaken, the thunder-loving mad tiger is not afraid of the invasion of toxins, and it won't cause any damage to its source. At most, it's just a fracture. Many commentators began to explain. That's not right. The Tiger Beast Master is so pitiful. The Beast Master actually gave the order for it to attack. A girl muttered in a low voice. Hey, everyone calm down. If something really happens between the two people on the field, someone will stop them. Besides, this involves millions or even tens of millions of rewards. It's not easy for them to have this opportunity to change their fate. Everyone calm down and watch. If you feel unwell, you can leave the competition venue. For a beast tamer who has been contracted by someone, a small fracture or a cold is nothing. Although it caused a little controversy, a fierce battle was still taking place on the stage. The thunder-loving tiger ignored the pain and pushed Zhang Hao to the edge of the ring step by step, while Yi Qing was also madly concentrating his thunder fist. Double lion flame fist critical hit. The power of thunder. The edge of the battlefield was covered in dust. Zhang Hao himself had nowhere to retreat, and his face could only show a resolute expression. A huge red light burst out from Zhang Hao, and Yi Qing on the other side was entangled by the power of thunder. The two sides violently exchanged blows, unleashing an astonishing hundreds of punches, the sound of bangs coming one after another, and in one breath, releasing all of their imperial energy. The next second, both of them flew backwards at the same time. The two rays of light, one red and one blue, made everyone who was watching the intermediate Earth Control competition silent. Why are you risking your life for this? Ha, I win. Yi Qing stood up with difficulty, looking at Zhang Hao, whose clothes were torn and hair was messy, with a smug look on his face. This was the most enjoyable moment of battle in his life, and Zhang Hao wanted to say something. He opened his mouth and fell backwards. Seeing his master fall, the two-headed lion dog quickly let go of the thunder-loving tiger that was dragging him. You win. Guess it's these 3 words. Yi Qing won. Congratulations to him for getting into the top 3 in the intermediate Earth Control competition. Let's give him a round of applause. Gao Hao, Jiu Linglong, and some other students who were watching the game were also clapping hard, including Han Ping, who came to watch the game. He was eliminated in the morning and originally wanted to come and cheer for Gao Hao in the afternoon, but he didn't expect there was such a master in the class. The control skills, energy, martial arts, beast taming, willpower, mental strength, etc. that he used were 10 or 20 times stronger than his. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Yi Qing roared towards the sky as if venting his anger. He was also happy about his victory. As he spoke, he fell backwards and fainted. There was a moment of silence in the audience, and immediately the nurse doctors carried the 2 men off the stage. There were also staff members who cleaned up the damaged venue or covered up some bloodstains. Beast Masters and Beast Masters often increase their coordination and understanding by fighting together. After spending a long time with your own beast, sometimes you don't even need to talk. You can know what your master is going to do with just a glance. This is also the goal of the beast taming competition, to enhance the relationship between both parties through fighting, which can also be considered a kind of sharing weal and woe. Of course, there is also joy, and you can get rich rewards after winning. After failure, they can only lick each other's wounds and get a consolation ball. The Gao family will never do anything that has no benefit. The annual competition not only reflects the growth of each city, but also boosts consumption in the inner city and resources in the outer areas. Give everyone a place to vent. At this moment, many guests were watching the game, their blood boiling and their fighting spirit high. They increased their budgets one after another and ordered a few more servings of beef and 2 bottles of good Tianmao liquor. I must go back drunk today. I don't think that old woman dares to do anything to me. Cheers. Brother, drink moderately. You don't understand. Tianmao liquor is a medicinal liquor that regulates the body. It's not one of those junk alcohols that harm the body. Really? Boss, give me a small bottle too. 888? That's expensive. It's a bit expensive, but there will be people who like it when I go back home at night. Ha! A group of big men laughed at the young man. He swallowed and said, "Where can I get a bottle?" This was his pocket money for half a month, and he hadn't drunk for several months. He also felt like getting drunk. As the game ended, both sides dispersed. More and more people were drinking, and what followed was a more intense bullfighting competition, with the kind of impulse of charging forward without regard for one's own life. Sometimes I get really high, as if the blood in my body is beating restlessly, but when I calm down, my whole body becomes hot. Well, impulse is the devil. You must stay calm at this time and go home to find a wife to solve your own problem of being too conceited. At night, the blue moon is as usual. Wu Qingyuan accompanied Qin Shishir and Mao Tongtong and had a lot of fun these days. Especially Mao Tongtong and Mao Rongrong communicated with each other and gained something from each of them. It is necessary for them to come out and relax. Qin Shishir also met many talented people from the Gao family, but none of them caught her eye. But with his rank as a royal lord, apart from his status as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, he is qualified. Gao Hao also gained a lot today. As the sun set, he went home to practice with many different thoughts in his mind. The winner of the individual competition will be decided tomorrow, but Gao Hao has already seen the final champion, the little girl Jiulinglong. Once her spirit and physical strength recovered, no one would be her match. Not to mention that Yi Qing's condition made it impossible for her to participate in the top 3 competitions. The physical condition of the other top 3 was not much better, which further proved that Jiulinglong's ability was a level higher than theirs. After reviewing today's gains, Gao Hao happily ate dinner and took a rest, while the sky in the beast taming space. A colorful cloud was flying back and forth, like a somersault cloud, except that the cloud was colorful and was patrolling its own rivers and mountains without any worries. When it sees drought or barren mountains, it will shake itself continuously, sending down rain to nourish all things. He himself would also make a slight sound of comfort because of the lush vegetation. At this moment, he looked towards the top of a mountain and saw a golden panda practicing diligently. It would imitate from time to time but had no intention of getting closer. Xiong Dun didn't care. The more lush purple jade bamboo made him happy. He lived happily every day and thought that his master was really capable. With only 4-star Earth control, the beast taming space has such precious food and is very much looking forward to the future growth of its master. Chapter 74, Different Family Traditions, Ancient Teachings. One night passed quietly. The next day, Gao Hao woke up from the sound of roosters crowing and rubbed his blurry eyes. He had a rare good dream last night. I actually dreamed of getting married, and married several girls. Each of them was graceful, with a proud figure, beautiful and unparalleled. They were the type he had always dreamed of in his previous life. But when he woke up, he couldn't remember what the girls looked like. They were just reflections in a mirror, like a dream. It was a bit like the wet dream in his previous life, but he was only a little old now. What made him feel even more comfortable was that he had contracted a super powerful beast tamer, which endowed him with a myriad of magical talents. And this was just one of its abilities. He remembered this very clearly, and he successfully defeated Jiulinglong with a smile on his face when he woke up. It is said that if you think about something during the day, you will dream about it at night. It seems that I am very persistent about this talent, and those beauties are nothing but clouds. If I can't remember them, then I don't have to remember them. Gao Hao was a little surprised when he thought about it. It seemed that he was not as calm as he thought about losing to Jiulinglong. She put on her clothes skillfully and looked in the mirror with a cool smile on her face. She raised her eyebrows and tied up the long hair that was draped over her shoulders. He looked in the mirror again, and the smile on his face softened a little, like a peerless and proud gentleman, handsome and attractive as if bathed in the spring breeze. This face is so handsome. Gao Hao thought narcissistically in his heart that if King Zhou of the ancient Zhou dynasty in his previous life had such a peerless beauty, he would have no trouble conquering the goddess Nuwa. Holding on tightly to the thigh of this saint who has surpassed the epic level, the history of the human race will be rewritten to reach its peak, and perhaps one will be able to practice in the modern future. Gao Hao faced the mirror, struck a cool pose, and spoke in a heavy voice with an unquestionable tone. I am the only one who is supreme in heaven and on earth. After saying this, he covered his face, an extreme feeling of shame swirling in his heart. However, since he had returned to his childhood, he had to have his own happiness and fun and games. Just treat it as your second life. Besides, no one can see you in your own room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gao Hao immediately regained his normal expression, but his heart was startled. He was worried that Gao Ninian saw it. I dare not imagine how ashamed I would be. I would have to cover my face for at least a week. I never thought that I would be so thin-skinned. I don't know how social leaders are made. After opening the door, Gao Ninian looked at Gao Hao in confusion, looked around and said, "Brother, why did you get up so late today? Aren't you the one who usually wakes me up?" Gao Hao turned around and looked at the clock on the wall. He woke up a little later than usual. He replied, "I played several games yesterday, and I was tired. I just woke up when I heard the rooster crow." The two washed up together and hurried to the training ground. Fortunately, they were not late. After finishing the training and going home to eat, Gao Hao was in a very happy mood. The top 50 in the individual competition not only received training resource rewards, but also had an incentive red envelope of 50,000 yuan to distribute as they wish. After the championship competition ends this morning, we will attend the honor ceremony for the top 100 and the awards ceremony for the top 10, followed by awards for the top 3, and finally the greatest reward for the individual champion. As the top 100 winner, he also had to attend the award ceremony in the morning and take his reward home. Considering that there would be distinguished guests, he naturally had to go early. My parents passed away before dawn in the morning. During those busy days, I earned about 1,000,000 yuan a day, and any other expenses I had could be reimbursed. The most important thing is the contribution value. 1,000 contribution points a day is considered a very good return. After all, you are not going out into the world on your own. It's safe and non-dangerous. All you do is serve tea and water and chat with guests. Two people can earn 10 million in 5 days, plus 10,000 contribution points. They can earn a lot more than Gao Chongqing did when he escorted the goods. In the evening, his parents will bring back good things, such as small portions of Kuan shrimp, turtles, Kuei cattle, and Mao horses, which cost 40,000 renminbi to 50,000 respectively. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian can have a midnight snack these days. After eating, they feel energetic, and it has the effect of replenishing the 5 internal organs. "Brother, let's have millet porridge this morning. Mom said we've been eating too much greasy food these days, so it's better to clear our stomachs." Gao Ninian walked out of the kitchen, carrying the pot. Gao Hao touched his stomach and said that his appetite had become much smaller. It turned out that the midnight snack he had eaten last night had not been completely digested. The two drank porridge in the morning. Gao Ninian looked at Gao Hao happily and said, "Brother, you can eat by yourself at noon. I want to have a big meal with Mao Rongrong. It just so happens that my stomach is empty this morning." Isn't this how poor people eat? And wouldn't you feel embarrassed if you went there?" Gao Hao asked Gao Ninian. "Our family is not rich either. How have you seen that we are rich?" Gao Ninian said as a matter of course. Gao Hao felt that what he heard made sense, but he didn't know where his wrong perception came from. When he was born, he thought his family was very rich and a super powerful family. Under normal circumstances, there must be dozens of servants serving her, and several young and beautiful maids to serve tea and water and help her dress and eat. But it turned out that all of this was done by her own parents. It's just like an ordinary family life. I don't feel like I'm living in a big family. I'm just an ordinary family of 4 busy as hell. The food is indeed only available to top families, and the 4 members of the family are all foodies. I wonder how the other members of the Gao family are? Gao Hao scratched his head, and seeing Gao Ninian's joyful expression as if she had gotten an advantage, he realized that he had fallen into a misconception and had been deceived by some TV dramas. Several hundred million is just a small amount of money, but Gao Hao's savings in his previous life did not exceed 20,000 yuan. Several hundred million is probably not enough for his rental house to accommodate so much. Not all noble families are extravagant. In the previous life, there was an emperor who was quite frugal, and others even gave him the title of a time traveler. This person was Wang Meng. Historical records showed that he was extremely humble and courteous to the wise and had a very good reputation among the people. Gao Hao also remembered that this person was the inventor of the ancient miniskirt. I don't know whether it is true or not, but I can only say that the ancestor of the Gao family was also an extremely frugal and good manager, and the family property and personal property were used separately. Even his school uniform had to be handed in. There is no need to say more about other aspects. Be strict with yourself and lenient with others. The reward system also has clear rewards and punishments. It can be seen from one thing after another that the Gao family is also a good businessman with a long tradition. Every year, they made a lot of money from the annual competition. They brought in black gold or from the Black Gold province to build the city walls. And they also invited winemakers from the Magic City province to make wine. They boldly divided out 70% of the wine industry and made it a household name. Doesn't this mean that the restaurant and the Gao family are good brothers with a close relationship, drinking and chatting happily and cooperating happily? Among them is Jiang Yishan of the Beast Tamer Association. The Jiang family is also courteous to the Gao family. There are also many outsiders who are supported. The most representative is the Shao family, whose achievements are unprecedented and will never be surpassed, including how to entertain foreign dignitaries. The next generation of people at the helm are busy running around. So if you come to the Gao family, you will probably be smiling and feeling delighted to be treated with joy. The Gao family's tradition of respecting the wise and being humble, as well as being eager to recruit talented people, is one of the main reasons why they have been able to get to where they are today. Therefore, the Gao family is also known as the Treasure Bowl. Any new things happening in Tianxing City will be collected by the Gao family guards, and any precious beast will hardly escape the Gao family's eyes. If you are good at learning, you will definitely be famous. Money is just something outside of our body. It is enough to have enough for your use. Only the knowledge you have learned is yours. Chapter 75. Legend of the Spirit of Heaven and Earth, the Four Gods of Humanity. At the highest point of the square tower in the center of the competition field, a huge arc-shaped platform unfolded at this moment, and a huge eye split into four halves and opened in all directions. There were 6 golden chairs on the platform. 6 people flew up and landed on them. They were Qin Tianyi, Qin Shishir, Mao Tongtong, Gao Qiangsheng, Gao Changsheng, and Wu Qingyuan. The 6 people sat down in a row, and there was silence in the audience. Gao Qiangsheng spoke first. Welcome everyone to my Gao family. Today I would like to introduce to you 2 distinguished guests representing the Qin family and the Mao family. The 3 families have decided to work together to rationally develop the economies of various parts of Xingnan province. Among them, the 3 outstanding development villages, Xingshou Village, Tianyu Village, and Taiping Village, will receive a huge investment of 100 million yuan per village from the 3 families. Gao Hao sat in the award-receiving seat below. Gao Qiangxing spoke for a full 10 minutes praising the future development. Some of the things the great-grandfather said sounded very much like the big promises made by the leader in his previous life. I worked diligently for more than 6 years, with a monthly salary of 2,700 yuan. Later I found out that new employees were earning 3,200 yuan. It was really too much, so I fired my boss directly and told him not to call me anymore. All 6 people said something nice, but Gao Hao didn't listen to a word they said. In his previous life, when he watched the news, he couldn't understand what the news was conveying. Gao Hao started practicing on his own backstage, and it was not until the award ceremony that he saw Jiu Linglong arriving late. She arrived on time. As the examiner called out his name, Gao Hao straightened his clothes to keep them neat and clean and walked up to a podium. Congratulations to Gao Hao for winning the top 50 in the Intermediate Earth Control individual competition. He will receive a monthly subsidy of 1 million yuan from the Gao family, 2 precious medicinal bath materials, and a personal bonus of 50,000 yuan. Aren't you happy? The examiner who presented the awards was a fresh young woman, about 20 years old, with a good figure, beautiful and generous, and her pretty cheeks had a slightly rosy glow. The culture of dressing up has existed since ancient times, and this world is no exception. I'm very happy. Thank you for my family's cultivation, my parents' strictness, and everyone's encouragement. It is because of everyone's encouragement that I can persevere. Gao Hao said this while waving and smiling. Xiong Dundon's eyes lit up as he looked at the reward that Gao Hao took. He could eat several big meatballs for only 200 yuan. 50,000 yuan. What a huge number. Xiong Dundon counted his fingers and found that he couldn't count how much there was in 50,000 yuan. In short, it is very big, super big. You could buy lots of meatballs, honey, and golden bamboo. Well, forget about bamboo, it's too expensive. Xiong Dundon is now also frugal in managing the household. Gao Hao will give him 1/5 of his monthly pocket money, and the rewards from the beast taming competition are distributed in the same way. That is to say, out of this reward, 10,000 yuan belongs to Xiong Dundon himself, and his eyes seem to be glowing. But now is not the right time. The bear and the man cooperated with the female examiner and smiled sweetly. The woman actually kissed him on the face when he was not paying attention. Little friend, come on. Thank you, sister. Gao Hao was also a little excited. He only had 1,000 yuan left in his small treasury, and Xiong Dundun had a big appetite, so he discussed with Xiong Dundun about dividing the family property. Everyone spent their own money, and in the end Gao Hao took 80% of the pocket money and Xiong Dundun took 20%. The distribution was very reasonable and humane. After more than an hour of award ceremony, Gao Hao finally returned to his seat and wiped off the red lip marks on his face with a handkerchief. Next came the top 10. Inspiring music sounded in the arena, and the scene was different from that of the top 50, being more upscale and precious. Yi Qing was sitting in the front row, with bandages on his head and feet, unable to hide the joy on his face. Next to him was the injured Zhang Hao. The two were talking and laughing at the moment. When Zhang Hao heard his name, he stood up with a big smile and said, "Brother, I'm leaving first. The top 10 is not bad, but the top 3 is too heavy for me to handle. Get out of here. You're really ruthless. My thunder-loving tiger is still recovering from his injuries. But if I had fought any other opponent, I might not have won." Yi Qing was also all smiles, and he said with a laugh, as if he didn't bear grudges at all, but there was thorn in his words. Zhang Hao didn't care. As a loser, he didn't mind being mocked. He said calmly, "Yi Qing, my two-headed lion dog will also evolve. Who will win or lose by then is still unknown. Even if a dog evolves into a lion, it can't change the fact that it has eaten shit." Yi Qing laughed and said sarcastically. Zhang Hao couldn't stand it any longer and said with a cold smile, "So you admit that you were a piece of shit?" Yi Qing stood up angrily. Thinking that his beast was still suffering, he wanted to grab Zhang Hao and beat him up to vent his anger. Zhang Hao ignored him and turned away. With the award ceremony for the top 10 finished, it was finally Yi Qing's turn. He received a reward of 8 million, and there was another person who went on stage with him. The last one to receive the award was Jiu Linglong. She stood on the podium radiantly, wearing a floral dress. She looked pure and beautiful, fragrant and lovely. She also performed a solo dance, which attracted everyone's attention and satisfied her personal sense of honor. The rewards for winners of advanced Earth control competitions are higher, and the reward distribution procedures are not much different. With the end of the annual competition, the most lively event of the year has come to an end. Gao Changxing personally sent Qin Tianyi onto the airship the next morning. Qin Shishir and Wu Qingyuan have a good relationship. Mao Tongtong has a rather aloof personality, but he is also a business elite, and he makes many of the Gao family's children dazzled by his words. He described the Star Dream Sea as a golden ocean with countless opportunities to make money, and he was looking forward to them visiting his hometown to play. After seeing off the distinguished guests, everyone returned to their daily practice. The next morning, Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changxing rested at home. Gao Ninian and Gao Hao came back from their morning practice, and the family of 4 gathered together to eat breakfast. "Mom, Dad, my speed of absorbing the sun's purple energy in the morning has increased a lot recently. My sister said that this is called the spirit of heaven and earth." Gao Hao asked while drinking porridge. Gao Changxing listened and coughed, finally squeezing the lump stuck in his throat down. He stood up and walked to Gao Hao's side to check on Gao Hao's recent practice. He made good progress in his cultivation and did not slack off. So Gao Changxing told him about the existence of the spirits of heaven and earth. In the ancient legends of human history, there were 4 beast masters in the human race who became gods. They enjoyed immortal life, shared power with the heavenly Tao, and jointly governed all living things. Whenever a catastrophe is approaching, they will appear, protecting the prosperity of the human race for generations. They are worshipped and revered by all human beings for generations, and are also the earliest group of gods worshipped by human beings. Gao Changxing slowly walked back to his seat and said, "Let's eat first, and we'll talk about it later. I have to go to the pharmacy to get medicine later." Wu Qingyuan said softly, and everyone quickly shut up and started eating in silence. Chapter 76. Legend of the 4 Gods, Departure to Death Star Valley. After finishing their meal quickly, Gao Hao and Gao Ninian cleaned up the dishes and immediately pulled their father to want to know about the spirits of heaven and earth. The spirit of heaven and earth is related to the 4 gods. It is a very special existence. The conditions for its birth are also extremely harsh. It is the manifestation of a loophole in the rules of heaven and earth. Gao Changxing said this, looking at his son's puzzled eyes. Gao Changxing's knowledge of the spirits of heaven and earth came from some isolated copies of folk records. He did not really believe in some of the descriptions in the records, and simply told the legends to his children. I just checked my son's physical and mental state and found nothing harmful. His mental strength is indeed twice as strong as it was in the past few days. He is no weaker than an ordinary imperial master, and his mental strength is growing at an extraordinary rate. He is planning to ask his parents about it later, but now he has no answer in his mind, so he can only tell them some stories he knows. Satisfy the curiosity of the two little ones. Legend has it that 4 beast masters who cultivated to become gods controlled 4 different powers of heaven and earth. The god of foolishness controlled the power of earth. The god of wisdom controlled the power of water. The god of fusion controlled the power of fire. And the god of mystery controlled the power of wind. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian listened carefully, but they couldn't figure out what the relationship was between these 4 gods and the spirits of heaven and earth. Gao Changshen continued, in the ancient times that are so long ago that the time has become blurred, as the 4 powers of the world were controlled by the 4 gods of the human race developed rapidly under the leadership of the 4 gods. They excavated the land, dug canals, built palaces, and regarded the world as their own paradise. The various tribes of the human race are also connected to each other. In just 1,000 years, the human race has tamed hundreds of creatures. The rapidity of its development has also alarmed the way of heaven. If this continues, all creatures will submit to the human race, and its authority will become smaller and smaller. However, now the 4 powers of earth, water, fire, and wind have completely escaped the control of the heavenly Tao and are no longer managed by the heavenly Tao. And the 4 gods also refuse to obey the orders of heaven, believing that heaven was inactive and that they did not need to do anything in order to enjoy the respect of all things in heaven and earth. As the master of all living things in the world, Tianxing could not have imagined that among all the things he managed there would be a rebellious son. Since then, various disasters have frequently occurred in various parts of the beast control continent, such as geological disasters, fires, floods, wind disasters. The heavenly Tao declared that the myriad races and the human race are mortal enemies. The 4 gods deliberately killed the myriad races in order to cause this disaster, in order to allow the human race to dominate the world. In just 10,000 years, half of the living creatures died. The war between humans and other races led to the discontinuation of civilization. The 4 gods of the human race never expected that they would become gods and benefit all living things. However, the laws of nature messed up the river that had just been repaired, and a flood occurred, submerging the earth. There were also countless disasters, such as locust plagues, droughts, and thousands of miles of barren land. The heavenly Tao created many other races, deliberately targeting the human race. The rules and regulations restricted the development of the human race, causing the status of the 4 gods to fall from the altar among the human race. The various human races also became suspicious of each other and fell apart. The 4 gods were extremely anxious and sought forgiveness from heavenly Tao to give the human race a way out. In the end, Xinshin took the lead and divided the 4 powers into half for heavenly Tao. However, after heavenly Tao gained the powers, he and the 4 gods had a complete falling out and fought each other. The combined efforts of the 4 gods were useless, and heavenly Tao suppressed them under the Black Sea. Heavenly Tao was also seriously injured and fell into deep sleep in the ancient 8 wastelands to recuperate. And now the power of earth, water, fire, and wind will have loopholes every once in a while. Whenever a huge disaster happens to the human race, 4 kinds of spirits of heaven and earth will be born to protect the stable development of the human race. And the way of heaven will wake up every once in a while to create creatures that endanger the human race. There are 4 types of spirits: earth spirits, fire spirits, water spirits, and wind spirits. They are born in different forms, and they are all kinds of strange. They may be an animal, a plant, a small flower, or a floating cloud. They will repair the places affected by disasters and help the plants and the land in the disaster areas to recover their vitality. Legend has it that the 4 gods were not suppressed, but some say they were. No one knows the details, but there are more than 300 different records. Gao Changxing said indifferently. One of the most outrageous versions says that the 4 gods merged into one and snatched control from the heavenly Tao, suppressing the heavenly Tao in the depths of the Black Sea. As a result, they enslaved all things for the human race to use. This is why the Beast Masters are so prosperous today. This is a version recorded in the Holy Church. They themselves are the spokespersons chosen by the heavenly Tao. Gao Changxing recalled and said, "The spirit of heaven and earth meant the guardian god a long time ago. I will ask my father for details to see if he understands it. If you feel unwell, remember to go to the infirmary for a checkup. Gao Hao also had a headache after listening to this. It would be better not to listen to this messy information. There hasn't been any disaster in Tianxing City recently, right? This version of the story sounded obviously fake. Gao Hao didn't feel any discomfort, so he went to the infirmary for a checkup and found nothing abnormal and was in good health. For the next period of time, only the adults were busy preparing for the hunt in Death Star Valley. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian rested at home for 2 days. Gao Family Academy also started classes on the 3rd day after seeing off the distinguished guests. Gao Hao also made a very smooth breakthrough to become a 5-star Earth Master in the training room at home. He discussed the spirit of heaven and earth that his father talked about, as well as his own problems. Although he did not get a complete answer, Gao Hao also understood that the spirit of heaven and earth would not harm the host, and was a kind of creature created by a loophole in the rules of nature. There are 4 kinds of spirits of heaven and earth in total, and the plants in his beast taming space are flourishing, so he should possess the earth spirit, one of the 4 spirits his father mentioned. This was also Gao Hao's own guess. Half a month had passed before he knew it. The hunting team is ready to set off. Wu Qingyuan looked at Gao Changsheng, who was now fully equipped and standing tall in armor, and whispered, "Safety is the most important thing. Don't take risks and go too deep. It's best to stay with your father." "Yeah," Gao Changsheng replied, hugging his wife gently and smiling. "Dad, come home early." Gao Hao said, "Dad, I love you." Gao Ninian said, Don't worry, nothing will happen." Gao Changsheng smiled carelessly, turned around, and strode away. Outside the city gate of Tianxing City, a group of beast masters riding on beasts were ready to go. One of the Gao family's red flags was propped up, and Gao Changxing rode on his 3rd beast, the Earth Thunder Dragon, waved his hand, and said coldly, "Let's go." In just a moment, the beast tamer troops had run hundreds of meters away, while those warriors and soldiers had already boarded the airship to the Death Star Valley and were on standby. The Gao family mansion returned to its former tranquility. Gao Hao also practiced harder, and Gao Ninian also heard about the dangers of the Death Star Valley. She also knew that her father went on the adventure for the sake of her 2nd beast tamer, so she had been working much harder recently and achieved a good result of 9th place in the assessment at the end of January. Fiercely fought for it. Gao Hao ranked 8th in the monthly exam, and both of them received a reward of 1,000 yuan. The top 3 scores were still firmly held by those predecessors. Chapter 77. Practice the dragon step to understand its mystery. After the monthly exam, Gao Ninian's wallet became fatter, and she would occasionally bring back some snacks for him to eat, but as the saying goes, if someone is too nice to him for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Gao Hao also got used to the daily exercise time from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. However, after practicing Dragon Fist every afternoon, he did not feel any obvious progress. Now that he had broken through to the 5-star Earth Control, more than half a month had passed, and his position still remained at 50th in the Dragon Fist training team. He knew in his heart that this was the limit of practicing an Earth Control skill. He needed to learn another Beast Control skill to make his steps more flexible and varied. He could also clearly feel the difference in the explosive power of the Dragon Fist. The Beast Master in front of him had a different pace from him. "Mom, my Dragon Fist control technique has hit a bottleneck recently. It will be difficult to improve in the short term. I want to learn a second control technique." After finishing his practice early in the morning and returning home to eat, Gao Hao told his mother his thoughts. Now that the effect of practicing Dragon Fist was not great, it was time to practice the 2nd Imperial skill. Wu Qingyuan took the initiative to check and touched Gao Hao's muscles and bones. He was growing very well. He said gently, 5-star Earth Control should indeed practice the 2nd control technique. Do you want to learn the Dragon Step or go to the control room to choose one? Gao Hao had already thought about it a long time ago. Although he had thought about making the decision himself before, through observation and extensive reading and research, he found that Dragon Fist and Dragon Step were indeed more suitable moves to be combined. Without the speed of the Dragon Step, he had to rely on the Eye of Truth to support the explosive power of the Dragon Fist. His speed must be improved as soon as possible. It would be foolish to challenge the inheritance accumulated by dozens of generations of his family now. "Mom, I want to practice the Dragon Step. Who could teach me? Do I need to report somewhere?" Gao Hao raised his little head with a look of anticipation. It would be great if he could learn Mao Rongrong's leg techniques in the future. After some exploration and study, Gao Hao found out that the leg technique practiced by Mao Rongrong was light as a feather and flying legs, which was a kind of leg control technique of the Mao family. Legend has it that there was an ancestor of the Mao family who practiced martial arts. He had a wisp of white hair on the sole of his foot. He loved leg training since he was young. At the age of 10, he could walk on snow without leaving any footprints, walk on sand and rocks, and be as light as a swallow. Later, through repeated practice, he was able to run wildly, relying only on the white hair on the soles of his feet, rather than using the soles of the feet or toes to exert force as in other exercises. Gradually, he got the title of spy. After more than 10 generations of Beastmasters and the Mao family improved and developed it, the Beastmaster skill of light as a feather was created, and the title of spy has been passed down and preserved. The body is as light as a feather, and the flying kick, combined with the dragon fist, can greatly reduce the force burden of using the dragon fist, and the force can be used even in the air. In addition, Gao Hao also learned about the restaurant. Jiu Linglong's drunken boxing is also very interesting. It has the tremendous momentum of hitting a cow across a mountain and overwhelming the sea. It is said that after adulthood, one can practice the next advanced boxing method, drunken boxing. Combined with a sip of medicinal wine from the innkeeper, the user can instantly increase his own chi and blood several times. It is a terrifying move with great explosive power. The most brutal rumor is that the enemy can be killed across a mountain, bleeding from all 7 orifices to death. After the family of 3 had finished their meal, Gao Ninian was asked to go back to his room to do his homework, and Wu Qingyan took him to the room where he learned the imperial skills of Yolongbu. Gao Hao followed his mother with steady steps. After waiting for his mother Wu Qingyuan and getting the key to the dragon step room, they entered the room together. There were ropes hanging above the room. The steel wire is about 5 millimeters thick and is the thickest rope. The thinnest one is actually a thread as thin as spider silk. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see it. Wu Qingyuan said without a word. Xiao Hao, stand on it, and then turn the dragon art to practice the dragon fist. Remember, you are not allowed to fall down within an hour. Gao Hao wanted to ask something, but Wu Qingyuan, who seemed like an extremely strict teacher at the moment, glared at him fiercely. She was never gentle when it came to teaching imperial skills, so Gao Ninian was also afraid of her. Don't ask, just feel it yourself. Gao Hao really wanted to ask in a coquettish way, but seeing his mother's cold eyes, he didn't dare to speak. He stepped lightly on the thin steel rope, and his body began to shake as soon as he stood on it. After finally stabilizing his body, the steel rope under his feet began to shake as soon as he started to practice the dragon technique. Not to mention practicing, even standing still made him feel uncomfortable. I stood there swaying for a long time, thinking about the acrobats in my previous life who rode bicycles across the tightrope. It took them more than 10 years of hard practice to achieve that success. He calmed himself down, and Gao Hao did not fall off the steel rope for the entire afternoon. He used the stability of the soles of his feet to keep himself steady. He carefully practiced the dragon technique to control the chi and successfully threw out 5 or 6 dragon punches. Wu Qingyuan just looked at him quietly without saying a word and without teaching him anything. For the next week, Gao Hao practiced on the steel rope every afternoon. All the way to Wakinjiwan, Gao Hao skillfully performed various movements on the steel rope, and then the next week he switched to a thinner 4mm hemp rope. As soon as he exerted force, the hemp rope broke. Wu Qingyuan took out a foot-long ruler and hit it on the butt, causing it to wail in pain. Then he waved his hand, and the hemp rope returned to its original shape. It felt like being hit by a willow branch. After beating him, his mother just looked at him without saying a word, waiting for him to stand up again. Gao Hao looked at his mother cautiously and stepped forward. He didn't dare to use any more strength on the hemp rope. It turned out that the hemp rope could only withstand 1% of his speed of running the dragon technique. I spent the whole afternoon without using the dragon technique once. The hemp rope was too weak. After practicing hard day after day, Gao Hao didn't know how many times he had been hit with the ruler. At the end of February, he finally got used to the feeling of the hemp rope and was able to exert force on it. You can do various difficult movements. Even using only one finger, you can stand upside down on the hemp rope and the rope will not shake. The word stable is the essence of the dragon step, which is also the reason why the dragon fist needs it. The more Gao Hao practices these basics, the more he feels the changes in himself. Before he learned the movement route of the dragon step, he felt that the limit of his dragon fist had been broken. He only needed to use 1/3 of his strength to launch the same all-out attack as before. In March, spring flowers are in full bloom, competing for beauty. The branches and leaves of the willow tree grew back, and Gao Hao successfully broke through in his practice and became a 6-star Earth Master. Almost 2 months had passed since his father, and the others were away. Early in the morning, Gao Hao came back from the training ground and saw colorful flowers blooming in his home garden. The pink and beautiful orchids, the lovely yellow forsythia, the shy peach blossoms, poppies of different colors, and the bright red kapok flowers. Flowers of various colors are blooming. After having dinner at home, Gao Hao went to school alone. Gao Ninyin's academic performance declined last month, so teacher Lu asked his parents to come over. Gao Hao made steady progress and was ranked among the top 5 in the class. As soon as they entered the classroom, the 2 little cuties came up to them. Guohong had a happy look on her face. Xiaomi next to her had also grown a little taller than Gao Hao. Unknowingly, half a year has passed. Xiaomi is now a student in the intermediate Earth Control class, but she doesn't know exactly what her Earth Control level is. Gao Hao, you are here. Are you tired from practicing? I help you clean the table. It is very clean. You can still rest for a while before the teacher comes, Guohong said with a gentle smile on her face. Now she is already a 7-star Earthbender, and her words carry much more weight in the class. Chapter 78 Death Star Valley, Suzaku, Small World. The sky was clear with thousands of white clouds, as if a giant piece of marshmallow was floating in the sky. The sun, hanging high in the sky, showed a brilliant smile, shining on the mountains and rivers of the entire Death Star Valley. As winter turns to spring, all things in the entire Death Star Valley come back to life. Due to the terrain, the entire Death Star Valley is more than 2,000 meters lower than Tianxing City. The depression reveals an ancient land that seems to be isolated from the world like a peach garden. It is very suitable for the reproduction and habitat of royal beasts, and there are many kinds of royal beasts living there. It has a variety of climates. It is a valley near the Jiaxing Peak, adjacent to the East China Sea, and has a huge underground river. Fresh water poured in from here, continuously flowing into the deepest part of the Death Star Valley, crossing the upper valley, and reaching the vast forest and the moon-singing mountains farther away. This phenomenon of going upstream is also a breathtaking sight. If you go further, you will enter the plain area where the Wine Clan originated. Because there is abundant water here, the Death Star Valley is more suitable for the growth of all things. Plants and beasts compete with each other for beauty, and the scene is strange and unpredictable. From time to time, plants are seen moving while eating prey. Devil flowers, rose ghost flowers, corpse-eating grass, thousand shadow trees, all kinds of strange flowers are like pictures. Looking at them makes people sigh at the beauty of nature, but hidden among them are sharp sickles that can take people's lives. One by one, the magical beasts, such as the 3-colored deer, the ice bird, the golden eagle, the white valley bird, and the blood snake eagle, looked around vigilantly and carefully for food. There was a huge valley peak that was more than 1,000 meters high, and many beasts gathered around it. Most of them are fire-attributed beasts, and there are also rock-attributed beasts. They feed on magma flows and are surrounded by flames. The highest point of the giant peak is an active volcano. Outside the Flame Mountain Pass are steep rocks. At this moment, thick smoke is billowing from the crater, and a huge vermilion bird, which is 30 feet in size, is returning with long, flaming feathers. In a dry cave on the cliff halfway up the mountain, a team of about 5 people gathered together, with joy on their faces. It seemed that they would make a lot of money this time. If you succeed, it would be unreasonable not to have a prize of several million. If the reward was not greater, no one would be willing to risk their life. After 2 months of tracking, the vermilion bird is finally about to give birth. This means my son, Xiao Yin, will have his 3rd beast. The quality of the beast is also very good, and it is the descendant of the fire vermilion bird. Chief Xiao Yin, who had led his people, had been tracking the vermilion bird beast for a long time, and said while looking at the people around him, "Go and inform the hunting team to find a chance to prepare the 1,000-year fantasy star dream grass. We will probably have to take action tonight, and we must evacuate quickly then." "Yes, clan leader. What about young Master Xiao Yin?" A one-eyed man wearing an eye patch, who had good hunting experience, now thought of the support from the rear that he was still waiting for. "Not for now. We'll make plans after we fail." Clan leader Xiao Yin had a calm expression, but he was staring at the top of the mountain with greed. He prayed in his heart that the vermilion bird would not lay only 1 egg, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted. Therefore, Xiao Yan's team could not give up on the flame-tied Beastmaster, which was being watched on the other side. This was an extraordinary horse, with 4 red hooves spitting blood, flames coming out of its mouth, and its whole body was as white and crystal as jade, and it had reached the full maturity stage. After upgrading and evolving itself, it will grow wings and is also a good fire attribute beast. However, compared with Suzuku, it is several levels lower, and the two cannot be put on the same table and compared. Yeni is only worthy of sitting at the children's table, but if there are enough resources, he will have the opportunity to evolve into a sacred beast. But aren't the resources saved also earned? Therefore, large families prefer those beasts with legendary stories or rare beasts, because these beasts have high growth limits, which can naturally save a lot of later investment. The initial investment is huge, and the return in the later stage is even greater. The initial investment of ordinary beast tamers is small, but in the later stage, to grow up, the resources consumed are astronomical, which will also affect the growth progress of the beast tamer. How's the situation over there with Gao Changxing? Has he sent any information about when he will be back at the latest? Clan leader Xiao Yin did not forget the Gao family members who came with him. The beast has been captured over there. We chose a plant type, white ginseng elf cub. Since Master Gao already has a high-grade forest elf, we succeeded without much effort. A female member of the team spoke up. The latest return is mid-March, which only leaves about 10 days. Xiao Yin laughed and said, as expected of the Gao family, the fighting force they sent out is really strong. When my son grows up, my Xiao family will also have a strong man to take charge. Several people recovered their energy and prepared to steal the vermilion bird egg at night. Now they gathered their energy and rested their minds, hundreds of miles away from vermilion bird Yanshan. Infinitely close to the border of the Jiaxing Peak, there lives a group of ice-attributed beasts. Every year, many powerful ice-attributed beasts come here to give birth and breed. Polar penguins, ice snow bears, deep blue ice kuan, white snow Tibetan mastiff, swift bird dragon, kuan seal. This place is a tiny independent world formed by ice and snow. At the easternmost part of the Death Star Valley, there is the endless abandoned beast mountains blocking the sea. It is a huge mountain range that is thousands of feet high and rises into the clouds. The deep blue ice kuan entered from the huge underground river at the bottom and came here to give birth to her baby. The deep blue ice kuan is extremely beautiful and is also an extremely powerful creature in the ocean, but it is not suitable for the beast tamer contract. Not only does it have a big appetite, but it is also very picky about food and only eats deep-sea fish, which can only be caught 10,000 meters underwater. The space required for growth is also very large. If there is only a mountain or river space, the deep blue ice kuan will be depressed and may even engage in self-harming behavior. That is to say, they will suffer from depression and become depressed. They are a very aloof and noble beast tamer. It is very difficult to evolve them. In short, they are a great hindrance to the growth of the beast tamer. Because no one has succeeded in training one so far, most people don't dare to sign a contract easily. Some people are stubborn and think they are the geniuses in the family, but they pay a heavy price when they try. Not only did he lose precious resources, but he was also scolded by many marine beast masters, which led to the death of a noble deep blue ice kuan beast. Because in the ocean, the deep blue ice kuan does not eat humans, and is extremely considerate and will even help humans escape from danger. It is one of the few creatures in the ocean that is friendly to humans. Therefore, Wu Qifeng also kept his distance. His target had already been confirmed. It was the Xianbei ice bear, a very powerful ice-type beast. A mature Xianbei ice bear can kill the ultimate Bloodstar tiger, and the conditions for evolving into a sacred beast also meet Wu Qifeng's budget expectations. Choosing a beast to tame based on one's own situation is a skill that a beast tamer must learn. One cannot simply choose to contract with a beast because it is stronger. If there is no sufficient food or a more suitable beast taming space environment, both will affect the growth and development of the contracted beast. If you contract a beast according to your own preferences, you obviously won't be a qualified beast master. If you really like beast mastering, you should read a lot of beast master books and learn everything about them. The true love is not to hurt them. As for the love that is said with words, many beast tamers have been killed, and there are also many beast tamers who cried out of grievance afterwards. Seeing this makes people want to kick it a few times. It is unlucky for the beast to meet such a master. It is not eliminated by the cruel competition in nature, but is sent away by the master chosen by itself. Its death is a bit unfair. Chapter 79. Weapons given at the Imperial level. Wu Qifeng exhaled a breath of white air and tightened his leather jacket and the round hat that covered his ears. The environment here was 60 to 70 degrees below zero. It is even colder than the star-picking peak, as the mountain range has blocked the sun's rays for thousands of years. Layer upon layer of ice crystals makes it like an ice city, showing a dark blue color. Weird and beautiful, All kinds of beasts live in harmony at this moment, not invading each other, and each has its own territory for giving birth to babies. It has been half a month since we entered the iceberg. We have climbed 4 or 5 huge icebergs and countless other small ones. There are traps everywhere. Once we slip down, we will most likely die. It is very likely that we will fall directly into the mouth of a terrifying beast. High-level Beastmasters are naturally not afraid, but Wu Qifeng has not yet grown to the stage where he is not afraid of the severe cold or has a special physique. If he really gets the Shinbei Ice Bear, he can get a life tool after signing the contract. After signing the 3rd beast, the Beastmaster can get a magical item. The reason why human ancestors were smart is because they used tools and evolved. Many people believe that humans are incompatible with other species. It's like an alternative existence in the biological world. Some people also believe that humans should rely on themselves, use their own wisdom and hands to rule the earth, and thus invent various weapons, form troops, and become emperors. 3,000 beauties, eternal life. In short, tools are the embodiment of human civilization. Whether hundreds of millions of years ago or billions of years later, it cannot be changed that human beings' prosperity is inseparable from tools. Things that are difficult to do with hands can be done with tools. After signing the 3rd Beast Tamer contract, the Beast Tamer will obtain a coveted weapon or armor based on the different attributes and the contracted Beast Tamer. There are even various other props. The types are too numerous to count, and a catalog of 100,000 tools cannot collect the countless types of tools used by the Beastmaster. For example, Gao Changxing's 3rd beast, he contracted an extremely powerful Earth Thunder Dragon with the dual attributes of thunder and earth, and obtained his own weapon, the Thunderblade. It can be big or small, as desired, and there is lightning wrapped around the blade, which can increase the explosive power of the weapon and make the host resistant to lightning attributes. The most terrifying thing is that it will grow with the strength of the host. As long as the person is alive, it can be used forever. Even if it is damaged in a fight, it will automatically repair itself after a period of time and will not harm the Beastmaster's essence. The purpose of the equipment is to protect the Beastmaster. Humans holding an ordinary iron rod will feel safer than facing the enemy with bare hands. The development of modern weapons is also terrifying, but in front of the Beastmasters at the level of a master, some ordinary missiles cannot hurt them at all. If it was a grenade or the power of a Barrett, it would probably be several times more powerful than this, and the speed of the bullet could not match their speed. Therefore, it is useless. Only those supersonic tracking weapons with locking functions and the terrifying existence of human map elimination games can threaten the existence of Beastmasters at the Yuzong level. But in the beast taming continent, the horror of nature far exceeds those extremely lethal weapons. An ordinary flower may look ordinary, but once you get close to it, it will shoot out a highly corrosive liquid. Extremely high concentrations of sulfuric acid will leave bones, but here no bones are left. They directly return to the embrace of nature and become a part of nature's nutrition. Moreover, this flower can camouflage itself around some small animals, luring prey into the trap. There are often treasures around this plant. For example, the 1,000-year-old snow lotus is a treasure. When Wu Qifeng picked it, he was already a royal clan leader. He faced the ice plant Tianyuan ice grass, which lives in a freezing cold environment and is very difficult to deal with. It took him some time to clean it up. The weakness of ice plants is also obvious. They are afraid of fire. Once exposed to flames, they will melt and become a sticky mass, like an aggregate of tiny organisms. If you ignore them in the later stage, they will gather again, and when you come back 10 years later, you can harvest another wave of 1,000-year snow lotus. To grow to the 10,000-year level, it will take a long wait of 100 years. In short, when you are against the beast tamer, you should not use brute force, but use knowledge to defeat them. The environment of Jiaxing Peak is special, which can accelerate the growth of ice and snow plants. Whether it is medicinal materials or other functions, it is of great significance to Beastmasters. The Qin family made too much money from Jiaxing Peak, which was also the reason why their young masters and young ladies could squander their money. After all, there were endless treasures in Jiaxing Peak and Death Star Valley. You can make a lot of money by growing some magical herbs. Wu Qifeng climbed over several icebergs and did not dare to fly in the sky on his Tianxing Ice Eagle. Finally, under a huge iceberg about 200 meters in size, he saw groups of Shinbei ice bears again. He immediately shook the Gao family jade token to send a signal, and other team members who were searching in other places would gather after receiving the signal. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of people gathered. Among them were Gao Changsheng, Gao Shaotian, Gao Fuyun, Gao Qiangxing, Gao Mingyue, and Gao Qiqiang. The six of them were talking and laughing, and it was obvious that they had gained a lot along the way. Gao Qiangxing had a lot of beast-controlling bags hanging around his waist. He looked at Wu Qifeng with a chuckle and said, "Are you sure you want a Xianbei ice bear from this mountain?" "It's confirmed. I see that icy-colored Xianbei ice bear is obviously the bear king of this iceberg. It is very likely to evolve into a sacred beast in the future. The mating partner she chooses must be stronger than herself. This is a consistent law in nature." Wu Qifeng was talking about what he had learned, and the others were laughing. In 2 months, they had come across 7 or 8 habitats of the Xianbei ice bears. But he was not satisfied with the quality of the ice bears, so he did not choose one. But some of them were still taken away by Gao Qiangxing, and the nests of some other ice-type beasts were also stolen by several other unethical people. However, none of them found the holy ice beast. This kind of beast has intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. Once it finds human traces, it will move its nest. Even if I can't beat him, I can still hide. A few people casually made an ice house, took out the food they brought with them, and recovered themselves while guarding. Wu Qifeng's treatment was really extraordinary. 6 royal lords accompanied him to obtain the royal beast. Of course, the most fundamental reason is that the price of ice-type beasts has skyrocketed this year, and the Gao family needs to maintain the market balance. Zhang Yishan doesn't know how the harvest is going, so a little more people were sent out, and in 2 months, 6 people quietly took away more than 10 different kinds of beast cubs from the Death Star Valley, totaling more than 20,000. This made many beast masters angry, but they were helpless and could not defeat them. Some ordinary wild beasts became the targets of the beast masters' venting, causing many beasts in the Death Star Valley to be brutally ravaged, and everyone was extremely vigilant. The reproductive period every year is very violent, but it cannot break the biological cycle chain of the Death Star Valley, so it takes 1 or 2 months for each to calm down and then return to normal. It's like even though you've been cheated when buying something, you'll be angry, upset, and heartbroken at first, but in the second month, you'll still be cheated again when buying something. The tricks of merchants are hard to guard against, and similarly, the capture methods of animal tamers are becoming more and more advanced. Chapter 80. The Holy Vermilion Bird and a Peaceful Solution. As night falls, all animals lie dormant. Only the blue moon hangs in the sky. The forest is completely dark and nothing can be seen beyond 10 steps. In the mountains, thousands of beasts roared, shaking the earth. All kinds of terrifying beasts, with green eyes, fought and devoured each other in the open space in the middle of the night. A giant forest python that was hundreds of feet long had huge trees growing on its back, camouflaged as it was. It was circling and shaking its body, rustling. All kinds of powerful beasts hiding in the trees were shaken off and fell down, becoming a delicacy for the giant python. A 1,000-foot-long sky dragon emerged in the darkness and let out a deafening roar, as if it wanted to tear the sky and the earth apart. A feathered dragon several hundred feet long was torn apart and swallowed by the huge mouth in an instant. The 1,000-foot deep blue ice cone came like a ferocious tsunami, overturning rivers and seas. In the blink of an eye, it had floated onto the glacier, and it seemed that the entire continent was shaking. Among all the beast masters hunting in the jungle, some were excited, some were trembling all over, and they missed their mothers and warm homes very much. The world of the glacier is bright at night. Schools of fish pass under the glacier. Countless ocean fish also roll under the glacier to mate and reproduce. It seems that there is a lifeline of light flowing, and the stars at night are even more dazzling here. The beauty of nature is incomparable and magical. The crystal-clear ice beasts seem to be breathing slowly and relaxing under the starry sky. Suddenly, a volcano erupted, magma rolled, and a red bird about 100 meters long flew out of the volcano in an instant, illuminating the entire forest. The dragon that was thousands of feet high in the sky trembled instantly, and the whole forest seemed to be frozen. All the beasts were frightened and stood still. "Damn, the sacred beast vermilion bird," someone exclaimed, as if someone had disturbed a hornet's nest. Countless beast tamers were rushing towards this side, seemingly fearless of death. Clan leader Xiao Yin never imagined that this beast that was only 100 meters long was actually a sacred beast. It was running desperately with a burning vermilion bird egg in its hand, not caring about its teammates behind it at all. There was a ferocious and terrifying expression on his face. The next second, the sacred beast spoke in human language. Murderous intent was steaming in his eyes, and his entire body burst into an astonishing and brilliant light. Shameless bastard. There was a loud bang, and the sky and the earth changed color. The residents of Xinhua Bay, millions of miles away, also felt that the end of the world was coming and a disaster was imminent. In just a few seconds, a 10,000-foot-tall vermilion bird, a terrifying sacred beast that was 30,000 meters long, illuminated the entire Death Star Valley like a small sun. Many hidden sacred beasts also opened their eyes and looked towards the vermilion bird in the sky with expressions of gloating on their faces. This old bird finally had its nest stolen. A white tiger that was only 4 or 5 meters long narrowed its eyes, looked at the 3 white tiger cubs beside it, and calmed down cautiously. Xiao Yin felt that a disaster was imminent and his life was over. How could he not have thought of this? His luck was so amazing that he actually managed to take down the lair of the holy beast with a few shrimp soldiers. With a loud bang, flames suddenly appeared in the sky, and a magma space towering into the clouds, like the Dharma image of heaven and earth, appeared between heaven and earth. It was several times more terrifying than the figure of Suzaku that covered the sky and the sun. Zhang Yishan was not far away at this moment. He instantly used his own magma space field to wrap himself and the sacred beast Suzaku in his own beast-taming space field. 7 extremely terrifying fire-type beasts also covered the sky and the sun. The smallest magma sea dragon had a terrifying body of 10,000 meters. It was a terrifying beast that lived and swam in the magma. Swim in lava like it's an ocean. Shameless human. Zhu Ke spoke in human language, looking at his enemy coldly with an even colder look in his eyes. Although his body was huge, he finally suppressed his anger. Clan leader Xiao Yin was stunned at this moment. This was a terrifying lord-level being that possessed his own domain. He was like an ant in front of him who could be crushed to pieces with just a wave of his hand. The beast master who was running for his life behind him was also sweating profusely. It was rare to see a battle of this level. Xiao Yin was holding the Suzaku beast tamer egg and was at a loss as to what to do. Zhang Yishan looked at the sacred Suzaku and said in a reasonable manner, "I won't hurt you. Go back. This is destiny. This little Suzaku is destined to be with us humans." Upon hearing the sound, Zhu Ke became furious and launched a fire attack, but for Zhang Yishan, who had a magma space, this attack was completely ineffective and instead consumed the fire energy in vain. Especially since the sacred beast vermilion bird had just given birth and had not yet fully recovered. "Give my son back to me." Zhu Ke was furious. His whole body was surrounded by flames, and he attacked with flames hundreds of feet long, his voice somewhat sad and angry. Zhang Yishan sighed and said kindly, "Give it back to you? You don't have the ability to protect it. Besides me, there are more than 10 powerful masters. You should go back and protect your other child." Suzaku was suppressing his anger at this moment, looking towards the Death Star Valley, and sensed many strong beast masters, some of whom were even more powerful than his current opponents. Especially in the land of ice and snow, there actually gathered 6 terrifying king and beast masters. He had once mocked Baihu for not protecting her own child, but now it was her turn to make her own choice. 2 10,000-year vermilion fruits can raise your flame power to another level, allowing you to become a super holy beast. This is my biggest concession. Zhang Yishan whispered again, and then said in a relaxed tone, "You have been exposed now. Even if you take the Suzaku egg back, you will still be attacked by others." Besides, his master is not bad either. He possesses an extremely powerful yin-yang space and has great potential for growth. You will meet again in the future. Zhang Yishan's voice was heard not only for Zhu Ke, but also for Xiao Yin, and even more so for other beast masters who had evil intentions. This man is the head of the Xiao family in Tianxing City. The family has been protected by the Gao family for generations and needs to consider their own weight. The cub of the sacred beast vermilion bird is extremely valuable. If the Gao family had not been here, he would have wanted to snatch it away himself. Now that he was selling the favor for a high price, he could be considered to have some connection with the Xiao family. Moreover, the 2 10,000-year-old red fruits were not precious treasures. At his level, what was more important was to consolidate himself and prepare for the realm of the Supreme Lord. Only strength can earn people real respect. Without strength, all false respect is like a reflection in the mirror, fleeting. Zhu Ke finally wisely retracted his true form. Zhang Yishan took out 2 golden boxes from the storage jade bracelet and threw them in the direction of Zhu Ke. The 2 sides finally solved the problem satisfactorily. Suzaku returned to the volcano. The frightened beasts around him were still trembling and paralyzed on the ground. It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded next to my ears. I had been prepared to face death, but at this moment, there was a sudden turn of events. The life of an ordinary person is the same as that of an ordinary beast. The weak cannot control their own lives. Thank you very much for your help, Lord Jiang. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your help. When I go back, I will definitely prepare a big gift and bring Xiaoyan a thank you in person. Xiaoyan put away the vermilion bird egg and saluted Jiang Yishan while crawling. The other people who caught up with him were all covered in dust and dirt. If they didn't get the tens of millions in bonus this time, they would definitely leave the Xiao family. They were just a hair's breadth away from death. Several people's eardrums were bruised, and a lot of blood flowed out. If Suzaka hadn't been afraid of hurting his own children, they would have turned into powder and a pile of rotten meat. You have followed me to death. You have worked hard. My Xiao family also clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. You have taken great risks to cover our retreat. After you return, you will have 3 months of paid rest. Each of you will receive a bonus of 20 million yuan, and your basic salary will be doubled. At this moment, Xiaoyan waved his hand and said proudly that even though he himself was bleeding from the nose and was hurt, it was nothing compared to the gains. In just a few seconds, he had already exerted his power as the king of control to the extreme. If he was a step later, he would probably have been caught by Suzaku. Life and death are unpredictable. On the other side, Wu Qifeng also succeeded, but there was no noise at all. Even the mother bear was sleeping very peacefully. He had no idea he had lost a baby bear. The Xianbei ice bear cub that Wu Qifeng took away had a wisp of blue curly hair on its head and was the largest of all its brothers born. It looks cute and is covered with fur. Chapter 81 Xiao Yan's Hatred, The Path of a Beast Tamer. Brother-in-law, I'm done here. Wu Qifeng had a look of joy on his face. He tightened the beast bag around his waist. Inside was a young Xianbei ice bear, sucking on an artificial pacifier. Judging from the appearance of Xianbei ice bear, he has been born for more than half a month and can be contracted when he enters the infancy. Wu Qifeng thought in his heart that with his current level, it would be more than enough for him to be admitted to the Magic Beast Taming Academy. However, to enter the East Province Imperial Beast Taming Academy or the Royal Beast Taming Academy, they still lack some opportunities, so they quietly left the ice and snow world overnight without disturbing other beast tamers. As 10 days passed quietly, the restless Death Star Valley returned to its former tranquility. Every night, giant beasts roamed in the sky of the Death Star Valley. Royal beasts and wild animals ranging from hundreds to thousands of meters away came out to look for food, with only the soft blue light shining, and the shadow of the full moon reflected in the rivers and lakes. Some green mountaintops emit purple light at night, with waterfalls flowing down from the mountaintops, surging towards the distance. Looking down from the sky, the Death Valley under the starry sky is a colorful picture, like pieces of spliced gems. Colorful, brilliant, and wonderful colors. The torrent leading to the vast forest drives the fish to climb upward in the hope of transformation. It is a lifeline that connects billions of lives. As the river slowly dispersed, the huge torrent flowed in all directions, eventually crossing the vast forest, and a considerable portion of it flowed into the Meteorite Lake. Meteorite Lake is located to the west of Xingyue Bay and Tianxing City. It is also the most valuable area in the center of Xingnan Province. It is directly connected and surrounded by the 4 major cities of Xingnan. On the upper left is the Xingnan City, also known as Xingnan College. The lower left is connected to the Star Dream Sea and the Plain Forest. This place has a large number of fertile fields for growing spiritual rice, and there are rich returns of grain crops every year. There is no need to say much about the area on the right. The Xingyue Bay in the upper right corner is managed by the Qin family, and the Tianxing City forest in the lower right corner is a natural grazing ecology and will be more prosperous. A large amount of wild meat comes from here every year. The Meteorite Lake was not formed naturally, but was formed by dozens of emperor-level warriors who continuously summon meteorites from outer space to attack and change the Earth's veins. The area is as large as 500,000 square kilometers, and the function of Meteorite Lake is far more than that. It also runs through the center of the land between Xingnan Province and Black Gold Province, and directly leads to the endless ocean in the south. Whether it is the water needs of Jincheng, with a population of 1 billion, or the prosperous Tianxing City, with a population of 700 million, as well as Hsinchu City and other cities, they all rely on the water irrigation from Meteorite Lake. It concerns the two southern provinces and the life-saving water of 4 billion people. It is precisely because of the flow of water that the population in the south has prospered and grown. Return to the Death Star Valley, develop westward, cross the Yonghua Mountains, and come to the Jujiao Plain. This place is very suitable for growing crops, and the grains are full. The mountains on the southeast side block 99% of the cold currents, allowing for 3 bumper harvests a year. This area supplies 80% of the wine production in the Central Empire. In the 6 provinces of the Central Empire, 80% of the wine industry, including medicinal wine, spirit wine, grain wine, beer, and fruit wine, as many as 700 types, all come from the winery plain. Such a unique advantage has created generations of legends for the wineries. Today, it is even more prosperous and powerful. The beast taming teams that came to Death Star Valley this year added up to more than 20,000 people, and now each family is preparing to disperse. The Mao family, the Qin family, the Gao family, the Shao family, the Jiang family, the restaurant family, the Yi family, the Zhu family, and individual beast tamers are each counting their own hunting teams. Xiaoyan was following his father at the moment. He had delicate features, good looks, was well-dressed, had a strong body, and was over 1.8 meters tall. Father, Uncle Han sacrificed himself to protect me. We encountered a riot of flame-hoof beasts, and I didn't react in time and was kicked unconscious. There was a hint of sadness on Xiao Yan's face. It's good that you came back alive. Uncle Han, I will take good care of his affairs. When you return, concentrate on your training. Your goal is to go to the East Province Imperial Palace Beastmaster Academy. You need to have a long-term vision. Xiao Yan listened without changing his expression. As long as Xiao Yan was alive, their hard work would not be in vain. He suppressed the feeling in his heart and said, "Don't let Uncle Han down. You are the most outstanding talent in our Xiao family in recent years. Go into seclusion as soon as possible after you return, contract the Suzaka Beast Cub, and participate in the East Province assessment in the summer. You don't have much time left." Xiao Yan listened and said nothing. He didn't know what to say to the other family members gathered nearby. After all, his father was the head of the family, and he respected his opinions. However, his Uncle Han, who had always been with him, was sacrificed so easily. He had never thought before that Uncle Han, who was at the level of a royal master, would die so easily and become a weed under the feet of those flaming hoof beasts. Life disappears so suddenly and feels worthless. Breathing was suppressed and difficult, but there was no way to vent it. Xiao Yan sat aside in silence, with hatred and indifference on his lips. His hands were clenched into fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms due to the force, and blood flowed down the tiny cracks. Gao Qiangxing walked over at this moment, looked at Xiao Yan and then at his silent father, patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, and said, "You are a beast master. Don't think about hating the beast masters. They have never hated you." Xiao Yan frowned as he listened, and when he looked up, he saw Gao Qiangxing. His expression immediately became a little restrained. After all, this man was many times stronger than his father. In its mind, its father's figure is already very tall, but this person's back is even more out of reach. It grew up listening to the stories of the Gao family and was a little brainwashed, but Uncle Han died in vain. Xiao Yan said. Gao Qiangxing listened and laughed, feeling so heroic and as if he could swallow up all the mountains and rivers. He said, "Aren't you still alive and well? Your future achievements will determine the achievements of your Uncle Han. If you leave behind your own legends, your Uncle Han will also be remembered forever. Human life is limited. Some people live to be 100 years old, but achieve nothing, while others can become famous throughout the 6 provinces at the age of 15. Who else but me can be the best?" Gao Qiangxing said calmly, "Your Uncle Han was willing to do this just to keep you alive. Don't complain and feel sorry for yourself. If you don't cherish me when I am alive, then you should pretend to be nice after I die. Spend 2 days thinking about it. If you still can't figure it out after 48 hours, then it proves that I, Gao Qiangxing, have made a mistake in choosing him." After Gao Qiangxing left, Xiao Yan was alone thinking quietly. For the past 15 years, Uncle Han had been earnestly teaching him various control skills and practicing the flame art. From the time he contracted his first beast, the Blood Flame Dragon, he gained the innate talent of the Blood Flame Hand. It was Uncle Han who accompanied him all the time. When he contracted his second beast, the Fire Ganoderma, he gained the innate talent of fire control through a plant-type beast. He has 2 beasts to control, 2 innate abilities, and 10 proficient controlling techniques. all of which are the result of Uncle Han's 15 years of hard work. Xiao Yin felt that Uncle Han was still alive in his body, and his heart was thinking about every little detail between him and Uncle Han. Xiao Yin, your path is a path to heaven. Don't look back at what you have lost. Only by looking forward can you go further. Once you stop, you will be like me and will regret it for the rest of your life. Xiao Yin looked up at the Milky Way, the starry sky, the darkness, and the little light in his own heart. Compared with the vastness of this world, human emotions are so insignificant. Uncle Han, will you turn into a star to protect me? I will definitely become stronger. Chapter 82. The hunting team returns, strengthening the dragon's step. Xinshan, March the 27th. It was approaching the end of the month. Gao Hao finished his morning practice of the sun-purple chi with a look of joy on his face. The giant dragon-shaped gate of the outer city gate of Tianxing City slowly opened. Countless people crowded on both sides of the road, looking at the team returning from Death Star Valley with joy. One aunt saw her son. My son is back." The two younger brothers beside him also had smiles on their faces. An old man was anxiously squeezing through the crowd, unable to find his own child. He looked sad and absent-minded, and there was a young lady holding a child beside him, with a frown on her face and full of tension. "May heaven and earth bless you. Uncle, Wang Chong is still alive. He is just injured and is resting in the carriage at the back." A fellow Beastmaster spoke up, which calmed the young lady's heart a little, but then she became nervous again. "Is the injury serious?" The girl shouted with all her might in the chaotic crowd. "It's not serious and can be cured. We're leaving first." "Good." Some people looked at Bai Bu in silence. The number of people who died in the Death Star Valley this time was 16 from the Tianxing City team, which was considered a relatively small number, and 12 of them were completely undetectable. If they cannot be found within 3 days and do not return to the team, they will be considered dead. Without the strength of a royal king, operating in the Death Star Valley at night is a life-threatening situation, so there will basically be a royal king leading the team. Among them, the Xiao family's patriarch Xiao Yin personally went to search for the body of Xiao Yan's Uncle Han, but in the end he only found one arm. It was because he had the talent of a diamond-like arm that it was able to be preserved. The other 3 people were killed in accidental attacks by the wild beasts, and only their bodies were left incomplete. Life is precious, but also fragile. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian were waiting at the inner door. Wu Qingyuan held their hands. She was wearing cool clothes, a dress embroidered with chrysanthemums, and exquisite sandals. The sky at the end of March is scorching hot. It is the carnival season for the flame space beast tamers. Their training speed will be improved in the scorching summer. It is several times the number of ordinary beast masters. At this moment, there are many other members of the Gao family waiting outside the door. As the beast tamer team from the outer gate entered the city, part of the team naturally disbanded on the spot. Some went to the medical center, some went to the bank, and some went directly to the beast taming field. Everyone has their own goals. They would exchange the herbs, beast tames, minerals, and relics of other beast tamers that they brought back from the Death Star Valley for money or store them for themselves. There are also fine wild beast furs, or the bones, teeth, and claws of some dead beasts, which are all of great value. If it is dragon bones, phoenix bones, tiger bones, the fur and bones of these animals are more valuable. The Qin family is prohibited from slaughtering them indiscriminately here. So most of them are just leftovers, such as the scraps left after being eaten by other beasts. These things are very precious treasures in human society. A dragon robe coat is worth tens of thousands of yuan, and the most precious one is the white tiger coat, which can cost up to 1 million and is extremely rare. Dragons are the most numerous. You can find them if you go a little deeper into the Death Valley. There are also many bones of dragon beasts. As for pure-blooded dragons, they are not seen there. Gao Changsheng was riding on his own Earth Thunder Dragon, and beside him were Gao Qiqiang and Gao Mingyue. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw their wives and daughters coming to greet them. Gao Changsheng's mother, Justice Miyu, was also here. With everyone big and small, today was really lively. As well as Gao Mingyue's mother Shuebing, Gao Fian looked at the dozen people standing at his own home, and a happy smile appeared on his face with a few white hairs. "We are all back." Gao Changsheng laughed heartily, and the smile on his face conveyed something to the people of Tianxing City. The ice-attributed Beastmaster also recovered its stability within just half a month. Other kinds of beast taming have also been replenished. At this moment, every family in Tianxing City has awakened their beast taming space, and fathers of children who have not yet tamed beasts have brought their children to watch the fun. Everyone rest assured, tomorrow, All the major beast taming shops will distribute the beasts we brought back. There will definitely be enough. Everyone can buy them without worry. Gao Tianxing once again demonstrated his leadership spirit and spoke for a full 20 minutes in the hot weather until most of the listeners had left on their own. Everyone goes back to their homes. After returning home after a long absence, Gao Tianxing took a comfortable bath and washed himself for more than 2 hours. After the two children picked up their father, they went to school with their school bags on their backs. Everyone had a good appetite for breakfast. Gao Tianxing went to sleep without eating at noon. He felt really comfortable resting at home. In Death Star Valley, there are ghosts howling and beasts howling every day, and it is an environment of physical and mental confusion. A normal person who goes in will go crazy in a few days. Gao Tianxing stayed there for more than 2 months, while Gao Xiaotian and others stayed there for about half a year. Everyone needed to rest at home for a while, regulate their own evil spirits, and return to their original hearts. In the afternoon, Gao Hao practiced in the Dragon Step room as usual. Now he can dance on a 3mm rubber band and control the weight. He uses the power of the rubber band to use the Dragon Fist. In this case, his consumption is less and his speed is faster. The improvement of his Dragon Step has greatly improved his Dragon Fist. I went to practice Dragon Fist last week, and my ranking dropped to 70th place, but it instantly rose to 35th place after it ended. This is because he has a 6-star earthbending ability and his own strength after learning the Dragon Step. Only when he got to the front did he realize that the competition pressure was even more intense. But the reward is gone because the instructor has been changed. The new instructor is equally strict, and that instructor has been promoted to another place. Gao Ninian is currently ranked 15th, possessing the realm of 9-star earthbending. Gao Yu, Gao Gao, and Mao Rongrong are all in the top 10. They are considered the strongest group in the Dragon Fist class. In about 3 months, Gao Hao will come to the Beast Control continent for a full year. What touches him most is everyone's growth and their respective goals. They are all making solid progress step by step. Gao Ninian's grades have also improved significantly after calling his parents, and he once again broke into the top 10. Gao Hao successfully entered the top 3 in the class at the end of the month. I received a reward of 2,000 yuan, and my coffers were bulging. In the early morning of April 1st, the weather was good. Gao Tianxing, who had stayed in bed for 3 or 4 days, finally got some rest. Accompanying Gao Hao and Gao Ninian to practice their imperial skills, Gao Hao and Gao Ninian cooperated to attack Gao Tianxing. Although it had no significant effect on improving their imperial skills, it also increased their battle experience. Especially when fighting against strong men, the slightest flaw would become the target of attack, and Gao Tianxing only used the strength of his mother to fight the two of them. One of them only dared to use the strength to suck the milk, and the two used all their strength to suck the milk. Their faces were red, and they didn't even touch the corner of Gao Tianxing's clothes. The strength gap, just a little bit off. Xiao Hao, Yin Yin, Dad has tried his best. It's been 2 hours. I'm very tired. Let's take a rest together. You can help Dad rub his shoulders. It's too sore. Seeing that the two kids couldn't hold on any longer, Gao Tianxing immediately spoke up. Gao Hao touched the sweat on his forehead, and Gao Ninian had a look of belief on his face. Haha, Dad, I'm not tired yet, but if you were tired, let's take a rest. Gao Ninian ran back to her room without any image, picked up the kettle, and started drinking water. After 2 hours, she felt like her throat was smoking. Gao Hao also felt his legs go weak. Gao Tianxing corrected the problem of him opening his legs wide when using the Dragon Step, and his body was beaten hundreds of times. It just hurts a lot, but I'm not injured, so I feel helpless. Especially when he was hit on his calves, he wanted to roll on the ground in pain. There was only severity in his father's eyes. He kept hitting him until his calves felt numb. After all the postures were adjusted, Gao Tianxing's face softened a little. At this moment, Gao Hao really wanted to have a good sleep and continue after resting. In the next month, Gao Tianxing continued to practice the two little ones' flying skills and energy control, and the accuracy of the flying skills was also higher than before. After practicing in the Yulongbu room for more than 3 months, Gao Hao was finally able to stand on a 1mm thin hair rope, and his body seemed to have no weight. As light as a feather, he also figured out some unclear things in his mind. Mao Rongrong's body was as light as a feather, and his flying legs must have a route to control the wind. The Dragon Step does not have this core, which is the major reason why the two have different ways of leveraging in the air. May came quietly. After Gao Hao finished practicing the Dragon Step in the afternoon, he went back to his practice room to practice. The golden energy in his body kept flowing and circulating. The mental power and the beast taming space shone brightly, and a new meridian in the body was opened in an instant. Gao Hao successfully broke through and became a 7-star beast tamer, and was overjoyed. Gao Hao clenched his fists and felt the strength, then moved his body a few times in the training room to test his overall strength, which had increased by about 2 times. Chapter 83 Pocket Money. Contract with Wu Qifeng. Xiao Hao, you have broken through the 7-star Earth control. That's good. Walking out of the training room, Gao Hao's steps and breathing became steadier and longer, and he walked silently, getting rid of the steady feeling under Long Quan's feet. Like a swimming dragon, fast and steady, moving agilely. Gao Hao looked at his uncle Wu Qifeng, who was playing with Xianbei Ice Bear in the yard, and a bit of joy appeared on his face. Uncle, long time no see. Gao Hao ran over. A small curl of blue hair curled up on the top of Xianbei Ice Bear's head. The little guy was not that cold now. It looked chubby. After 2 months, it had become about the size of a country dog. It had a rich meal every day, and its belly was bulging outward. The big sapphire black eyes were piercing, and he opened his bloody mouth and yawned, following closely at Wu Qifeng's feet. Seeing Gao Hao running over, he quickly hid behind Wu Qifeng's body. After a few seconds, Xianbei Ice Bear was reluctant to eat the remaining candy granules, so he leaned out to look at his food bowl, and then at Gao Hao. You are training very fast. You will be able to catch up with me in 10 years. With your talent, you can definitely enter the Royal Beast Tamer Academy. Gao Hao didn't care at all when he heard this. He just needed to do what he could according to his own limits and try his best. He had experienced the pain of accelerated training during the 4-star Earth control stage. There is no need to think that you can achieve anything just by listening to a few words of praise from others. As long as you work hard at your own pace, wouldn't it be easy to surpass him? Gao Hao thought in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he smiled shyly and said, Uncle, don't praise me. You will always be the person I respect the most. Besides, your strength will increase hundreds or thousands of times in 10 years. Haha, you clever boy. Your uncle has high hopes for you. Wu Qifeng laughed heartily, happily took out 200 pocket money from his pocket and handed it to Gao Hao, and asked, What gift do you want when you turn 1? Uncle will give you one. Gao Hao thought about it for a long time before he said, I want a weapon like the Tang horizontal sword. You can buy one based on your needs. Wu Qifeng looked at Gao Hao seriously and said, Don't you want those other toys? Isn't this just a toy? Gao Hao asked puzzledly. You are ambitious. Wu Qifeng was impressed in his heart by Gao Hao's talent, understanding, will, and awareness, which were definitely top-notch among his peers. After Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changxing came back, they saw Wu Qifeng playing with Gao Hao in the yard and said with a smile, It's time to contract the Xianbei Ice Bear. The contract formation has been prepared for you. You can go home in the next few days after the contract. Sister, you still understand me. Wu Qifeng said with a smile. Gao Changxing immediately followed up and said, The contract formation is the material I prepared. I have nothing to say to you. Go back to the Wu family to see your parents, and then go to the Magic City Provincial College to take the test. Brother-in-law, praising my sister is praising you. Wu Qifeng laughed and said, Let's start the contract tonight. Well, just be ready. Gao Ninian ran back at this moment, and when she saw Wu Qifeng in the yard, she immediately said uncle. As he said that, he rushed over and hugged Wu Qifeng. He also sensibly took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Gao Ninian, saying with reluctance, Ninian, uncle is going back to his hometown soon. We won't see each other for about 3 years. Do you want to give uncle a kiss on the face? Gao Ninian had a shocked expression on her face. She stared at her uncle in amazement and said, 3 years, that's a lot less pocket money. And you still want me to kiss you? You've earned a lot. How about I deposit my pocket money with you first and we can settle it together in 3 years? Don't worry, I'm very good at math now, and I won't ask you for a penny more. Wu Qifeng was very upset when he heard this. How did pocket money become salary? He said speechlessly, That's it. Our relationship has faded. I don't care. When my uncle comes back with his beautiful girlfriend, I won't even give you a chance to kiss him. Gao Ninian stuck out her tongue and said cleverly, Then both of you will have to give me pocket money and double the amount. Besides, I don't want to kiss you. If I kiss you, I will be unclean and I won't be able to find a handsome boyfriend. Wu Qifeng felt very bad. He didn't expect that in Gao Ninian's heart, he was not handsome. After all, he was handsome and one of the heirs of the Wu family. What about your dad? He's old and has a scruffy beard. Gao Changxing immediately became anxious and said, Hey, stop it. You can't say anything else. It will affect my glorious image in my children's hearts. Wu Qingyuan also smiled and said, Chiefing, stop playing. After dinner, go to the training room to regulate yourself. After dinner, the two of them went out with their pocket money. It was May and it wasn't cold outside at night, so they went out wearing thin blue school uniforms. It is a thin summer style that will not rub against the skin to generate static electricity or anything like that, which will make you itch when you wear it. It is close-fitting and breathable, and the breeze blowing through it is also very cool. In the basement of the Gao family courtyard, a four-elephant formation that is more than 20 meters long is shining brightly. The east, west, south, and north are suppressed by the four sacred beasts respectively, and in the center is the Xianbei ice bear cub. As the formation lit up with dazzling light, Wu Qifeng quickly practiced the martial arts he had practiced, and a sense of water slowly emerged from him. As time passed, the entire secret room was shrouded in coldness. The four sacred beasts suppressed the contract formation, and streams of dark blue, icy air slowly flowed into the body of Xianbei Ice Bear. The little guy turned over comfortably, with a sweet smile on his face, as if he was breathing in the fragrance of flowers. As Wu Qifeng continuously input his voice tone into the formation, the light of the four symbols contract formation became brighter and brighter, and Xianbei Ice Bear became more and more intoxicated, and finally the four symbols contract formation flashed with light, and the entire basement was glowing, and Wu Qifeng came to a very familiar dark blue space. Among them were his two beasts. At this moment, a dark blue line extended from the space, as if it had passed through endless time and connected with the forehead of the Xianbei Ice Bear in the outside world. As the sense of connection became stronger as the control qi was consumed, Wu Qifeng jumped up with joy and was about to take a few steps when he knew that the four symbols contract formation was floating and shrinking and instantly entered the mind of Xianbei Ice Bear. He felt his feet going weak, so he quickly lay down and recovered his qi. No matter what level of Beastmaster he was, he had to be very careful and serious when contracting a beast. Feeling that the contract was reached, Wu Qifeng immediately waved his hand and put the Xianbei Ice Bear into the beast taming space. His beast taming space had a large number of icebergs. It is very suitable for the growth of Xianbei Ice Bear. There is a river in the space with countless fish, which is also the source of most of the food for the two contracted beasts. There are 3 imperial beasts now, but the Xianbei Ice Bear still needs more than a year to be weaned, so it is one of the imperial beasts that needs to be accompanied by its parents for a relatively long time. Chapter 84: 4 Weapons in the Weapon Shop. Wu Qifeng practiced in the basement for a whole night, and continued to practice until 8 o'clock the next morning. He stabilized the contract between himself and Xianbei Ice Bear and walked out of the secret room. He went to the middle-level ticket office in Tianxing City and learned that the airship to Black Gold Province would arrive in 3 days. Without wasting any time, he went directly to the weapons market. Guangwei Street is full of blacksmith shops. Wu Qifeng's first talent is the clairvoyance, which allows him to see the vibration of mosquitoes' wings even from 1,000 meters away. There was fierce competition among the blacksmith shops. Various forged weapons were placed at the doorsteps. Swords, spears, halberds, and axes were the tallest. Some weapons were more than 3 meters tall and looked to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. It is obviously for use by beast masters at the master level. How can ordinary people afford to lift such a weapon? There are also dexterous types, such as long hooks, tridents, iron whips, swords, shields, darts, and daggers, which are relatively small lethal weapons. We have all kinds of weapons, including chain hammers, giant chain axes, chain bows, and arrows, and we can also customize various iron tools to meet various requirements. The huge furnace rumbled, and the sound of banging iron blocks was heard one after another, and the whole street was filled with the sound of hammering steel. The iron blocks from this shop are obviously of poor quality. The amount of refined iron mixed in is too little, so they break easily. Wu Qifeng looked at the location of the first shop on the street and walked over without even looking back. The man in the second shop was burly and strong, but the force he used was too great, which destroyed the toughness of the iron block. The iron blank can be damaged easily by applying pressure, sometimes shallowly and sometimes deeply, and the sword produced will be subjected to uneven force. Wu Qifeng had a very keen eye. His Wu family was a forging family. After visiting 4 or 5 shops, he still couldn't find anything that satisfied him. It was not until the end that I saw a white-haired man holding a small hammer and continuously hitting the iron block. Not only was the force of each hammer even, but the timing was also just right. How much? Wu Qifeng asked, picking up a dagger. 600. The man said without turning his head. Wu Qifeng examined it for a few minutes and said, "Do you have any swords here?" I want a shorter one, about 70 centimeters will be enough. Of course, don't sharpen it. I can sharpen it myself. The white-haired man turned around and looked Wu Chiefing up and down. He saw that he was dressed like a rich young man and said with a bit of joy on his face, "Yes, I want red agate or sapphire blue. If it's a gift for my nephew, it's best to choose a black gold one. The price is not expensive." Wu Chiefing smiled and said, "You have good eyesight. Bring me a few of the best black gold swords in the store, and let me see if I can make money. I also need to see if I can be satisfied." The white-haired man quickly wiped his hands after hearing this, threw the forged iron blank directly into the furnace, and said hurriedly, "Please come in, distinguished guest." The white-haired man's shop is not big, but it is decorated very exquisitely. The entire shop is only more than 30 square meters, which is a small shop on the street. In just over 10 seconds, the white-haired man took 4 or 5 treasures wrapped in cloth and placed them on the counter. Red meteorite, made of black gold, and has been bathed in fire 3 times. "I'll give you a discount, 5 imperial coins," the white-haired man said as he unfolded the cloth strip and placed it on the table. The sword is 67 centimeters long, the blade is 52 centimeters, the hilt is 13 centimeters, and the hilt is half-moon-shaped. Wu Chiefing picked it up, weighed it, and shook his head. "It's okay, but it's a light sword. The black gold is a bit too light. Let me introduce the next one. Golden meteorite, made with black gold to increase toughness, and has been fired more than 6 times to remove impurities. The back of the blade is wide and thick, and it is a very famous lustful firecraft. The name of the knife and the blade are not sharpened yet. It is twice as expensive as the previous one." Wu Chiefing looked at it with satisfaction, picked it up, and weighed it with a hint of surprise on his face, then pulled out the knife. The blade was black and dotted with stars, like the stars at night, extremely beautiful. "It's a good knife, but the price is a bit high." The white-haired man wanted to take it back after hearing this, but Wu Chiefing quickly pushed the boss's hand and said, "Can you give me some discount if I take 2? The white-haired man still shook his head. Wu Chiefing put down the thing in his hand with regret and said, "What a pity. We are not destined to be together." "This? Don't make fun of me, my dear guest," the white-haired man said slowly. "I can give you a pendant. A good knife is easy to sell. I'm making this concession because I see you really like it." Wu Chiefing laughed and said, "Boss, you are doing a very honest business. What are the other 2 treasures? Tell me about them." This wooden sword was made from a 1,000-year-old iron tree, 2 pieces of red agate, 1 piece of fine iron, and 1 piece of black gold. The iron tree is still alive. For a wood-attributed beastmaster, this sword will be more handy. The price is not high, 3 imperial coins. Wu Chiefing took it in his hand, looked at it, and finally slowly exhaled. "It is a good sword, but the red agate destroys the vitality of the sword itself. If there is green concentrate, or 3 imperial coins will be more suitable." The white-haired boss listened without responding. If this sword could be added with green essence, or to enhance the benign introduction of wood attribute air, the price would at least double. This last one, sapphire blue, is also the most expensive one in my shop. I added a portion of black gold refined iron to cast the blade. It's a pity that I didn't get enough materials, so I can only make a semi-finished product like this. Wu Chiefing took the last sword and touched it. He immediately felt the cold air in his body stirring. It seemed that what the boss said was true, and the ice he used was indeed more than 10,000 years old. The iron blocks used to make powerful weapons are almost always a whole piece, and then made into a sword. If the iron is produced from different iron ores, the effects of the weapons made will be completely different. "I want all 4. Give me a good price," Wu Chiefing said, looking at the boss. "Take the 4 immortal coins, and I'll give you 2 crystal-made daggers as an extra gift. If you unseal the dragon scale covers and scrape and disassemble them normally, they should be able to last for 10 years without any problem." Wu Chiefing thought to himself that 1 imperial coin was worth 100,000 yuan, and 1 immortal coin was worth 1 million yuan. Although this short sword made of 10,000 years of ice was a little short, its price was still reasonable now. "Okay," Wu Chiefing said, taking out 4 fairy coins from his storage bracelet and handing them to the boss, and then placed the 4 weapons in front of himself to prevent the boss from swapping them. "This is good for both parties. You should keep your eyes on the weapons and items you want to buy, and you should not let the boss pack them. This thing is different from other items. It concerns your own life safety, so you cannot let others touch your weapon easily." As the white-haired boss nodded, Wu Chiefing put the 4 weapons back into his storage bracelet. The 2 parties were satisfied with the transaction. "Dear guest, welcome to come again next time. This is a pendant and 2 daggers that I promised to give you. The white-haired man said as he pushed the things to Wu Qifeng. Wu Qifeng took it and tried it, then pushed the dagger back and said, "Forget about the dagger. I don't need it and it won't go to waste. This pendant is nice, so I'll take it." The decoration is a little monkey, which is lifelike. The white-haired man hurriedly took out 5 or 6 pendants and said, "If you like, I'll give you a few more. These are all carved according to the appearance of those beasts when I was bored." Wu Qifeng didn't hold back this time and took them all. Each one was very exquisite, and the metal material used was also very good. If sold individually, it would be worth 2 or 300 yuan. Chapter 85: The Precious Sword Given by My Uncle, the Hao Feng Sword. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. Gao Hao was looking very happy as he skipped back home from Gao Family Academy. Ever since he started practicing the swimming dragon step, Gao Hao has never won a single kuja match during recess, and he lost every time for more than 2 months in a row. Today during the break, I played football and defeated Gao Hao and his group. I passed 3 people in one breath and won with a score of 6-2. I experienced the joy of victory again. The results of practicing the dragon step were reflected. The most fundamental reason for the loss was that my legs were weak at the beginning of the practice. Now, the hard work has finally paid off, and I have reaped the rich fruits. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled the aroma of meat. It was unbelievable that Uncle Wu Qifeng was actually cooking. His face was full of diligence, which was not like his usual self at all. Xiao Hao is back. Uncle will be home in 2 days. I will cook a meal for you, so that you can taste my cooking skills. Wu Qifeng, wearing a pink apron, brought the processed prawns and placed them on the table in the pavilion. It took about 10 minutes, and more than 20 different dishes were placed on the table. Gao Changsheng and Wu Qingyuan also helped. Wu Qifeng was particularly sensible today and was very busy. "Qifeng, this is rare. Look at these prawns and the like. It must have cost a lot of money." Gao Changsheng asked. "It's not much money. You've taken care of me for so long, so I should do something for you. I will remember your friendship and will never forget it." "Not much to say. It's all in the wine," Wu Qifeng said as he drank 2 taels of wine and didn't even take a few bites of the food. The adults were drinking to their heart's content. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian only ate at the table for more than 10 minutes before their stomachs were full of the more than 2-meter-long crab legs. "It smells really good." Gao Hao and Gao Ninian got up from the table, did their homework and took a break, then got up and went to school. As a result, when I came back from school at around 6 p.m., I was surprised to find Gao Changsheng and Wu Qifeng still drinking. There were more than 20 empty wine bottles in the pavilion. Wu Qingyuan did not try to persuade him. It was a rare occasion for him to get drunk today. He also knew that his brother was under pressure. Although he was practicing hard in a place where no one could see him, he must have suffered a lot. But I haven't heard a single word of complaint from him in the past 6 months. It's obvious that he has been holding it all in his heart. He just chatted today to vent the discomfort and fear in his heart. When the wine is sober and everyone leaves, a day has passed quietly. The next morning, just after returning from training, Gao Hao received a precious gift from his uncle. A blue-green Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. The scabbard is exquisite, beautiful, and delicate, and the design is also majestic. The handle is wrapped with a special material, which feels very strong and not uncomfortable to the touch, and it feels as if the hand is firmly sucked on it. When the knife was pulled out, the blade was 60 centimeters long, straight and slender. The blade was not sharpened, and it was flashing with cold light, faintly containing the coldness of black ice, which made people shudder all over. The hilt of the knife is in the shape of a double swastika, and the handle is 17 centimeters long. The knife can be held with both hands, and the hilt can be expanded and pushed back several inches to extend its stretching performance. The overall structure is connected to the scabbard, which is 85 centimeters long. The scabbard also has a small mechanism and a ring buckle. When it is closed, the knife cannot be pulled out. The entire length of the knife was level with the tip of his nose. This weapon clearly exuded the spirit of water and coldness, but he was using the metal-attributed chi control, which he originally thought was incompatible. But after holding the knife, he felt the metallic energy in his body naturally merge into the blade, and the chill on the blade became even stronger, as if he had taken something tonic. The metal attribute air control and the water attribute air control belong to the relationship of metal giving birth to water in the 5 elements. The combination of the two can become a more powerful existence, just like an iron pole standing in the cold winter, which will absorb some water droplets and condense a little bit of cold air, which can stick to people's skin firmly. The attack launched by the gold-attributed chi and the water-attributed sword is sharper than that of a steel sword. Even if it is unsharpened, it is estimated that it will not change the fate of being killed by one blow. After turning the sword a few times and putting it back into the scabbard, Wu Qifeng on the side watched Gao Hao finally come to his senses. The look on his face as he couldn't let go of the sword was exactly the same as when he first played with the sword. With a smile on his face, he said, "You like it, right? This knife doesn't have a name yet. I'm giving it to you as a gift. You can give it a name yourself." Gao Hao laughed and thought for 2.5 minutes while holding the knife before making a decision. He said, "Uncle, since you gave it to me, I will name him Hao Feng, which is the homophone of the last character of your name, Feng, and the homophone of the first character of my name, Hao. Hao Feng. Interesting, you're a cultured boy. The next time we meet will be 3 or 5 years later, or even forever." Wu Qifeng read the name of the precious sword, feeling a little emotional in his heart. Gao Hao was holding the baby in the room and laughing, and almost missed his school. In the end, he reluctantly left it in the room and went to school without taking it with him. On the third day, the whole family went to see Wu Qifeng off until he boarded the huge airship and left. Several girls and boys from the Gao family also saw him off. Gao Hao and his family did not leave until the airship flew into the clouds and could no longer be seen. Wu Qingyuan rubbed her eyes, which were a little red. It is said that sentimental women are made of water. Daily life goes on as usual. It seems like there is a person in my life who has appeared for a period of time, but when I see him again, I will feel a huge sense of strangeness. I don't know what kind of mood I will be in at that time, and whether my uncle will change a lot. Gao Hao slept with the Hao Feng knife every day. Half a month later, he hung it on the wall of the room. He would take a look at it when he had free time, looking forward to using it when he practiced his swordsmanship. He once again devoted his mind and energy to endless practice and learning. And Gao Ninian broke through to the 10-star Earth control level in early June. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changxing became busy. Gao Ninian was busy communicating with her white ginseng elf every day and no longer came to his room to disturb him from time to time. It is a white and plump elf who looks very much like the legendary ginseng fruit. It has a baby face and a body exactly like a human. There are 9 golden leaves on its head, showing its noble status. He likes to bask in the sun, eat precious soil and various fruits, and also likes to play hide and seek. He often hides on the roof beams to watch Gao Ninian's jokes. He is a very naughty little guy. However, it was more difficult for Gao Hao's Xiong Dundun to practice the dragon step because of his weight and his love of eating, which made it difficult to control. Recently, I was finally able to stand steadily on a 5mm steel wire rope. My progress in practicing Dragon Fist has not fallen behind. It seems that it is due to my different physique. Xiong Dundun's strength is like a continuous mountain. His endless explosive power allows his Dragon Fist to continue to improve. In addition, Xiong Dundun's body is now nearly 8 meters tall. He has surpassed the huge body of the mighty King Kong bear, and his growth rate is astonishing. His own Dragon Fist has also made obvious progress, and he has become the leader of the first row of the Dragon Fist training team. Standing at the 5th place, I believe that I will be able to become the 1st place within half a month. Today, the powerful King Kong bear beast tamer seems to have gone to practice other beast taming skills and will not come. He moved up 2 places again and became the 3rd place. At the end of May, Gao Hao finally stood in 1st place and received a reward of 2,000 yuan from his mother, but Gao Ninian did not return home for these days. It seemed that he went somewhere for special training, but Gao Hao didn't care much about it. He still practiced as usual from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. Occasionally I would relax by playing football or practice with a sharp knife off the wall, and a sense of fulfillment would flow through my body and mind. Half a month passed quietly, and Gao Hao felt that his cultivation of the 7-star Earth control realm was perfected. Cicadas kept chirping on the willow trees outside, and the hottest summer had arrived. In mid-June, Gao Hao was licking the ice cream. Chapter 86. I didn't understand the meaning of the words when I first heard them, but I understood them after I heard them again. Various kinds of butterflies, bees, and sparrows come out in the hot summer, and all kinds of magical insects also bloom in the summer. Hearing the sound, Gao Hao looked up and swallowed the last bite of ice cream. A petite, cute, and agile creature climbed up the willow tree, looking for something skillfully. Squeak, squeak. A few petite mice hiding in the tree holes were shivering and didn't recover until the flame cat left. There were many children hanging around the big tree. Some people brought net bags, some brought boxes, and some brought some food. The preparations were very sufficient. Xiaomi followed a few friends, with a transparent box for insects hanging around her waist, and inside it was a very rare silver rhinoceros beetle. Its body is 10 centimeters long, and it is large and strong among its peers. This silver rhinoceros beetle is large and majestic, as if it is covered with a thick layer of silver armor. At the end of its head, there is a forked silver horn that is prominent and fierce. Its body is about 4 centimeters wide, in an oblong shape with a slightly arched ridge. The head has smaller antennae with 10 segments, of which the gill plate part consists of 3 segments, and there are 6 legs, 2 in front and 4 in the back. Wow, this silver rhinoceros beetle is so handsome. Xiaomi is so lucky. She will definitely win this year's rhinoceros beetle competition. Gao Hao also leaned over to take a look. The silver rhinoceros beetle looked very majestic, and its physical condition also seemed to be very healthy. Xiaomi immediately turned her head alertly, and when she saw Gao Hao, she smiled and said, "Gao Hao, do you want to catch rhinoceros beetles with us? With the help of the flame cat, we can find many mutated rhinoceros beetles." Gao Hao looked at the crowd of girls and shook his head, saying, "My mom asked me to go home. You guys go have fun." He waved goodbye reluctantly and left. The mini-games in the beast taming continent are similar to those I played when I was a child in my previous life. I also liked this kind of thing when I was a child. When I grew up to be in my 20s, I also took my younger brothers and sisters from my relatives to catch rhinoceros beetles. Then I would inevitably be nagged by my parents, saying that it was dirty and dangerous. There was a pavilion under a huge old tree. 4 or 5 old men were playing chess in the pavilion. When they saw Xiao Hao passing by, they immediately started playing chess and spoke enthusiastically. "Xiao Hao, come here, Grandpa will teach you how to play beast chess." "Thank you, Grandpa Zhang." "No thanks. I haven't finished my homework yet." Gao Hao suppressed the desire to play. On the way, he met Han Ping, Zhang Xiao, and others who called him to play football. He finally resisted the temptation and returned home. It was really not easy. Along the way, there were friends who asked him to play. Gao Hao resisted this temptation and went home to practice and study, which also consumed a lot of his mental energy. For children, going out to play during the lunch break is the norm. The scorching sun is no problem when playing. After working up a sweat, spending a few bucks to get a bottle of ice juice would be extremely refreshing, but unfortunately, he now has to hurry up and try his best to break through and become an 8-star earthbending master before June. This way, he would be able to be promoted to a member of the Advanced Earth Control class at the beginning of next month, and now he could choose another Earth Control skill to practice. Both his parents and his mother taught him a kind of Imperial skill. Even if it was not obtained from the family Imperial skill room, it was still considered a free Imperial skill. It seems that no matter whether you go to school or not, the college will not collect any less fees. Similarly, no matter whether you have learned any knowledge or not, the school will not take much responsibility and will only think that you are not good enough and you don't work hard. It requires a lot of remedial classes and more money to get back what is left behind. Gao Hao touched his chin and felt that his sister, Gao Nyanyan, was in this situation. After returning home, Gao Hao looked at the locked door and knew that he was the only one at home today. It was important for him to develop good cultivation habits. So he was determined not to go out to play and insisted on practicing at home. After eating and drinking, he took out a melon chilled with spring water from the cold storage and cut it open. The rosy flesh looks delicious. While lying in a rocking chair and eating the melon, I look at the clouds in the sky, which sometimes look like a dragon and sometimes like a worm. Afterwards, he entered the training room to practice, and when he came out, he hurried to the Ulongba training ground. I didn't clean up my own dishes and just soaked them in a basin, planning to deal with them when I come back in the evening. In the next stage of the dragon step, use the 10 toes to change the direction of forward and backward movement. Each toe is like a spring and can explode, thus pushing the body in different directions. The toes should be used as flexibly as the fingers. This is also the most difficult stage of the dragon walk. There are about 20 children learning the dragon walk, and the group gathers in a classroom with smooth floors. Everyone had to take off their shoes. At the beginning, the instructor asked everyone to stand on their thumbs, changing one toe every minute and completing a cycle every 10 minutes. The most difficult part is the standing time on the little toe. Even Gao Hao fell down several times. In his previous life, he saw others writing calligraphy with their feet. He wondered if he could speed up his practice if he did it himself. The most urgent task is to improve his realm. Now he is at the 7-star level and cannot stand steadily. When he reaches the 8-star level, all aspects of his physical fitness will be greatly improved again. 4-star Earth Control is a threshold, and 8-star Earth Control is also a bigger and higher threshold, running through 365 important acupoints throughout the body. Breaking through this stage of Earth Control can gain greater control over the body. Places that are not normally exercised, such as the back. After breaking through the 8-star Earth Control, the muscles of the back can be drawn into more beautiful lines just like the chest. Like the 8 abdominal muscles on the chest, the back can also grow into a terrifying muscle group that can be used for power exercise, allowing the body to exert force more gently, use smaller amounts of energy, and wield greater power. Not only the back will change significantly, but the entire muscle group behind the back from the calves to the lower back, the meridians will become more flexible during this period, allowing many extremely difficult movements to be performed. The fingers will also become more flexible, and the control of the toes will inevitably be greatly improved. The 10 toes will be as flexible as the fingers, and you can circulate your chi and retreat in an instant while moving forward. Previously, Gao Hao learned the steadiness of the dragon step. Today, he began to follow the instructors to learn how to dodge with the dragon step. The instructors were no less strict than his mother's. I was whipped 5 times in one day and was grimacing in pain. Sometimes, if you don't do it a few times, the body's natural habits cannot be changed at all. Using pain to stimulate the body and tell you that this is wrong is still a very effective method. Otherwise, it would not have continued. After Gao Hao returned home, he washed the dishes and ate directly. Then he washed the dishes carefully and put them back, then went back to his room to do his homework and practice. Around 8 o'clock, I took off my shoes and tried to write with my feet. In half an hour, I only wrote 2 words, and they were crooked, like a worm crawling. It is difficult to control your toes, and it is not easy to do anything well. I wonder how many hard years those who write with their feet have gone through. But Gao Hao spent 10 days, half an hour every day, and finally was able to write the first Hao in his name quite well, which can be considered as progress. Gao Hao got dressed and opened the door as usual, but unexpectedly Gao Ninian came back, and her eyes looked much more determined. It seemed that they had been training for about 2 weeks. "Brother, you have grown taller again." Gao Hao stood next to his sister, and he was only half a head away from being the same as Gao Ninian. "Well, sister, where have you been these days?" Gao Hao didn't say anything, but was curious about where Gao Ninian had been. Gao Ninian tried her best to smile, probably because she hadn't smiled for more than half a month, and her face seemed to show some growth, yet also a little confusion. With the white ginseng elf and peony beast taming training, my parents and I went to a village outside the city to see other people's actual perspectives on healing. I didn't do anything, I just watched, and I felt very uncomfortable, an indescribable feeling. Gao Nien listened and said as gently as possible, "Brother, I will definitely treat you well in the future and work hard to practice my medical skills so that you won't die." I saw a little child in a village being attacked by a jackal or wild beast. He was only a few years old and died. I wanted to do something at that time, but I couldn't do anything. There were a lot of people, it was just a mess. My mother and father were just watching quietly. My heart felt like it was being pulled. It hurt a lot. Gao Hao looked at Gao Ninian. The child's understanding of life was still incomplete. It turned out that when he reached the 10-star Earth-controlling level, he would have to witness death with his own eyes. "I thought of you." Gao Ninian blushed and said a little embarrassedly, "I don't want you to get hurt, and Gao Ninian talked to many people and made up her mind to work hard to practice and study, but she didn't know how long her enthusiasm would last. Gao Hao remembered watching short videos in his previous life. He felt sad at first when he saw people were gone, but later he saw it too many times and thought about himself. It was only a few decades anyway, so he laughed when he saw the comment section. Most of the time, there were only 2 words: "Eat the feast." Gao Hao laughed and sarcastically said, "Sister, this is all you have learned in 20 days? I am about to break through to the 8-star Earth Control and will soon catch up with you. Haven't you learned the doctor's techniques or some medical skills? You taught me to be ruthless when hunting. I wonder if you haven't figured it out yet. You're going to be a doctor in the future. If you act emotionally, no one will trust you. Even if blood foam sprays on your face, you have to calm down and calm down. A trembling hand will be a big problem." Gao Hao instructed his sister in a long voice, hoping that she could look at death calmly. After all, she would probably meet only these 2 types of people in most of her life. "Brother, aren't you moved at all?" Gao Ninian was ashamed and angry. Chapter 87, the 2nd level of Dragon Art and the cultivation method to break through to the 10-star Guardian. Gao Hao saw that Gao Ninian was no longer sad, and his facial expression became more expressive before he spoke. Sister, you are so young, and yet you have to think so much. Your parents probably just want you to see how difficult and dangerous life is in the outside world. You must seize the opportunities you have and study hard. Gao Yin listened in a daze and said, "That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that at the time? What's more, to become an excellent doctor, it takes many years of hard study, and if Gao Yin wants to become an excellent healing beastmaster, it will take at least 20 years, or even longer." Gao Changsheng and Wu Qingyuan now want Gao Yin to understand how safe, excellent, and hard-earned her learning environment is. Yin, stop playing and go find your mother to review the second level of Dragon Arts. You need to adapt your body to the second level of Dragon Arts as soon as possible so that you can break through to the level of Imperial Master more quickly. Gao Changsheng came in from outside, speaking. He walked to Gao Hao's side, felt his physical condition, and showed a happy expression on his face. That's right. You haven't been lazy and are very self-motivated. It will only take you half a year at most to become a 10-star Earthbender. If you can reach this level at the age of 1.5, Dad believes that you will achieve greater success in the future. Don't slack off. Gao Hao nodded and looked at his sister, and found that Gao Yin was actually slipping away quietly. It was obvious that he had just been deceived by her superb acting skills. So seeing is believing, hearing is false, and expressions can be deceiving. The cultivation of the second level of Dragon Art. It seems that this is the main reason why Gao Yin left home for more than 20 days. Gao Hao looked at his father curiously and asked, "Dad, what is the second level of Dragon Art?" Gao Hao saw that Gao Changxing seemed very tired these days, and he didn't know where he had gone. Gao Changxing saw that his son was curious and knew that he was studious, so he sent Gao Yin to Wakinjuan. As a father, he couldn't bear to be cruel to his daughter. Wu Qingyuan has to work hard. This is the super weapon that can subdue Gao Yin. Just one sentence can shock her so much that she dare not even breathe. Gao Changxing first asked back, "Xiao Hao, do you know how many different types of chi control there are?" Gold attribute, wood attribute, earth attribute, water attribute, fire attribute, wind attribute, thunder attribute, ice attribute, dark attribute, light attribute. There are 10 types in total. Gao Hao thought about what he had learned and said, looking at his father shaking his head. He began to wonder if there was anything he had missed. Gao Changxing then began to explain. The air control is the energy state of the original matter in nature. The types vary according to the environment. The 10 types you mentioned are the attributes summarized by the human race. They are also the most common types of air control in nature and are closely related to our lives. In addition, there are many different types of auras, such as rock attribute, magma attribute, rock ash attribute, grass attribute, flower attribute, iron attribute, steel attribute, etc. Among them, the most important ones are the devouring attribute aura and the corrosion attribute aura. Gao Changsheng said seriously, "Your uncle, Wu Qifeng, has the devouring attribute of qi control. He can improve his ice qi control by devouring a large amount of powerful beast meat. It is more dangerous than the lightning attribute. And the corrosive aura is also very strange. The high temperature it sprays can melt steel, and wood-attributed beasts often have this kind of terrifying existence. So I am considering making your second beast have corrosive properties, so that your wood-attributed aura will have destructive power. Continue to evolve towards higher levels of destruction." Gao Changxing also wanted to ask Gao Hao about his choice today. During next year's beast hunting, he would also look for suitable beasts in a targeted manner. Gao Hao thought it was very powerful. This corrosive air could take half a person's life. He never thought that the angel with wood attribute, which was known as the healing angel, actually had such terrifying combat ability. However, Gao Hao still expressed some of his own development ideas and spoke. "Dad, for my second beast, I want a plant-type beast that can change and disguise its body shape because my Eye of Truth has several abilities that have relatively strong restraint on devouring, corroding, and sneak attack skills, and the powerful attack power can be completely improved by relying on weapons. Besides, it's better to let the wood-attributed air control play its original effect and restore my own physical strength. This will allow my Eye of Truth to play a greater role. The corrosive wood-attributed beast control is not suitable for me." Gao Changxing listened and nodded and shook his head. Plants themselves have a very strong camouflage effect. Wood-attributed beasts have the ability to change. The 100-change flower and the 1,000-leaf grass both have the recovery and camouflage effects you mentioned, but I still hope you can contract Divine Python. It has a very strong entanglement effect, corrosive fangs, and super vitality. Even if it is cut in half, it can still recover. Gao Hao listened and shook his head. "It's different. My direction is to focus on camouflage and transformation, and to be able to change my body structure. The vine python can only give me a camouflage effect, but it does not have the ability to transform. The talent I gained after the contract is probably not too strong. Let's talk about the dragon art. Why does my sister have to go outside to practice the second level? Gao Hao said seriously. He could admit his mistakes in some aspects, but he didn't want to back down in some aspects. Especially the choice of the gifted beast tamer, which would accompany him forever. Just the giant vine python, with its green body and throbbing meridians, was something he could not accept. It didn't matter that he was ugly. The key point was that he had to disguise himself as green, and the mucus coming out of his mouth was really disgusting. He even suspected that Gao Changsheng was deliberately making things difficult for his taste. All right, Gao Changsheng sighed and said regretfully. The first level of dragon technique is mainly to lay the foundation for you, guiding the various energies in your body to nourish your internal organs. When you cultivate to the 10-star earth control, your physical fitness has exceeded the speed of the first level of dragon art, and the amount of control energy in your body has also grown very large. The speed of your own operation can no longer meet the requirements of cultivation, so you need to switch to a faster dragon art route. Gao Changsheng pointed at his own body and said, from the top of your head to the soles of your feet, the rough and large-scale strengthening is mainly to cultivate your internal organs. The second level of dragon art training requires even more meticulousness. From the tips of your toenails to the hair on your head, your capillaries will have your chi flowing. It seems to be a more precise control method, allowing you to control your body with ease. It is also to centralize and manage all the luck that is flowing in your body. For example, the fire-attributed chi will be condensed inside the heart, forming a small cyclone in the heart. Gao Changxing said after drinking a glass of water. Continuously compress and condense the fire-attributed chi flowing in your body into a higher level of chi. When a cyclone of fire-attributed chi that never stops forms in your heart, you will be able to become a glorious chi master. In the same way, you are a gold-attributed kibending skill. You need to gather all the gold-attributed kibending skills in your body. When a gold-attributed chi cyclone is condensed in your lungs, you will be able to become a glorious kibending master. Chapter 88. Dragon Art Level 2 and Bear Saliva Incense. Do you know how to quickly and effectively compress the chi in your entire body into your internal organs? Gao Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had seen these questions in a book before, so he answered seriously. First, the assistance of the contracted beast man. Second, finding a natural environment that suits one's own attributes. Third, medicinal baths with the same attributes. Acupuncture point massage. Pills, there are many ways. Gao Changxing nodded his son's answer, and then seriously added, you are right. Among the many different methods, finding a training place that suits one's own environment will make it easier for the Beast Master to feel the same attribute of the Beast Master in nature and accelerate the training. This kind of environment is called a treasure land, also known as the place where the imperial energy gathers and a lifeline. It is often occupied by powerful wild beasts, animal controllers, or animal controllers. It is very difficult to find a place suitable for one's own cultivation. Gao Changxing patted the dirt off his body as he spoke. In order to find a place where would energy gathered for Gao Nyinying, he traveled hundreds of kilometers. After digging more than 300 meters deep in the Tianxing forest, they finally found a natural underground garden. It also cost them 300 family contribution points to get a rough estimate of its location. More than 100 kinds of rare flowers and plants grow there. Although they have not yet transformed into imperial beasts, they have a trace of wood-attributed spirituality of their own. Over dozens or even hundreds of years, a large amount of wood-attributed imperial energy has gathered in the underground garden. Over the course of 20 days, Gao Nyinying absorbed most of the wood-attributed chi in this area and successfully condensed the embryonic form of a cyclone in his liver. No wonder Gao Nyinying's temperament seemed different. Now Gao Nyinying was already a half-step chi master. There is only one layer of window paper left. Gao Hao took a deep breath at this moment. If he could break through the imperial master, wouldn't that mean he was born to be an acting emperor? Even a simple girl like Gao Nyinying could deceive his heart. Aren't those in other higher realms even more terrifying? My eye of truth can sense something strange, but I have no doubt about this sense of incongruity in my heart. This may also be one of the abilities of the eye of truth, to discern lies. Gao Hao learned a lot at this moment. When the eye of truth detected something unusual, it meant that the other party was lying, but not completely lying. It was 9 out of 10 true and 1 out of 10 false. It's just that Gao Nyinying's facial control is not good enough, Otherwise, Gao Hao would be kept in the dark and think that she was really mentally hurt. After all, she is now over 2 years old. Gao Hao was also thinking in his heart whether he should tell his sister the story of the boy who cried wolf, or tell him the tragedy of the country's destruction by lighting beacons to trick the princess. She deceived his kindness again and again, and when Gao Nianyan was really sad, she kept mocking him. How cold she felt at that time. Xiao Hao, you need to stay calm now. Don't rush into cultivation just because you know the next realm, thereby disrupting your normal cultivation progress. Gao Chongqing then added, half a year will pass very quickly. Don't be anxious. Just work hard and be steady. I know, father. I hope you can help me collect some information about wood-attributed beasts. I will read more books when I have time. I believe I will be able to make a decision in half a year. Gao Chongqing looked at his son and felt that his son was very steady and organized, and his character was more like his father. Young and mature? Gao Chongqing smiled as he thought about the words. In the next few days, Gao Hao practiced steadily every day and trained himself, but there was one thing that bothered him a lot. Xiong Dunun no longer had any chance to sleep on his bed. His body was so huge that it looked like a mound of earth, and it was inconvenient to play with him. Only by practicing together every morning, I found that the time we spent together was getting shorter and shorter. Now the fluffy tail is as big as Gao Hao. I heard in my previous life that panda feces is also very valuable. Because pandas eat bamboo, their feces have a fresh bamboo fragrance. In fact, it has no medicinal value, but after being processed at high temperatures, it is used to make paper. It is very absorbent and has a fragrance. Gao Hao asked his father once, and was told that it was not worth much at all. He only gave 30,000 yuan for 2,000 kilograms of natural purple bamboo. Now look at Xiong Dundun's size and appetite. It doesn't seem unacceptable. After all, Xiong Dundun poops a lot every day. It feels like each time it's as big as a calf. Gao Hao went in to observe once, and found that they were piled up into small hills. Now they have dried up, and there is indeed no odor, but rather a fragrance. However, it is indeed very unsightly. I wonder how much profit my father's peerless blue dragon can bring him? That is a real blue dragon super fairy beast. I wonder if eating a bite of it will have the effect of prolonging my life. Dad, do you remember? I asked you something about bear feces. There's a lot of bear feces in the beast control space now. I wonder if I can exchange it for some money. Gao Chongqing looked at his son, then reached out and touched his head, saying speechlessly, those things cannot be taken out of the beast taming space. Haven't you tried? Really? Can't take it out? Gao Hao was stunned. How could he take it out at that time? The things couldn't be put in. It really couldn't be put in. He tried many times, and he also tried some other things trying to get it out, but he couldn't. Only Xiong Dundun's feces could come out, but not in. It seems like he is repelled by the beast taming space. How'd I take it out? Was it because of the law of cultivation that time? Or was it because of the existence of the spirit of heaven and earth that my father talked about? Earth spirit? Hate poop. Gao Hao guessed in his heart. At this moment, in Gao Hao's vast beast taming space, a colorful cloud was floating freely in the bright purple sky with a bit of helplessness on his face because Xiong Dundun gave him big problems every day. What's more, they were a bit unethical, leaving lumps of waste everywhere, and a beautiful bamboo mountain was destroyed. This made it very repulsive to these things, but relying on its current control over the beast taming space, it was unable to move things out by its own will. Even Wu Cai Yinduo felt that he could not defeat Xiong Dundun, a guy with an ever-growing appetite. If you want to transfer these things out, you need the cooperation of both inside and outside, and the owner of the beast taming space needs to have the same will as him to be able to do this. This caused Gao Hao to pay a little attention to bear feces. After all, when the annual competition took place, Xiong Dundun's body was still very small, and it would take a long time to collect 2,000 kilograms of pure natural bear dung. He never expected that in less than a few months, a huge sum of money would be waving at him. Gao Hao was also excited. He had never owned $1 million in his previous life, and he had never touched $1 million bill in this life. Gao Hao really didn't expect that his first pot of gold would be bear feces. He didn't think it was dirty and asked his father directly. You can even take out a piece that has already been air-dried. Gao Chongqing was so frightened that he used his mental power to cover the room, so that no big noise could be made. Son, you must never tell anyone else about your ability. It seems I need to spend more time collecting the legends of the four spirits of heaven and earth. Gao Chongqing was also shocked. He thought his son might really be chosen by fate and would become a man of great achievements in the future. He also thought of Xiong Dundon's golden and silver double pupils, which could turn misfortune into good fortune and bring great blessings. It seemed that his father's decision to let his son contract with Xiong Dundon was the best thing he had ever done in his life. Gao Chongxing took the bear dung from Gao Hao and prepared to ask his mother, Miyu, to test it to see if it had any other special effects. If there are special effects, they can be directly distributed to the family for digestion to reduce the risk of exposure. Do not underestimate the medicinal effects of feces. The feces of some animals are so valuable that they are even worth more than gold when calculated by gram. For example, the dragon grass grows in dragon feces, but its effects are amazing. It can prolong life, enhance the effectiveness of medicinal baths, and increase its own majesty. The biggest effect is to nourish the kidneys. It is the favorite of water-attributed beastmasters, but it is priceless and can only be encountered by chance. I wonder if Xiong Dundon's poop can be renamed in the future and recorded in precious medicine books as bear saliva. Chapter 89, 8-Star Guardian, Xingnan Assessment. As the end of June approached, Gao Hao finally achieved a successful breakthrough in his home training room on the afternoon of June 24th and became an 8-star Earth Master. The sunset in long summer is the most beautiful of the 4 seasons. The glow is long and beautiful. You can see the sun's rosy face shining on people, as if they were wearing a bright red gauze skirt. Today, there are many visitors coming and going in Gao's mansion, all with smiles on their faces, because the lecture hall is open for free. Many Beastmaster teachers from the central and outer cities, as well as young Beastmasters who met the admission requirements of Xingnan College, would come to the Gao family to ask questions about Beastmastering techniques and training. Of course, what is more important is to report the school situation, to prepare for the Xingnan Beastmaster College assessment, and to get sponsorship for one's own tuition. It is also for the purpose of competition among the various academies to see if there will be any talented Beastmasters this year, so that they can be identified as soon as possible and arranged to go to Nanqing Academy for assessment. A little girl was wearing a school uniform with Tianxing City Glory Academy written on it. There are many wear and tear on the cuffs, knees, and elbows. It is obvious that they have been worn many times, but they have been repaired with several patches of the same color, so it is not obvious. But the school uniform is clean. The girl was wearing clean clothes. She was about 1.45 meters tall, had 2 ponytails, bangs on her forehead, and a round face that looked very young, like a girl in her teens. She looked at the auntie selling candied haws with longing in her big eyes. "Mom, I'm going to buy some candied haws." The little girl pulled her mother's clothes and pointed to the aunt who was pushing a cart selling candied haws. Through the glass window, one could see 7 or 8 different kinds of candied haws. It seems like I can already smell the fragrance of honey. It is obviously different from the candied haws sold outside, and it is sweeter and makes people want to taste it. 6 yuan for a string of small candied haws, 8 yuan for a string of large candied haws, and 15 yuan for 2 large strings. The aunt's voice came out. "Buy 2 skewers and I'll eat one too." After hearing what her mother said, the girl immediately tightened the little bunny bag around her waist. She looked conflicted for a moment, and then it faded away. Her expression was heartbreaking to see. Then he opened his bag and took out a 20 yuan note. He ran over and handed it to the aunt selling candied haws, saying, "Pretty sister, give me 2 big ones." "Okay, don't worry, the little girl is so cute." The aunt looked at the little girl's sweet smile and immediately took 2 big ones for her. Some people around looked at the little girl's innocent appearance and smiled. Immediately, many people around praised the girl for being cute. That the one on the left was slightly smaller, so I gave it to my mother. "Mom, you have a big appetite, so you can eat the big one. I have a small appetite, so I can eat the small one." The little girl was not shy about lying. She immediately licked the candied haws happily and bit off one. Don't give the mother any chance to refute. With melon seeds, it makes a crunching sound when you bite it, and your mouth is filled with sweet taste. The woman's face was also full of doting. The girl was 8 years old this year and was already a 1-month imperial teacher, which had met the admission requirements of Xingnan College. Going to Xingnan Beastmaster Academy 2 years earlier meant that she was 1 step ahead of others at the starting line. The resources in Xingnan province were not enough for the girl to continue her training. Ordinary people who want to leave Tianxing City need to apply for various certificates and documents, as well as a letter of introduction from their school, which most people don't have on the airships they take. To go to Xingnan College, one not only has to cross the vast territory of Tianxing City, but also has to fly over the 500,000 square kilometer meteorite lake, which is difficult for ordinary people to do. It covers an area of more than 4 million square kilometers. In the past, airplanes would need more than 50 hours to fly, averaging more than 800 kilometers per hour. This is without any obstruction. Flying at such a fast speed in the beast taming continent, it is easy to collide with the beast, so the flying speed can only be 50 kilometers per hour, in addition to avoiding various terrifying beast taming areas. It takes half a month to reach Xingnan College after bypassing various beast taming forests. In addition to rewarding the school's top students, they also have to talk about the progress and changes in school education in order to obtain financial support from the Gao family, which seems like a subsidy. The better the students are, the more resources they will be given. Among them, the 4 schools in Zhongqing, namely Glorious, Brilliant, Starlight, and Dust River, have a glorious history of nearly 1,000 years. A girl was one of them. Looking closely, the girl's arms were khaki in color, and her clothes were worn out from hard training. Repeated repairs are the norm. Even Gao Hao's clothes have been repaired 7 or 8 times, especially the knees, elbows, cuffs, and buttocks, which are the most severely damaged parts. Gao Hao was also biting a string of candied haws in his mouth. He squatted on a stone under a big locust tree, bored, watching the passers-by coming and going. He felt that there was no point in going out to play, mainly because he came out to relax his tense mood after breaking through the 8-star Earth control, and the improvement of his dragon step greatly increased his strength. Han Ping and Zhang Xiao were no match for him at all. Zhang Hao, who ranked in the top 10 in the intermediate Earth control competition, and Yi Qing, who ranked in the top 3. The two of them are no match for him now, and Yi Qing has also been promoted to 8-star Earth control this month, and will be promoted to the advanced Earth control class together with him next month. Yi Qing's beast, the Thunder Mad Tiger, evolved successfully and became a Thunder Mad Tiger. It emitted a faint blue light all over its body and had blue stripes on its body. The claws stretched out were also cold and sharp, and the body was taller and more majestic than during the competition. Zhang Hao's 2-headed lion dog also successfully evolved into a 2-headed lion. Now that the 2 strongest people in the class have graduated, Zhang Hao can dominate the intermediate Earth control class for a few months. As for Guohong, who was at the same level as him. As for Xiaomi, who was improving rapidly, it would take Guohong at least a month to surpass him. By the time Xiaomi caught up with her, she would probably have been promoted to the advanced Earth control class. At this moment, a group of 4 or 5 boys and girls, the oldest of whom looked to be 10 years old and the youngest 7, passed by Gao Hao. Each of them had Tianxing City Brilliant Academy written on their chest. Behind them was a tall teacher, who was at least 2 meters tall, walking behind them. This is the Gao family mansion. I wonder how many imperial tutors they have trained in the Gao family academy. A young man about 10 years old said arrogantly. His clothes were also the tallest among the few people. But there are also many exceptions. Some people are willing to spend 2,000 or 3,000 to buy a brand name product, but they are reluctant to spend a few hundred yuan to buy a school uniform. Because the boy's family had some assets, he did not take part in the assessment that year after breaking through to the 10-star Earth control level last year. He spent another year to consolidate himself, and now he has broken through to the 1-month Earth control level. And the Beast Tamer is also ready. As long as his condition stabilizes, he can contract a second Beast Tamer, who will also be the oldest one in the team. The other teenagers followed his words, and one of them immediately said, "Brother Zhao Yu, those little brats from Gao's academy are definitely not your opponents. You can knock them to the ground with just a flick of your finger." Everyone here has a 10-star Earth control level or above. Gao Hao watched a few people go away, and then several students from several academies passed by. The one who attracted Gao Hao's attention the most was a young man who was over 1.8 meters tall. He had a cute baby face, but his muscles seemed to explode all over his body. It made him feel a little happy and was a little fun in life, but also made him feel that the outfit was non-mainstream and somewhat out of place in the quaint environment of Gao's academy. We also saw a rare mechanical scorpion beast, which was a beast that existed in ancient ruins. In ancient times, there was a group of humans who studied immortality and longed to create eternal life with their own hands. As a result, the creation of immortal life failed. Even if there is sufficient energy, the internal parts will wear out over time. The end of the research is to constantly replace everything in the body. In the end, will this existence still be yourself? As a result, a mechanical beast was created. All the parts of the machine can be replaced, and even the core code can be replaced with a brand new one. As long as the core data is protected, the proto-carrion of the mechanical beast is immortal. Later, a great war broke out and the data was lost, and mechanical beast tamers became rare. The requirements for their evolution were very simple, which was a constant supply of electricity. It can even be maintained by basking in the sun, and no food is needed at all. However, the contract is not that simple. A mechanical beast taming space is required to make a contract, because only with a mechanical factory can the damaged parts of these mechanical beasts be built. Satisfy the need for self-sufficiency. When Gao Hao first read this introduction, it seemed a bit like a mechanical civilization from ancient times that had developed to a prosperous era, but had conflicts with the beast tamers. Because mechanical energy requires a large amount of rare earths and minerals, as well as various other fuels, it will definitely cause a large-scale ecological chain collapse in the biological world. But the final result was obviously that the mechanical civilization lost to the physical civilization. Mechanical beasts dominated for an era, but were then worn down by beast masters and returned to stability. Airships, ships, cannons, and various machines are relics from that time, and many mechanical relics still remain today. The birthplace of the mechanical beast tamer, it is also the most domineering province among the 6 provinces, known as the Heavenly Emperor Province. It once pressed the descendants of the 8 ancient tribes to the ground. It is also very strong now and is adjacent to the Eastern Province. The times will eliminate some things, but will also leave behind some traces of people's passing. Gao Hao saw quite a few new beasts today, which can be considered as gaining some knowledge. There are black wolves, golden leopards, and horned deer. These 3 types of beasts appear very frequently. Gao Hao has seen more than 10 of each. From the school outside Tianxing City to Gao's home, he has seen a total of 27 of them. These are all vassal villages or small clans of the Gao family. Tianxing City has been busy since June, especially the several certification offices of the Beastmaster Association. June and July, every year, are the 2 months when Xingnan College recruits students, so all the Beastmasters who meet the requirements are busy. Every store's chi-replenishing pills, detoxifying pills, blood chi pills, Vajra pills, white tiger pills, and all kinds of medicines are selling very well. These are also the 2 months when medicines are produced the fastest throughout the year. Sometimes the production cannot meet the demand, so many of them are stocks from early spring. The price of elixirs is stable, and the price of some elixirs has not changed for thousands of years. Gao Hao watched the sky gradually darken and the lights around him light up. The entire Gao family seemed to be having a night market. Everyone would stay in the guest rooms prepared by the Gao family, and various tests would not begin until tomorrow. Then, qualified members were transported to Xingnan College in batches. Gao Hao looked at the stars. Today's moon was covered by dark clouds. At night, the entire Tianxing City was covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain heavily. This season of the year is the rainy season, so the crops in the fields will grow like crazy during this time. It would not be good if the wind and rain were too strong, but fortunately, it only rained for less than an hour and then calmed down. However, it started raining again in the middle of the night, and it drizzled intermittently more than a dozen times throughout the night. Like an old man. Chapter 94 Colleges and Gao Chen's Return. Oh my God, please keep raining. There's no water left. A drunken teenager complained while going out to the toilet. He finally made up his mind and ran back to the room in the wind and rain. However, the rain stopped as soon as he returned to the guest building. Not noticing the door, he slammed it again. Feng Yin touched his hit head, looked out the window, and didn't dare to yell or curse anymore. I'm so unlucky today. I hope I can pass the advanced test tomorrow and get a high score so I can get better resources. There were 4 members living with him, one of whom was Zhao Yu, a wealthy young man who was at the level of a 1-month imperial master and the representative of Tianxing City's brilliant academy. Among them is a boy named Wang Zhuang who has exceptionally high growth rate and is already 1.8 meters tall at the age of 9. He is the representative of the Starlight Academy of Tianxing City, and the little girl eating candied haws, the representative of Tianxing City's Glory Academy. The girl is the youngest among them and will not turn 8 until mid-July. His name is Jiang Manhwa, but his strength is at the same level as Zhao Yu's. He is a January Imperial Master and belongs to a branch of the Jiang family in Tianxing City. He has begun to move closer to the Gao family. The only one left is himself. As one of the 4 major earth-controlling academies in the central city of Tianxing City, Feng Yun regained his calm expression and patted his wet clothes. His whole body flashed with fire, and the water stains evaporated instantly. He pushed open the door and walked in, and saw 2 people lying on the bed, one with his legs crossed, and the other with his arms as a pillow. Jiang Manhwa glanced at Feng Yun who came in, and continued to tidy up her bed. She took out the quilt from the storage bunny bag on her waist, and replaced it with her own, which made her feel better. Hey, you from China College, close the door when you come in. Zhao Yu said coldly as he looked at Feng Yun who came in. Feng Yun immediately bowed his head and said, right away, by the way, do you want to have a midnight snack? When I came back just now, the canteen aunt told me that there is a midnight snack downstairs. You can go and have it from 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. Wang Zhuang sat up suddenly. The bed shook. His eyes seemed to be shining and asked, "Is there any meat?" Feng Yin shook his head and said, "I guess not. After all, it's not lunchtime. We should eat light meals at night. After all, we have an exam tomorrow. What if you eat too much and get diarrhea?" At this time, Jiang Manhua said, "After all, it's the Gao family, so it's easy to get meat. When I came here just now, I saw several people doing barbecue. There are chickens, ducks, fish, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, horses, and some other things I can't name, but the price is probably not cheap." At this time, Jiang Manhua looked at the girl with her legs crossed. Her expression was very cold, and she felt that she was a very pretentious person, so she said lightly, "Zhao, you don't look down on others. Everyone has introduced themselves. Someone's name is Feng Yun, which means soaring in ancient books." Zhao Yu gritted his teeth and said, "You little girl, why are you meddling in other people's business? I've been annoyed with your brilliant academy for a long time. Do you want to go out and fight it out? Zhao Yu, right? I'll remember you." Jiang Manuel's lips curled up slightly into a smile. It seemed that the little girl was quite cute. But think about her mother, who keeps her by herself, while representatives from other colleges mostly hang out with their classmates. It's obvious that she's not an easy person to get along with. Zhao Yu disagreed. Jiang Manuel looked at Feng Yun calmly and said, "You are not weaker than him. Why do you have to be so servile to him and make your Qinghao Academy lose face?" Wang Zhuang had no money. If he had money, he would not have stayed in the dormitory but would have gone out to eat and drink. However, Zhao Yu thought it was boring to go out and play. Jiang Manuel had had enough fun, and also came to see what her opponent tomorrow would be like. Among the dozens of colleges in such a big place like Tianxing City, she was probably the only girl who had reached the level of a 1-month imperial master. And since he is so young, it is normal for him to be a little arrogant. Therefore, she looks down on boys who are weaker than herself, and she does not have a good relationship with her classmates at school. In addition, he has a carefree and preachy personality and can't stand those who bully the weak and fear the strong. In real life, he also has the tendency to strike back hard. He would speak out about things he didn't like and ignored other people's feelings. His self-centered aura had already spread among the other three. Just give her 3 punches tomorrow and spare her. A little girl of this age will probably cry for a long time. Zhao Yu frowned and then relaxed his brows, feeling that there was no need to argue over a few words, especially since that was just his personality. After so much effort in cultivating to the level of a master, what's wrong with a boy pretending to be cool? After observing Jiang Manuel for a few seconds, he turned his head and faced the wall with his eyes closed to cultivate himself. He also had a smile on his face as he watched the examiners in each dormitory on the roof. There were no fights this year. It seems that the people in the school have also strictly disciplined their children. Otherwise, if these young and energetic guys started fighting, the whole dormitory would be in trouble. It was a quiet night. Each dormitory was occupied by people from different schools. Sometimes some hungry children would go downstairs for a midnight snack. The next morning, the assembly whistle sounded. Everyone began to gather, absorbing the sun's purple energy to practice in the dormitory courtyard, and then went to the cafeteria to eat. There are 53 schools in total. Some schools have 7 or 8 people, while some schools have only 1 person. In total, there are nearly 200 students taking the assessment. Gao Hao finished his training early in the morning, and as usual, he went to the intermediate Earth Control class after having lunch. After all, classes must have a beginning and an end, so he will be able to go to the advanced Earth Control class at the beginning of next month. After entering, the teachers arranged the students to line up, and all the children in the Earth Control stage of the Gao family, from top to bottom, were gathered together. All the children of the Gao family, numbering more than 1,000 people, were brought into the examination hall to watch from the audience seats. Zhang Hao finally got his dream job of becoming the monitor of the intermediate Earth Control class, because Gao Hao did not even participate in the class monitor election. This is a huge circular viewing platform. The students taking the test have already entered the venue. A young man with red hair, about 25 or 26 years old, with a resolute face, hair draped behind him, and wearing a blue beast-taming costume. What is conspicuous is that on the left chest, there is an exquisite 4-sun emblem, which represents the symbol of the Beast Master's strength. He had a token with the word Gao engraved on it hanging around his waist, which represented his identity as a member of a certain faction. He stood with a serious expression on a square arena that was more than 10 meters high and had a competition area of 300 meters. His eyes were majestic without being angry. If you stare at them, you can seem to see magma flowing in them. The middle-aged man looked ahead, and a group of about 200 teenagers were sitting quietly. She looked at him with some fear, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and spoke with as gentle an expression as possible. Don't be nervous, everyone. My name is Gao Bailey. I am a distinguished Beastmaster at the 4th Day Beastmaster realm. I will serve as the assessment officer for the Gao family this year. You just need to use the unique skills, Beastmaster techniques, and techniques that the school has taught you to practice seriously. Gao Bailey looked at the teenager seriously and said, My Gao family only issues qualification certificates to teenagers under 10 years old. Those over 10 years old can leave. Zhao Yu was also a little frightened when he heard it, but luckily he was only 9.5 years old, and Gao Hao could also hear the sound while sitting in the audience. Wow, Brother Hao, look, that little girl is so cute, no less cute than Xiaomi. Han Ping's eyes are really good, and he can see clearly from hundreds of meters away. Gao Hao listened and looked, and found that the little girl was really beautiful. The girl was dressed very delicately and wore new Gao family clothes. You could tell at a glance that they were newly bought. After a closer look, it was none other than his sister, Gao Qing, Gao Yu, Mao Rongrong, and even Wang Feng, as well as several others he didn't recognize. He slapped his head and thought that his cultivation was confused. Now several people were already 10-star Earth Control Masters, and most of them were half-step Earth Control Masters. Mao Rongrong was even a 1-month Earth Control Master. After successfully condensing the Golden Cyclone, he agreed to practice Imperial skills with her. I didn't expect that half a year had passed unknowingly, and we had only practiced together 2 or 3 times. I was too embarrassed to ask about the light-as-feather flying skills. Brother Hao, I have a good vision, right? Han Ping asked. Gao Hao had never doubted his taste, because he always picked the best-looking ones, and he also worked hard and attracted several girls to admire him. The relationship between the two is also the best in the class. Zhang Xiao interrupted at this moment and said, You are just a flatterer. Everyone in the class knows that person is his sister. Zhang Xiao pointed out mercilessly, then pointed at the girl in the pink school uniform in the distance and said, I think this girl has a better temperament. She looks gentle, and she will definitely be a good wife and mother when she grows up. Squad leader Zhang Hao frowned and said, Be quiet. How old are you to think about these things? Watch the game carefully. This kind of opportunity is rare. You will all experience it in the future. I may not have the chance. I can only think of a way to join the army. There was some envy in his eyes as he said this. Even though his own 2-headed lion had improved his talent, he didn't hold out much hope of being able to reach the 10-star Earth control level in more than 2 years. Yi Qing looked a little sad, but still gritted his teeth and said, It's too early to give up now. We shouldn't give up hope until the last moment. At this moment, Gao Bailey said on the podium, I will now call the roll. Those whose names are called, please come forward to test your bone age and qualifications. Those who pass the test can stay. Gao Bailey took out a list manual, glanced at the names in the manual, and said loudly, Gao Yu, come forward for the test. A little girl who was a little over 2 years old, with black and beautiful hair, looked very cute. Her height was just as tall as Gao Bailey's waist, and she was wearing the blue Gao family school uniform. She moved forward step by step, not afraid of Gao Bailey's majestic face. Her small body was not at all stage-frightened. She looked at the man with her 2 watery eyes. Gao Bailey nodded, then touched Gao Yu's hand, then nodded and said, Bone age is 2 years and 3 months past. At this moment, many young boys and girls gasped, as if Gao Hao, who had never seen the world in his previous life, also felt his scalp tingling when he saw the news that he owed 2 trillion yuan. My 6 senses exploded and I was laughing at myself in my heart. I felt that the 2,700 yuan salary I just received was a huge sum of money. I felt so awesome when I came here. When he looked at the money in his hand, he wanted to curse loudly, but when he saw that others were holding nuclear bombs in their hands, he could only bow his head and accept it silently. It was because he didn't have a good father who could lend him 2 trillion yuan. Gao Yu stretched out a hand, concentrated her mind, and calmed her breath. A magical sharp aura appeared above her hand. As the golden aura continued to circulate, the little girl's body slowly floated up. This is the dragon step of the half-step Imperial Master. With just a little bit of Imperial Qi, he can float in the air and control his body more easily. Gao Bailey's expression brightened slightly. He smiled and nodded, reached out to touch the girl's head, and said happily, The bone test passed. The level is half a step to the Imperial Master, not bad. Gao Yu smiled and spoke immediately after hearing this. Thank you, uncle. As Gao Yu left, Gao Bailey continued to shout. Next one, Gao Ming. It was another disciple of the Gao family. Gao Ming immediately trotted forward upon hearing this. Then he concentrated his mind and calmed his breath. His body swayed, and he did not float for a long time. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead, and he was about to sit down on the ground, looking very pale. Gao Bailey straightened Gao Ming's body instantly, looked at the test time, and said seriously, 6 years and 4 months old. The bone age is qualified. The level test, 10-star earth control, you also passed. Do you want to try harder? The scores for a half-step earthbending master and a 10-star earthbending master are different. You are not even 7 years old yet, so try harder. Gao Ming took a deep breath and nodded. 10 seconds later, he still failed to levitate, and tears kept welling up in his eyes. Gao Bailey shook his head slightly, supported the weak boy, and whispered, "Your aptitude is lower than C, but you have passed the test. You must continue to work hard on your training when you go to the academy." Gao Ming almost cried after listening to this, his eyes red. Suddenly a security guard appeared, patted Gao Ming's shoulder, and the two disappeared instantly. Gao Bailey continued to call out the names of the test subjects. Gao Zheng, Gao Gei, Gao Bai Bai, Gao Tianyu, Gao Gao. After 6 people tested the 10-star earth control, Gao Bailey's face gradually showed a trace of indifference, and the children waiting below also showed a trace of fear on their faces. Although the Gao family boys and girls are young, as representatives, there is not a single January Imperial teacher this year, which makes the examiner feel a little embarrassed. Next one, Gao Chen. Gao Bailey said, and Gao Hao in the audience looked over when he heard the name. Gao Chen also looked a little excited. He must get high scores in this year's Xingnan College assessment, because the Gao family members' practice of dragon art can stimulate more potential hidden in the human body, which is different from the practice of dragon art by others. The boy in the audience was handsome, with thick eyebrows, and had the demeanor of a young master at a young age. It was unexpected that he returned to the Gao family. However, he was, after all, a descendant of the second grandfather's family and a direct descendant of the Gao family. Hearing Gao Bailey shout, Gao Chen moved 5 or 6 meters in one step. Gao Bailey's pupils trembled slightly, and he was shocked in his heart that a hero emerges from a young age. It was obvious that he had cultivated to the second level of dragon art. Dragon Step. As Gao Chen came to the front and saluted respectfully, Gao Bailey looked him up and down and was delighted when he saw the direct descendant jade pendant on his waist. His attitude also changed a little, and he smiled and said, "Not bad, let's get started." Gao Chen listened to the dragon technique, breathed gently, and relaxed his body so that it floated naturally. In an instant, the body floated up easily and reached the point where it could be controlled freely. It was suspended about 10 centimeters above the ground for about 10 seconds, and then Gao Bailey smiled and landed steadily. 1 year and 9 months old, China Class A qualification, level 1 month Imperial Master. Congratulations on passing. Gao Bailey then repeated it more gently. Very qualified. Go and wait, kid. Gao Chen immediately said, "Thank you, uncle." When Zhao Yu was called, he naturally stepped forward to take the test. At the age of 9.5, he had reached the level of a 1-month Imperial Master, and his aptitude was upper C, so he passed the test. There were several girls around who were feeling nervous. As the test speed became faster and faster, it would take about 30 seconds to complete the test for one person. Most teenagers need to concentrate their minds, focus their minds and calm their spirits on the palms of their hands, and control themselves to float gently. After all, the Imperial skills they practice are different. Even so, there are not many who succeed. Only 2 or 3 of them reach the level of half-step Imperial Master. Many of them cannot even last 5 seconds, obviously not meeting the requirements of half-step Imperial Master. To judge the aptitude of the children, one needs to select them based on their age and the level of their beast tamer. Next, Gao Yen. As time passed, Gao Yu looked at Gao Chen and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She ran over and hugged his arm. "Brother Chen, long time no see. Don't you miss me?" Gao Chen walked into the team naturally. It had been more than half a year since they last met. He came back this time to prove his qualifications. Moreover, a few girls he didn't know looked at him with envy in their eyes and took out candies from their pockets to give to him. Zhao Yu looked at the Gao family with a bit of arrogance on his face and had no intention of getting close to them to curry favor with them. A young man with an imposing manner and dressed very exquisitely saw Gao Yu running towards Gao Chen, and his expression changed drastically. "Hey, who are you from? I've never seen you before." "Gao Fuyun's grandson, Gao Chen, is my brother." Gao Yu glanced at them with sidelong eyes and seeing some dissatisfaction on their faces, she said coldly, "You guys don't even show respect when you meet." Gao Tian, nice to meet the second young master. Although Gao Tian said this, there was no respect on his face. Gao Xing, meet the young master. Gao Tian immediately bowed respectfully after hearing this, and Gao Xing also took a few steps forward. Suddenly, Gao Tian asked, "You are the one who ran away with your father and grandmother and returned to the family, right? How do you have the nerve to come back? You bastards, I'm going to fight you, X." Gao Yu straightened up and spoke with a cold expression, as if these people were humiliating her. Gao Chun held Gao Yu's hand, gently activated the dragon technique, and pulled his sister, then stepped back a few steps and said, "Calm down, they are right, but I don't care at all. We don't get involved in adults' affairs. You just envy my status. Of course, I have my own qualifications to prove myself. The highest you can reach in your lifetime is Royal King, but for me, Royal Lord is not the limit. I can lead the Gao family to go further. This is why I am the direct descendant." Gao Chen said as he pulled his sister away. What he wanted now was to cultivate himself as quickly as possible. If combined with the newly acquired medicinal bath, he could complete the second beast taming contract within a week. Touching the storage jade pendant on the waist, there is a black and white yin and yang fish shape connected end to tail. The black yin fish can store daily necessities, and the white yang fish has the special function of preserving freshness. Fresh vegetables and meat can be put in it, and medicinal materials can be preserved. It will still be fresh when taken out after a few years and will not rot. It is very precious and rare. It was a gift that Gao Chen's mother gave him on his 1-month birthday. He has been using it until now and cherishes it very much. The mind entered the black yin fish, which contained 3 million yuan in pocket money, more than 100 small wooden swords, and some ordinary daily clothes. Then his mind entered the inside of the white fish and found various very rare food supplements and medicinal bath materials, including 200 portions of wild blood bowl meat, 90 portions of white ice eagle meat, and 3 portions of rare medicinal bath materials. Some of it was donated by his grandmother, the Guo clan, and some was secretly given to him by his father, Gao Youfu. Now the amount of subsidy resources Gao Chen receives has not decreased. About half an hour later, Gao Yu was bored, so she ran to the other side to chat with Gao Ninian and Gao Qing. Mao Rongrong secretly glanced at Gao Chen over there, with a thoughtful look on her face. After spending some time with Gao Hao, she found that he was not interested in her. Instead, he kept staring at her legs. Grandpa Mao Xiongyi also noticed that Gao Hao was interested in her imperial skills and had no other ideas at all. "Gao Yu, your brother is practicing too hard," Mao Rongrong asked, and at this moment another child came in swaggeringly, with thick red eyebrows on his face, as if burning like fire. "Gao Yin," Gao Yu said in surprise. Gao Yin had a smug look on his face, and he didn't let go of a glance at Gao Chun, who was practicing for several minutes with a bitter look on his face. He felt that he was getting further and further away from Gao Chun. He almost failed when he was trying to levitate just now. Fortunately, he persisted and exceeded 10 seconds, which was determined to be the result of a 1-month Imperial Master. Just when Gao Yu was about to ask, Gao Bailey's voice of gathering sounded at an extremely fast speed. Among the children of the Gao family in Tianxing City who came for the test, 194 passed, including more than a dozen boys and girls from the Gao family. Only 13 people failed because they had hidden injuries in their bodies or their skills were not right. They obviously needed to go back for recuperation. The specific reason might be that they did not deal with the injuries in a timely manner. Coming here today feels like a physical examination, and I was able to recover if I discovered the problem in time. Otherwise, my body would have collapsed in the later stages. Everyone get ready. 7 people stand in a row. I will arrange for you to participate in the next competition test. The winner will receive sponsorship and various drugs. Your excellent character will be written on it. Gao Bailey said seriously, so you must go all out to make a better mentor take a liking to you. A good mentor can determine your life. Gao Tian clapped his hands, and the children from the Gao family's side branches stood up and gathered one after another. Gao Chen took a deep breath, stood up and joined the team, and the 7 of them stood in a row. They formed a long line. Gao Bailey took out an 8 treasure mirror. A woman's voice came from the mirror and said lightly, 154 people have passed the Xingyu Abe test. Tianxing City, 194 people passed. Gao Bailey immediately replied, Xingminghai, 327 qualified candidates. A man's voice was heard. Xingnan College, 430 people have passed. A woman's voice came out softly, and it sounded very beautiful. Qingnan College is amazing. Are there so many outstanding beast tamers and students this year? A majestic voice came out, asking doubtfully. This person was Qin Tianyi from Xingyue Bay. Upon hearing that the number of beast tamers was nearly twice that of his own side, he was obviously very suspicious. No, it's just this OSO. The number of beast tamers has indeed been increasing every year in recent years. Well, I look forward to you sending the children here. I won't chat anymore. The woman's voice sounded a bit seductive, and more of it was a smile of joy. Qingnan College has developed very well in recent years, and is showing signs of becoming the fourth largest force in Southwest Province. Gao Bailey took back the 8 treasures mirror, looked at the team, and said, I will give you 15 minutes of freedom. If you have any problems, go and solve them quickly and come back to gather at the end. Yes, uncle. Everyone said in unison that Gao Bailey had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gao Xing and Gao Tian looked at each other and immediately ran to the toilet together. Chapter 91: Contradiction, Provocation, Fighting, and Ridicule. At this moment, Jiang Manhwa, Wang Zhuang, Zhao Yu, and Feng Yin were surrounded by a group of young boys and girls, most of whom were students from the 4 colleges in Tianxing City. There were also a few students from other colleges approaching, and there was an endless stream of flattering voices, and many people cheered loudly, which somewhat strengthened the momentum of the 4 colleges. It attracted more people to come and listen, and all of them were praising the performance of the 4 colleges in previous years, including the pass rate of Qingnan College last year. In terms of issuing qualification certificates, the 4 academies of Glory, Brilliant, Starlight, and Dust River occupy half of Tianxing City. Brother Zhao Yu, please help me. The Gao family is not easy to get along with. I just went over there, and they told me to get lost. A girl came running over with a look of grievance on her face to complain. It is said that people are divided into different classes. I think the Gao family is divided into at least 800 classes. Look at the Gao family. They actually have people serving tea and water. We don't even have a bench here. We have to stand. Immediately, a boy stood up and started yelling, putting a comforting hand on the girl's shoulder. When the other boys heard this, they immediately became very excited. They cursed in unison. The Gao family cursed such a lovely girl. They are really blind. I think the Gao family is about to decline. They have no gentlemanly manners at all. Hey, that's not right. Do you see Gao Chen over there? He is the greatest shame to the Gao family. What? Tell me what news you have. I heard that Gao Chen's mother cheated on her husband. Don't tell anyone. She's a little bastard. A group of people were listening to the noise. The boy looked very serious and spoke fluently, almost saying everything he wanted to say, leaving the group of ignorant children dumbfounded. The adult world is so scary. One of the children rolled his eyes and immediately ran towards the Gao family's team. Gao Xing and Gao Tian had just returned from the toilet when they heard people talking about the Gao family. They were treated like young masters, and many students came over to say hello. But things gradually changed afterwards, especially those disgusting words, which made people angry to hear. Only representatives from their 4 colleges did not go there, and some of the others were not even noticed, including the girl who just wanted to say hello. He was persuaded to come back directly, although he stood out among ordinary people and was very impressive. But when you come to this precious area of Gao's family, it's full of handsome and beautiful beastmasters, and there are very few ugly people. Each of them is a hidden dragon or crouching tiger. Even a slight birthmark on the face will be extremely conspicuous, just like a grain of rat shit falling into a bag of rice. Of course, it doesn't mean that the girl is ugly. She's just ordinary. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Gao Tian immediately rushed over, his eyes ferocious, and he looked at the girl who seemed familiar. The girl frowned as she listened, and saw the 2 brothers Gao Tian and Gao Xing immediately hide beside Zhao Yu. You Gao family kids are allowed to bully others? It was you who chased me away just now. Gao Tian was a little angry and had a hot temper. He spoke loudly in a deafening voice. You know how to talk, don't you? Stop tampering with other people's words. My brother just told you to go back and look in the mirror more often. He never told you to get out. You've gone too far. Now everyone knows about this. The girl felt even more humiliated after hearing this and burst into tears instantly. This sentence might as well have been used as telling her to get lost. Xiaohua, don't be sad. I won't dislike you. The boy immediately said comfortingly. Zhao Yu remained indifferent from beginning to end. Before Gao Xing could say anything, Gao Yu, along with a group of Gao family members, came over aggressively, with anger burning in her eyes, which was obvious. A boy pointed the way and said, That's him, that boy. He said something bad about your brother. I heard it. Jiang Manhua felt a little gloating. Some people in the Gao family were indifferent when they heard others say bad things about their family, but when it came to specific individuals, it was hard to say. There are too many relatives and friends. The boy who just went to complain is also a distant relative of the Gao family, which means they were probably one family 500 years ago. Although his surname is Wei, he is also a relative of the Gao family. Mr. Wei, what do you mean? The young man shouted angrily. He obviously did not expect that there would be a traitor in his team. Young Wei sneered and said, "Haha, Zhang Tian, you can't even protect yourself now. Kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy, and call Aunt Gao a few times. I was wrong. Maybe she will let you go." Zhang Tian looked at the people around him who were retreating, and a look of fear appeared on his face. He then looked at the girl who had just complained and was already 10 meters away from him. "I don't want to have anything to do with him." Gao Yu looked at Zhang Tian with disdain, then looked at the people who had dispersed on their own and said, "Zhang Tian, I will remember you. You will pay the price for what you said." He turned around and left. Everyone was ready to fight and watch the show. Why did it end so suddenly? When he looked back, it became even quieter. It turned out that Examiner Gao Bailey had returned with a document in his hand, which was obviously collected by the Gao family yesterday. Mao Rongrong pulled Gao Ninian aside and asked, "That boy was so bold that he dared to make up stories about your Gao family. Doesn't he know that he can go to school only because of your Gao family's support?" Gao Ninian shook her head and said, "Who knows? It's just the nonsense of children. It's just that the boy said something a little too much. I don't know where this rumor came from." Gao Ninian had a strange look on her face as she glanced at the boy named Zhang Tian. She thought that he was probably being targeted by the Gao family. "I believe that within a short period of time, the boy's name will make countless people stay away from him, allowing him to experience what it means to be a person of his own making. Assemble, the competition will begin immediately. Those whose names are called step out." With Gao Bailey's return, all the children returned to their seats and stood at attention. Now, Jiang Manhua from Brilliant Academy and Zhao Yu from Brilliant Academy step out and compete in Imperial skills to show your strength as a 1-month Imperial Master. You go to the Eastern Arena. As the two of them stepped out, they stepped onto the competition stage. Jiang Manhua's whole body was shivering with cold, and there seemed to be ice flowers blooming under her feet. It's fate. Zhao Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that his first opponent would be her. This must be the case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Gao Hao was sitting in the audience, and he couldn't tell what the family wanted to teach them. Was he here just to be an audience and applaud these people? He also saw the tit-for-tat in the audience. He believed that all the Gao family members present who had a little bit of strength could hear what the boy named Zhang Tian said. But no one stopped him. He just shook his head, put aside irrelevant things, and focused on watching the game. The rumors did bother him a little. Gao Chen opened his eyes at this moment and clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't hold back the suppressed anger in his heart. It was okay for someone to humiliate him normally, but he never expected that someone would be bold enough to insult his mother today. He could no longer tolerate it. The look he gave Zhang Tian was icy cold. Gao Hao sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Gao Chen had obtained the template of becoming a god through humiliation? After all, Zhang Tian's IQ suddenly seemed very low, as if he was being controlled by someone. It was clearly a competition within the Gao family, but he actually dared to humiliate Gao Chen, a direct descendant of the Gao family. He was obviously a stupid person. If he were a normal teenager, he would usually just make up a few bad things about the Gao family and let it go, but this person humiliated Gao Chen's mother by name, which really offended her. On the east stage, Jiang Manhua waved his hand, and an icy sword appeared in his hand, which looked a bit fairy-like. On the other side, Zhao Yu's body flashed and turned into a flash of lightning, charging towards Jiang Manhua. King Kong Boy. Zhao Yu's figure flashed at an incredibly fast speed, and in an instant Jiang Manhua, who was blocking with a sword, was knocked flying. My feet rubbed the ground, and I fell 5 or 6 meters. I finally stopped, and my arms felt numb. A lonely figure on a cold river. As soon as this imperial skill was used, an ice-colored sword appeared in Jiang Manhua's left and right hands, and she was actually using 2 swords. His feet were spinning like a top, and Zhao Yu relied on the Vajra boy to withstand 20 consecutive moves. Sparks appeared on his arms. The bodies of the 2 men seemed like steel with different properties, making endless noises, which did not seem like a fight between mortal bodies at all. Gao Bailey watched the fight between the 2 people on the stage. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. What a powerful King Kong boy. It seems that Zhao Yu's aptitude is not just upper C, but at least can be evaluated as upper or middle B. In order to practice a martial arts skill to perfection, one needs to persist every year, every month, every minute, and every second. Zhao Yu has obviously been practicing Vajra Boy since he was born. Moreover, he has already reached a certain level and even improved his insufficient gold attribute talent, so he will be able to move forward a few more steps in the future. But whether one can stick to his original intention after going to the big city is also a test for a beast master. When a Vajra Boy practices to the extreme, he will be indestructible. The defensive power is also amazing. With a loud bang, the competition stage exploded. The ice sword in Jiang Manue's hand broke, but she did not retreat to defend herself. Instead, she took a step forward. The cold air gathered in the palm of her hand, and there was a bang. Ice palm. Zhao Yu flew backwards, and a cold black palm print instantly appeared on his chest. He rolled over and stood up in an instant, looking at Jiang Manue with a serious expression. You actually have 3 imperial skills? Jiang Manue glanced at Zhao Yu. He stood up with a clanging step, and his willpower was not bad. He still opened his mouth to explain. Only 2. My first beast control talent is ice attribute control. I often practice it and condense various small animals. Gradually, I can condense a sword. It can be considered a control skill. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth in his heart. Since his judgment was wrong, he let go of his arrogant mentality that wanted to make her cry with 3 punches. The competition of controlling skills could better show the beast tamer's usual hard work and training. Zhao Yu exerted force with both palms, and the ice-attributed controlling energy in his chest was forced out. The Vajra Boy recovered, and his whole body was covered with golden light, like a Buddha statue artwork, golden and charming. However, the next moment, black lines slowly extended downward from the top of Zhao Yu's head, as if drawing a talisman, and his entire face was outlined in black. The King Kong's eyes are angry. Zhao Yu shouted, Jiang Manue, I can't even control this move myself, so you have to be careful. When I'm extremely angry, all of King Kong Boy's abilities will increase 5-fold. His feet moved so fast that the ring was shaking. His speed was faster than lightning, and even Jiang Manue didn't catch his action immediately. He felt himself flying in the air again, and there was finally a bit of panic on his face. The corner of his eyes caught the direction of Zhao Yu's attack, and instantly cold air gathered in his palm, condensing into a cold light. Ice freezing cold. For a moment, the air seemed to be frozen. Zhao Yu's body stiffened in midair, and he was shivering from the cold. The next moment, he slammed into Jiang Manue fiercely, and both of them fell heavily on the ring, neither giving in. Jiang Manue quickly got up, and a pair of icy swords condensed in her hands again, and slashed at the fallen Zhao Yu. Suddenly, flames burst out, and Gao Bailey suddenly stopped his attack and said, He has fainted. You have won. Jiang Manue dragged her tired body, looked at Zhao Yu's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, put on a smile at the corner of her mouth, and fell backwards. Zhao Yu, you deserve it. Chapter 92. Results are out, revenge. It's fierce, too fierce. The children around shuddered all over. The girl's last few crazy sword attacks seemed to have cut off several of the boy's ribs. Gao Hao was also secretly on guard in his heart, and he must not use up all his chi in the future. Zhao Yu's desperate fighting method was totally unsuitable for his position. Try not to make enemies with others and work hard to improve your own beast tamer level. This is what he is thinking now. He doesn't know why the battle between these 2 people was so tragic. After all, in other arenas, the fighting stops at a certain point. If Gao Bailey hadn't stepped forward to stop it here, the boy's ribs would probably have been broken several more times. As the 2 men were carried off the ring, Gao Hao found that the family's arrangement was really interesting. It seemed that the 2 hostile people were deliberately arranged to fight each other. Gao Chun and Zhang Tian, please come up to the stage and compete. Zhang Tian trembled all over when he heard his own name. He was only a 10-star Earth Master, and the one he was facing was Gao Chun, who was a whole realm higher than him. The amount of Imperial Qi in his body is 10 times that of his. After the amount of Imperial Qi of EU was compressed, not only the attack power was stronger, but the quality of the Imperial Qi was also better. Moreover, the Imperial Qi flows through the tiny meridians and 365 acupuncture points throughout the body, allowing the Beastmaster to feel as if the huge Imperial Qi is penetrating his entire body and that he has become one with the Imperial Qi. It was as if he himself was a ball of fire. a tree that continued to grow, a piece of steel that had been tempered 1,000 times, or a precious gem that had taken billions of years to form. The use of imperial skills is no longer limited by speed. Instead, it can flow through the meridians of the whole body in an instant, gathering a large amount of imperial energy and circulating it. There is no longer a need to accumulate energy for imperial skills. The flow rate originally took 5 seconds, but after being transmitted through 365 acupuncture points, the different protective chi in the 5 internal organs can be spread throughout the body in an instant. An examiner stepped forward. Before Zhang Tian even started the competition, he knew that his fate would not be good. So he said with an apologetic and ingratiating smile on his face, "Gao Chun, I apologize, please show mercy." Gao Chun said nothing and waited for the examiner's instructions. Zhang Tian saw Gao Chun's fierce look and was so frightened that he could not stand steadily. He hurriedly said, "Examiner, I am not feeling well. I want to give up." The examiner listened and said, "If you give up, you won't get the qualification certificate. The qualification certificates produced by my Gao family must be the best and the best. Are you sure you want to give up this opportunity?" Zhang Tian immediately shook his head after hearing this, wondering why he had said such foolish words in the heat of the moment. Since you don't want to give up, then continue the game. The examiner looked expressionless as he watched both teams take their positions and immediately said, "The game begins." Just as Zhang Tian was about to take action, Gao Hao had already kicked him into the air with a dull thud, and a muffled scream came out of his mouth. "Oh, I was wrong." Gao Chen didn't listen to this useless apology at all. If the tiger didn't show its power, people would think he was a sick cat and kicked him from mid-air for a half-month. Zhang Tian was slammed to the ground, and there was another dull sound of dislocated bones, which made people feel painful just by listening to it. "Examiner, I want—" However, before he could finish his words, a knee was already pressed against his neck, and Gao Chen said coldly, "Get out of the Gao family, and don't let me see you again." Zhang Tian had blood foam in his mouth, his face was red, some veins were bulging, and he spat out a mouthful of blood foam. The next second, it was too late to say it. The examiner immediately grabbed Gao Chen and asked, "Do you want to kill someone in public?" Gao Chen's face was full of anger. Perhaps he had been suppressed for too long. He had been criticized since he was a child, and today he heard someone insulting his mother, so he couldn't bear it anymore. The examiner pulled him away. It was obvious that Gao Chen's performance did not pass the test of his character, but Gao Hao, who was in the audience, felt refreshed at this moment. The suppressed breath and depressed feeling were released. As the medical staff carried the people away, the competition on the field continued fiercely. The fruits of victory were indeed reaped by those Beastmasters who were at the 1-month Beastmaster level. A total of 10 people received the highest rewards, 1 for character bonus points and 1 for willpower bonus points. Among them, Gao Chun was obviously deducted points, but he still received a lot of reward resources. Moreover, with his aptitude in the China League 1, even if he doesn't improve, he is still a shining star among millions. In addition to the 4 representatives from the 4 academies, there was also a mechanical beastmaster who ranked in the top 10, as well as 3 people from the Gao family, Gao Chun, Gao Yu, Gao Qing, and Mao Rongrong. The last person in the top 10 was unexpectedly the young man named Wei, which surprised everyone in his group. This guy is a hidden talent, and he has made himself the center of attention at this critical moment. Combined with his previous performance, he has a better competitive stage. Brother Wei, you have a great skill and you hide it well. You even hid it during the test phase and only showed your strength as a 1-month Imperial Master during the competition. Wei Guozheng shook his head with a straight face and said, "I just made a breakthrough by luck. How could I dare to hide my strength in such an important competition test?" As all the selections were completed, 6 of them were found to have taken elixirs, and after the effects of the elixirs wore off, they revealed big flaws during the competition and were almost killed. With the end of today's competition, the Gao family organized the information and began to produce qualification certificates. A total of 188 people received the certificates. Among those injured by Gao Chun, the boy was also included and obtained the certificate. After all, he did not summon the beast until the end, which violated the qualifications for the beast control competition. A qualification certificate must be issued in accordance with regulations. The whole morning passed like this, and Gao Hao followed the class back to the classroom. The class teacher assigned the students to write an essay on their experience after watching the movie, which required more than 300 words. Gao Hao went home to eat after school. Gao Nianyan ranked among the top 50 and was thinking in her heart, is her sister going to leave Tianxing City in a few days and go to Xingnan College with those young men? He asked, "Sister, are you also going to Xingnan College by airship?" "Yes, but I am in the last batch. I will go only after I have contracted the white ginseng spirit. Gao Yu and Gao Qing will also choose to be the last. Mao Rongrong will leave in the next 2 days because she has to go back to Xingming Sea. Do you want to see her off?" Gao Ninian asked as she was thinking about something. She had been busy lately and had no time to talk to her brother. She would continue playing with the white ginseng elf soon. "Well, I'll go see him off too, so we can get to know each other." Gao Hao smiled. He had nothing to do recently, so it wasn't a big deal to see off friends he knew. At this moment, Mao Rongrong was living in the guest house. Mao Xiongyi was tidying up the room. After cleaning it, he also put his things into his storage jade bracelet. Mao Rongrong looked at the place where he had lived for almost a year. When he went to Xingnan College, he would be able to meet the last direct descendant of the Gao family, who was also the most likely candidate for the next generation patriarch of the Gao family. Chapter 93. Teaching Light as a Feather, Simple and Beautiful. Thinking about Gao Hao's straightforwardness, he was only focusing on cultivation and had no other thoughts at all. He sighed deeply. He didn't know how long it would take for them to meet again after he returned. After all, the area of Xingnan College was as large as 8 million square kilometers. Even if Gao Hao goes to Xingnan School in the future, if they are not assigned to the same school area, the possibility of meeting each other will be very small. "Grandpa, can you really give him this imperial skill?" Mao Rongrong asked with a somewhat conflicted look on his face, holding the imperial skill in his hand. Mao Xiongyi laughed, touched her head and said, "What do you think? Then I'll go find him later." Mao Rongrong lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. Although he had been alone with Gao Hao for only a few short times, Gao Hao gave him a very special feeling. Calm and heavy like the feeling of a father, but different from that of family affection, a feeling that I have never had in other people. "Silly girl, you are still young and don't understand feelings. When you meet more outstanding people, if you still can't forget him, it's not too late to make a decision. The Zhongyuan Empire has a vast territory, a population of 100 billion, and many beast-taming geniuses. He is just an ordinary one among them." Mao Xiongyi also had his share of adventures when he was young. He saw many brilliant talents who only shine for a short time, and he also used his own life experience to guide the princess of the Mao family. "No more talking, Grandpa. I'm going out now. Gao Hao has been practicing the dragon step recently. I'll be leaving in a few days, so I have to hurry up and teach him the technique of practicing the sprinting leg." Mao Rongrong ran out in a hurry, with a smile on her face that she had never had when she came to Gao's house, making Mao Xiongyi behind her a little at a loss for words. "This girl is so generous in giving gifts, and she even teaches me personally." Not long after Mao Rongrong left, Gao Tianxing strode in and said with a smile, "Not really. Besides, didn't Rongrong learn your family's unique skills?" Mao Xiongyi said and immediately went into the house to make tea, which was the top-quality Linglong tea. Gao Tianxing listened and smiled, not wanting to gain credit for it, and said, "The skills are nothing. The first few levels are almost public, so they are not a secret. By the way, don't forget what happened 3 years later. Go back and tell Patriarch Qin that the Gao family is determined to marry this girl." Gao Tianxing stared at Mao Xiongyi's expression and found that his expression did not change. Then he said, "You have also seen the direct descendants of the Gao family. Are you interested in taking one as an apprentice?" "I dare not overstep the mark. Patriarch Gao, you are joking. I'm just a servant of the Mao family. How dare I accept a direct descendant of the Gao family as my apprentice? You are too flattering to me." Mao Xiongyi poured tea and invited Gao Tianxing to sit down. The two men sat on either side of each other and looked at each other. Mao Xiongyi was also guessing the other party's purpose. "You will be leaving in a few days, and I'm afraid I will have fewer opportunities to play chess with you in the future. The door of the Gao family will always be open to you. It's a good thing that Xiong Jingyi met you earlier, otherwise," Gao Tianxing said with emotion. Mao Xiongyi smiled and continued, "Chief Mao has been very kind to me. My old body is no longer of much use. I can only take his place and protect the second young lady." Watching her grow up, Gao Tianxing nodded, took out a black gift box, pushed it to Mao Xiongyi's hand and said, "Then please take care of my insignificant grandson." The two chatted in the room for a while, then took out the beast chess and started playing, and both of them relaxed again. Gao Tianxing suddenly smiled, looked at Mao Xiongyi and said, "Mao Jingyi is indeed a man of foresight. With you teaching his precious granddaughter, there is absolutely nothing wrong." On the other side, at Gao Hao's home, not long after dinner, Gao Hao was pruning flowers and plants for his mother in the yard when Mao Rongrong ran in excitedly. "Xiao Hao, I have a surprise for you. Gao Hao put down the water bottle and looked at the girl in school uniform. She had just finished the competition in the morning and had not even changed her clothes, but had hurried to his house. What's the matter? Gao Hao had some guesses in his mind, but he still asked. And his usual behavior is too obvious. Rongrong immediately raised the imperial scale in his hand, which was a photocopied notebook with the words light as a feather and flying legs written on it. You've always wanted to learn, right? From now on, call me sister and I'll teach you. Rongrong said happily. Gao Hao said without hesitation, sister, teach me. Rongrong laughed and looked around. When she didn't see Gao Nyin, she immediately took his hand and ran out. Ran to a place with few people. Rongrong then let him go and whispered carefully in his ear. I'll teach you the formula for the flying kick first. Concentrate your mind and calm your breath, and let the chi flow into your 5 internal organs. Gao Hao heard Rongrong speaking very quickly, but for him, who could slow down 10 times, now he could speed up his thinking and memory. In a short while, he had memorized all the 400-word formula. According to the operation route, he needed to open the wind point through the sole of the foot. Rongrong taught very seriously. It happened that I did not practice the dragon step in the afternoon, so I listened very carefully to Rongrong's practice and explanation of the light-as-feather flying leg. You have now opened up all 8 extraordinary meridians, and all 365 acupuncture points in your body have been opened. You have basically mastered the essentials of the first step of the wind point. Rongrong demonstrated it personally. There was a small gap between the tiny pores on his hands, and a wind hole needed to be opened in the center of the sole of the foot. This was probably the white hair that others saw. For the next 2 days, Gao Hao ran to find Gao Nyin as soon as he finished his practice in the morning. He did not attend school classes and was completely immersed in learning this new martial arts skill that was as light as a feather and as fast as a feather. The special thing about this earth control skill is that it can make a person levitate during the earth control stage, and it can also make the dragon fist more explosive. On the 3rd day, Gao Hao had already mastered the principles of sealing the acupoints and could slowly control the wind points. Combined with the foundation of the dragon step he had learned previously, he was able to levitate as long as he had the slightest leverage. After hovering for a full minute, only 30% of the chi in his body was consumed. Then he slowly landed on the ground. Learning a good chi control skill really reduces the consumption of chi a lot. That's right. It took me a whole month to achieve this. Of course, the most important reason is that the dragon step is very similar to the sprinting leg. Rongrong spoke like a little teacher, saying that these 2 days were the happiest time of her life, as she could stay with Gao Hao from morning to night every day. Unfortunately, she is leaving today, and Gao Hao has prepared a gift for her. Sister, this is the mirror I bought for you. I hope you can be happy every day. When you take out the mirror, you can think of me and smile. No difficulty can knock you down. Gao Hao gave her a mirror as he spoke. He also thought about other gifts like hairpins. It is better for gifts between children to be simple. So he chose the mirror to express the friendly relationship between both parties and not let others think too much. Chapter 94. A gift from afar is a token of deep affection. Thank you. I will miss you, Rongrong said, and carefully put the small mirror into his own storage jade pendant. The two of them sat on the high eaves, taking in the morning scenery. They could vaguely see the huge wall. The temperature rose quickly in the summer mornings. Many children were running on the street. Some children in the advanced earth control class took an unusual path. Some walked on walls that were only half a foot wide. Some walked on the edge of the raised garden, while others demonstrated their difficult martial arts skills by simply sticking their feet to the wall and moving sideways to go to school. Some people step on the air with their left foot, walking leisurely to school as if they are strolling in the air. It seems the most normal behavior to go to school with hands standing upside down, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. The people in the advanced earth control class look at others with a squinted eye as if they are very powerful, but that is indeed the ceiling of the earth control level. Therefore, many students in lower grades would show some timidity or retreat when they met them. Gao Hao hasn't been to the intermediate earth control class for 3 days. Fortunately, my father Gao Chongxing took a leave of absence. Otherwise, I would have to listen to my mother Wu Qingyuan's lecture. I feel that my mother has been a bit nagging lately, and it's very annoying, but it's all for his own good. I have to stop and reflect on my recent behavior. Indeed, as my level improves, I sometimes overlook some problems. Skipping classes is wrong in itself. Why didn't I think of asking for leave from my parents at that time? In short, the matter was handled peacefully. I wrote a 500-word review of my behavior in handling the matter and I did not receive any beatings. Does this count as you being the only girl who can make me skip classes? I thought to myself as I looked at Mao Rongrong and said, Sister, I want to thank you too. I will keep working hard to practice the light as a feather flying legs technique you taught me. Well, I believe you. Mao Rongrong stretched out her hand, hugged him with all her strength, and said, Brother, you must give me this hug back next time we meet. As he spoke, he floated down like a kung fu master and disappeared from Gao Hao's eyes in a few blinks of an eye. He scratched his head and yawned. There was an inexplicable fragrance on his hair that made his nose itchy. He jumped off the roof and walked home. He didn't perform any magical powers. He just played around like other children and went home with a blank expression on his face. Brother, are you going to look for Mao Rongrong again? As soon as Gao Ninian entered the courtyard, he was teasing the white ginseng elf. This little guy has been here for half a year and has grown plump. My normal nutritional balance is also sufficient. I am basking in the sun in the yard early in the morning and am not afraid of the heat. Of course, fire and heat are different. Sunlight can bring him energy, while fire can burn it into ashes or boil it into ginseng soup. The difference between the two is not just the temperature difference, but also the fundamental difference in material structure. Well, I'll go play with her. Gao Hao looked at his sister, Gao Ninian, dressed up. She did look pretty, but he felt nothing. She was wearing a pair of small white socks, small red leather shoes, a teddy bear bag hanging around her waist, and a floral white gown that reached down to her calves. She had a happy look on her face, not a sad expression at all. Gao Ninian whispered, Brother, you don't know how powerful that girl is. In just half a year, Gao Qing and Gao Yu have been captured by her. We even bullied her together more than half a year ago. In Wang Feng, he was conquered by Mao Rongrong and often helped her clean. Don't you think she is a bad guy? Gao Hao listened and thought about it and said, Sister, how long has it been? Do you still remember it? Gao Ninian said as a matter of course. Of course, who knows if she has let go of her hatred in her heart. Anyway, I don't trust her very much. If we become enemies in the future, which side will you stand on? Gao Hao listened and said, Of course it's by your side. I knew it. Gao Ninian was happy. Gao Hao looked at Gao Ninian's expression and asked, Are you planning something bad again? No. I'm about to go to Xingnan school, which means I'm an adult now. I'll write to you when the time comes. Brother, give me a hug. Gao Ninian rushed over and said. Gao Hao was probably moved by what he had just said, and he quickly ran into the room, closed the door, and curled up his lips slightly with a smile. He also took out the farewell clothes he had prepared, went into the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into them. He wore a white robe with a fan, a white jade belt around his waist, a bit like a trouser belt, and an 8-treasure lock hair ring on his head, looking like a handsome young man. Although he is a little small, with this appearance, he can directly debut and play the childhood version of Erlang Shun without any problem. After the family had finished their meal, Gao Changxing and Wu Qingyuan took the two kids to the area with wild animals, where there were models and beasts that Gao Hao had never seen before. The huge toy car that looks like a turtle shell can easily accommodate 5 or 6 people. Only after sitting on it did he realize how fast the speed was. Gao Hao only felt that the buildings were moving backwards. Even at this speed, it took a full 2 hours before he arrived outside Tianxing City. Gao Hao had no idea how huge Tianxing City was before, but now he has felt that the area of Tianxing City is probably larger than some provinces in his previous life, about 300,000 square kilometers. There are 4 straight roads from the inner city to the outer city. The walls and checkpoints set up make it a city within a city within a city. The population living in the outer city is very small, and most of them are military soldiers stationed there. The population is concentrated in the inner city of Tianxing City, and the outer city accounts for less than 5% of the city's total population, including 80% of the large-scale trained troops. Others also serve the army and live with all kinds of special supplies and military needs, about 700,000 people, which are replaced every year. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian jumped off the turtle shell car. No one knew what material it was made of. The inside was soft, but the outside felt very tough, smooth and beautiful, like a living thing. In addition to Gao Hao's family, Gao Yu's family of 3 also came to see them off, including her father Gao Xueming and her mother Yao Yu. Then came the 3rd grandmother from the 2nd grandfather's family, whose daughter was Gao Qin and Yun Feng, who married into the family. These 2 were Gao Qing's parents, and the family of 3 also came. The entire airship was surrounded by people who came to see them off. Among them, Gao Hao also saw Yi Qing, Zhang Hao, and Zhang Tian, who was beaten unconscious by Gao Chun. He is probably isolated now. Gao Hao has heard some rumors these days, saying that there are men entering Zhang Tian's house every day, but this guy is very tolerant. Being targeted like this, Gao Hao just chose not to fight back. In his opinion, this was also his choice. One must always pay the price for one's wrong decisions in life. Zhang Tianren became silent. When he saw someone looking at him, he immediately lowered his head and stopped talking to others. Perhaps this incident could help him grow a lot. Gao Hao turned his head and noticed Zhang Tian. He only paused for a few seconds before finally finding Mao Rongrong. Unexpectedly, she is quite popular. After changing out of her school uniform, she wears a cute red skirt, a hairpin, and soft, smooth long hair draped behind her. It is a relatively popular outfit. The whole person looked much more mature. Gao Hao's eyes lit up when he looked at Mao Rongrong, and the pair of eyelashes that attracted him also lit up, curved like a moon. Gao Hao was obviously very happy. He immediately pulled his sister and said, "Over there, over there." Many children who were separated from their families cried. Smiles were still rare, and even Zhao Yu had tears in his eyes when he looked at his fat father. He looked at his mother, and then at the eyes of the people around him, feeling embarrassed. After all, the hair on my father's head is so light. Although the man became bald, he also became richer. I am afraid that of course I will become bald, but still have no money. The future of the Zhao family depends on you. You must work hard to cultivate when you go there. Don't be afraid to spend money. Dad will give you 100 million every month. You must get along well with those good classmates and treat them to good meals. Honey, isn't 100 million a little too little? I heard that Xingnan College has very high expenses. Fuck, are you here to show off your wealth? Many people on the road heard this, and their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. They made more than 100,000 yuan a month and felt a little stressed. They talked about 100 million yuan all the time. Do you think money comes from the wind? Chapter 95, Don't underestimate a girl's network of connections. Many people were cursing in their hearts. Just looking at some of the armored guards around Zhao Yu, who actually had to bring a housekeeper to school, they knew that this man's family was not simple. On the other side, Zhang Manuel looked at the classmates around her, and finally a smile appeared on her face. But there was also a bit of reluctance in her heart. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to work hard to learn and grow up, or you can unite to fight against them. Giving in will only make you get bullied more. Big sister, what will we do if you leave? I'm scared just thinking about it. A weak girl said in a pure and lovely manner. People have to rely on themselves. I can't always help you. Zhang Manuel was silent for a moment, and finally returned to her cold voice and spoke. If you beat them up, who would help me if I get bullied in the future? My cultivation talent is so poor. The girl said pitifully. Zhang Manuel wanted to slap her. Why did she save her in the first place? From this incident, she also learned that some people are not worth helping. Roll! Zhang Manuel herself has a hot temper. Seeing this girl provoking her again and again, she immediately scolded her. She remembered that someone complained during the competition, and it seemed that a girl was trying to get close to her. She scolded me mercilessly and told me to get lost. She really admires some women. Although she is also a girl, she prefers to be independent and self-reliant, and she has suffered a lot of beatings since she was a child. But she never thought of sucking other people's blood. This girl was obviously going to rely on her. As soon as she opened her mouth, she made a sound like I am weak, and you need to protect me. If Gao Hao had encountered this, he would definitely feel familiar with it. It was the feeling of being a cash machine. In the end, when he saw that you had no money left, he would insult you and say, "Who asked you to help me? You like me, so I should like you. It's your fault that you were willing to spend money on me. I accept your kindness because I don't want you to be sad, but I am so fussy about such a small amount of money. Who likes your dirty money? If you like this type of girl, you don't have to spoil her, but you must have a lot of money. Otherwise, you can't control her, and will have to let others replace you." Zhang Manuel never tolerated anyone. She looked at the person who had bullied her and immediately shouted, "Hey, come here and finish what you didn't finish last time." The girl was horrified when she heard this and ran away quickly. Zhang Manuel looked at the rest of the people, was silent for a while, and said seriously, "I didn't expect any reward for helping you. I just couldn't stand it. I also know that I like to meddle in other people's affairs. I think I will change a lot in the future. I heard from my father that Xingnan College respects strength. I also know my own strengths and weaknesses. I'm not as strong as you think. Let's go." These people came in various vehicles arranged by the Gao family, which can be regarded as a more humane arrangement by the Gao family. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian ran to Mao Rongrong, and Gao Ninian immediately took out a book and handed it to her. "Rongrong, you are my best friend, and this is my gift to you," Gao Ninian said with a smile. Gao Hao smiled and looked at Mao Rongrong and said, "Oh, we meet again." As he spoke, he walked up to her and gave her a hug, whispering, "Goodbye, my friend. I hope to see you next time." Gao Hao let go of Mao Rongrong as he spoke. Gao Ninian immediately pulled her brother to her side and looked at Mao Rongrong cautiously. "You." Mao Rongrong's ears were a little red, and she smiled, combed her hair, and said, "This is our Xingminghai's way of expressing our deep friendship. It has no other meaning." Gao Hao listened and nodded. "Sister, that's right, it's just to express friendship, pure friendship." Mao Rongrong laughed and said, "I like your gift very much." The gift Gao Ninian gave was a book about insects, titled Encyclopedia of Evolution of Insects. According to normal logic, this kind of gift would not normally be given to a girl. But several people are abnormal. All of them are animal masters, and they often discuss these things. The book records the reproduction and evolution of hundreds of common insects in nature. Among them, the rhinoceros beetle is one kind, but in order to grow to the stage of taming beasts, it needs to go through many difficulties. There may be only a few rhinoceros beetles that can tame beasts in thousands of years. Once insects evolve into beasts, it means that they have the power to go against nature and can eat wolves, tigers, and leopards. Even the Asian dragons, white tigers, and some terrifyingly powerful beasts, like the black turtle, although they have strong defenses, are no match for the insect beasts. The teeth of these insects are specifically designed to break defenses. The centipede is also an insect beast, and its body is covered with armor. However, when facing a rhinoceros beetle beast, it may be knocked to the ground in just one round. Therefore, beast masters need to master this knowledge so that they can avoid being at a disadvantage when facing an enemy or escape quickly. There is no end to the learning process on the path of a beastmaster. It is impossible to learn all the knowledge in the world, but new knowledge is indispensable in every aspect of life. It is not just humans who are learning to evolve, but the entire world, all life and objects, including rocks, or the daily necessities you use, are evolving. Gao Hao had seen it in a book. After thousands of years of sharpening, it transformed into a sword for taming beasts. It was also contracted by a man with a sword space. Now, it is one of the 3 powerful immortal tamers in the Zhongyuan Empire. Even swords can be transformed into beasts. It seems reasonable to say that some beasts evolve from stones, but the beast-taming world does not recognize it. The sword might have been a beast before. It was some unknown beast before, but it was later forged into a sword by humans. After thousands of years of growth, it recovered and became a beast with spiritual wisdom. Most of the research in the beast world is more inclined to this, and will never admit that stones are alive. Because of the issue of protecting beasts in the Zhongyuan Empire, if we judge that a stone also needs protection, then when people step on the land, does it count as trampling on life? The exact truth is unknown because the sword that can be used to control beasts is too rare, and it likes to eat ore. This also makes many researchers believe that before it became a sword, it was a sleeping beast, the type that would sleep after eating and eat after sleeping. This beast has a long lifespan and may have existed before humans were born. It can even be said to be the ancestor of many other creatures. There are more types of beast tamers, and until now, new and different beast tamers are being added every year, and many beast tamers have been removed from the beast taming textbooks. It has become a page in history, showing the glorious achievements he once had. Gao Ninian and Mao Rongrong were both smiling and did not quarrel like before. Both of them seemed to have grown a lot and learned how to compromise. Gao Hao really didn't understand this kind of best friend relationship between girls. If they had a good relationship, they would often say bad things about each other. And if they had a bad relationship with them, they would often contact each other. In his previous life, he attended elementary school in another place, and later on he had no one to contact. At that time, he didn't have any means of communication like mobile phones or the internet. If you want to go out and play, you have to go door to door to call people. But if you ask a female classmate, she can almost connect all of them. 9 out of 10 times, if you know it, it's a magical interaction. The relationships between girls are very complicated. All we can say is that Zhang Manuel lived like a teenager. As for the other teenager named Wang Zhuang, a lot of his friends gave him food, and someone even gave him 10 kilograms of pork head. Feng Yin seems like a winner in life. He looks like a weak person, but surprisingly he has 7 or 8 sisters at home, and they all dote on him very much. He has a bit of a feminine personality and apologizes easily, probably because he is always surrounded by a group of older sisters. He looks envious at others who are only sent off by their parents. Hurry up and get on the airship. It will take off in 20 minutes. At this moment, Many head teachers of the colleges shouted that as this was their most glorious moment, they would also fly to Xingnan College with their students.